Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Subcommittee on Public Safety, Transportation, and the Environment. We are hearing 5 budgets today. First is the Maryland Energy Administration, followed by State Lottery and Gaming Control Agency, MDOT debt service requirements, Maryland Transportation Authority, and then the Department of Natural Resources will be going in that order. We are starting with MEA, and we have Samuel Quist as our analyst. Samuel, take it away.
Thank you, Senator and members of the subcommittee. I'm going to share the presentation here so you can all see that. Just 1 second. All right, so again, Samuel Quist with the Department of Legislative Services. This is the budget for the Maryland Energy Administration. You can see on the screen in front of you that the fiscal 2024 allowance is approximately $167.5 million, which is about a 25% increase from the 2023 working appropriation, about a 33.6 million increase. You can see on this chart that over the past couple of years, there's been significant increase in the overall agency budget due to growth in revenues going into the Strategic Energy Investment Fund. And if you also consider that in both fiscal 2022 and 2023, there were mid-year budget amendments processed to allocate additional funding, then the increase in the last couple of years is even more substantial. So I'm going to actually turn ahead in the presentation to page number 10, which is the discussion of the FY23 budget amendment. So this was processed earlier this year and it increased the 2023 appropriation by approximately $58.9 million, allocating additional funds both from the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative auction revenues due to heightened revenues from that source, as well as alternative compliance payments. There's about 34 million in Reggie revenue and 21.5 million in ACP revenue, which is significant because, as I'll talk about later on in the presentation, this was the first major allocation of ACP revenue. In previous years, this has been fairly a minimal source, but beginning with the budget amendment in FY23 and then continuing on in the FY24 allowance, this is a notable allocation. Then on the bottom of page number 10 and continuing on into page 11, there's also a discussion of the climate, let me just pull that up, the Climate Catalytic Capital Fund, which was mandated by the Climate Solutions Now Act last year. So as part of that mandate during last session, the fiscal 2023 budget bill restricted funding from the state's revenue stabilization account for various legislative priorities. And as part of that, in the MEA budget, there was about 3.8 million restricted to provide a grant to the Maryland Clean Energy Center to establish and administer the Climate Catalytic Capital Fund created through the Climate Solutions Now Act. In January, DBM provided notice that the governor was releasing those funds. However, due to the timing of the submission of that budget amendment, that's not reflected in this report. But also note that, so in FY24 through 26, the Climate Solutions Now Act created a mandated appropriation of about $5 million annually in a grant to MCEC. And although those funds, because MCEC for budgetary purposes is not considered a state agency, funds contributed to it through the state budget are either budgeted as a grant through MEA or as a transfer from the C fund. However, in FY 2024, the $5 million mandate has been budgeted by DBM in the budget for the University of Maryland College Park budget. And I would note that this $5 million is separate from the $2.1 million annual transfer from the CEF, to which supports both MCEC and the Maryland Energy Innovation Institute. Then turning to the overview of the FY24 budget on page number 12, I'd first point out that the four portions of the pie chart on the top left are all under the renewable and clean energy programs and initiatives category, which makes up in total about 62% of the MEA budget. And we've broken down that on this page into some component categories to illustrate. So the largest being solar energy programs at about 30 million, transportation programs, which include programs such as the electric vehicle supply equipment rebate program, the clean fuels incentive program, and the medium and heavy duty zero emissions vehicle credit program as mandated by the Climate Solutions Now Act. Funding from the Maryland Gas Expansion Fund for the Maryland Energy Infrastructure Program totals about 9.3 million. And then there are also 53.2 million for several other smaller renewable and clean energy programs and initiatives. Energy efficiency programs, both the low and moderate income and programs in other sections combined comprise a little over a third of the budget. The remainder of the budget covers the personnel and the administrative expenses for MEA, as well as 4.2 million for the Jane E. Lawton Conservation Loan Program. Then turning to the next exhibit on page number 13, this is similar, a similar overview of the FY24 allowance by fund source. And as you can see, the largest source is revenue from the original Greenhouse Gas Initiative program deposited into the CEF. This is typically the largest ongoing revenue source for MEA. However, you can see in FY 2024 that non-Reggie source CEF revenue comprises approximately 44% of the overall budget, which is a larger share than in FY 23, due in part to the growth in ACP revenue. So the ACP revenue in the FY24 budget totals about 49.6 million, or 30%. As I said earlier, this is fairly new. This is the first year outside of the funds allocated by the budget amendment in FY23, when ACP payments have made up a substantial portion of the MEA budget. Prior to FY23, this had been a fairly minimal source of funding due to the fact that under the state's Renewable Portfolio Standard Program, the majority of the compliance demonstrated by electric companies was met through renewable energy credits rather than submission through ACP payments. However, there were changes that were made to the statutory percentages of the RPS program through the 2019 Clean Energy Jobs Act, which among other things increased the size of the solar carve out for the percentages for solar energy. Due to the fact that the percentage required for solar energy exceeded the amount of installed capacity, leading to the amount of solar renewable energy credits, there was a pretty rapid increase in the price for those credits. And as a result, more alternative compliance, substantially more alternative compliance payments were deposited into the CEF beginning in the 2022 program year. Then on this chart, there's also a few other fund sources that are from other PSC orders. These are largely one-time in nature, so as funds are expended, the available fund balance goes down, the largest of which the Maryland Gas Expansion Fund. There were a couple other relating to some PSC orders in mergers of utility companies, such as the Pepco MFN. And then you can see broken out on this chart, there are also two separate sub-accounts related to offshore wind, including the Maryland Offshore Wind Business Development Fund, which is the PSC has ordered that the developers of offshore wind projects off the coast of Ocean City in southern Delaware deposit funds for various purposes. Then the smaller portion on this chart that I would highlight is the federal and reimbursable fund category. This is actually the only portion of the MEA budget that is not funded through special funds, about 1% or 1.6 million of the overall budget. So exhibit number 7 on the next page, this is showing basically a summary from the budget books of the non-Reggie sourced C funds. And as you can see, the FY 2024 projected balance outside of the ACP payments are largely decreasing towards zero, as I mentioned earlier, because of the fact that a lot of these are one-time deposits related to PSC orders. As the funds are expended, the balance decreases toward zero. But you can see based on this for the ACP category, the ACP payments are projected to continue to be a substantial amount of revenue in the near term. Then turning to page number 16 and 17, this is the more detailed changes in the budget. I'm not going to go through each one of these individually in the interest of time, but there are a few items I'd like to specifically highlight. First, under the personnel expense category, there's an increase of approximately $834,000 related to 10 new regular positions that are included in the budget. There's also about 6 contractual full-time equivalents added to the budget. And on page 17 at the bottom, the cost for those is shown at about $433,000 increase for those. Then on page 16, we've broken out funding for new programs and initiatives. These are some programs that are funded for the first time either in FY 23 through the budget amendment that was processed or in FY 24, and those total about $30 million for those. And then we've outlined some of the other main changes in some of the ongoing programmatic expenses. I would note that the largest change of these on page 17 for the Maryland Energy Infrastructure Program, a decrease of $9 million, is due to the fact that about double this portion of funding was budgeted in FY 23, and this is a reduction of about half of the appropriation, representing the remaining funds available in the balance. On the topic of the Maryland Gas Expansion Fund, we also note in page 18 of the analysis that the General Assembly last year restricted approximately $9.3 million of the funds for this program. The restriction was to transfer funds to DHS for the purpose of energy assistance programming. The governor has not released these funds in FY 23, and they are instead budgeted for the same programmatic purpose in FY 24. And in the analysis in bold language, we've asked MEA to comment on the status of those funds. Then the discussion of agency personnel is on the bottom of page 19. Again, you can see the increase in the 10 regular positions and the 6 contractual. And on page 20, we've broken out detailed information on what those 10 new positions are. Some of them are related to new programming and some of the increases occurring in the budget. The other item that I'd highlight on page 19 is that the current budgeted turnover expectancy is there is not turnover budgeted. It's at 0% based on the low overall number of vacancies. However, due to the 10 new positions and the fact that there's some turnover expectancy assumed for the time it takes to hire and onboard, we've included a recommendation in the back of the analysis related to increasing turnover slightly for that purpose. Then turning to the issues section of the analysis on page 21 and continuing on to page 22, there's further discussion on the Reggie program and some of the revenues from that program. Exhibit number 9 on page number 22 is summarizing the quarterly auctions between September 2019 and the end of December of 2022. This is specifically the funds coming into the state of Maryland from those. And these are the quarterly auctions that are held for the sale of carbon dioxide emissions allowances as part of the regional cap and invest portion of that program. As you can see on Exhibit 9, there's been some pretty substantial growth in these revenues over the past couple of years, corresponding to the increase in the allowance prices. And that's resulted in FY22, the total amount of revenue received by the state of Maryland in the fiscal year was about 143 million, which was almost double what was achieved in FY21, and by far the highest amount of revenue received by Maryland in the history of the program. As a side note, the analysis points out that there are some potential changes to the Reggie program to keep an eye on, including possible expansion in the state of Pennsylvania. The state of Pennsylvania earlier last year took actions to join as the 12th member state. However, there is ongoing legal action in that state, and due to that ongoing legal action, even though technically they are now considered a member, they have not participated in any of the auctions. And once they are able to start participating in these auctions, that may have some impact. There's also been talk in the state of North Carolina about joining in future years, so that could lead to some potential expansion as well. On page 23, we go into a little bit more detail about how MEA budgets some of the funding from this revenue source. Beginning in FY23, MEA uses an average from the previous 2 years of the auction price for the revenue, the estimating of revenues. Due to the fact that this is a market-based program, there are some fluctuations, and it's difficult to precisely estimate revenues year to year, but by using an average, this allows the revenue estimates to more closely match the actual and reduce the amount of overattainment revenue that has to be delayed for use in a future budget cycle. We do note on page 23 that of the analysis that DLS is asking MEA to comment on their budget revenue estimation forecast, and due to the fact that there have been large budget amendments processed the past 2 years due to increased fund balance, if it's anticipated that that practice will continue in the future. Then Exhibit 10 on page 24, this is just summarizing the statutory requirements under the CEF statute in the state government article on how the Reggie revenues are allocated among the sub-accounts. So as the statute is outlined right now, about 50% are earmarked for energy assistance for the Department of Human Services. And then the other categories are in MEA, 20% for renewable and clean energy programs and initiatives, and then 10% each for the energy efficiency programs. And finally, the administration cap is 10% or no more than 5 million of revenues in the year. Other statutory required distributions are summarized on the bottom of that page and on page 25. These include both the annual dues for participation in the program. I mentioned earlier the 2.1 million transfer for the MCEC and MEII operating expenses. And then the third is 8.25 million transferred to the Transportation Trust Fund for tax credits under the Zero Emissions Vehicle Excise Tax Credit Program. There were no transfers for this program last year in FY 2023, but the Clean Cars Act of 2022, Chapter 234, reestablished that tax credit program. And so that transfer is again budgeted in FY 2024. Then we also note briefly on the top of page 25, the transfers required by the Clean Energy Jobs Act for both the small minority and women-owned business account within the Department of Commerce, as well as the Clean Energy Workforce account in the Department of Labor. Page 26 is information included in the budget books. That is the allocation of Reggie Source C Fund across all the state agencies that receive funding from this source. As you can see, in total across these agencies, there's about 204 million allocated, or an increase of about 25.2 million. The largest increase is in the Department of Human Services. There's an increase of about 16.3 million in the DHS Office of Home Energy Programs budget for energy assistance. And then in MEA itself, there's an increase of about 12.6 million for energy assistance, energy efficiency programs. And interestingly, in the renewable and clean energy programs, the amount of Reggie Source C funds is actually showing about a 5.1 million decline due to the increase of ACP payments and other sources. Outside of MEA and DHS, the changes in other state agencies receiving Reggie Source C funds are fairly minimal. The only change really is in the Department of Health for energy performance contracts due to the fact that those contracts are ending in FY 23. Otherwise, there is no change outside of that. Then exhibit number 12 on the next page is showing information from the budget books on estimates for the Reggie Source sub-accounts. And you can see at the end of FY 23, it's estimated that there's about 108.8 million in fund balance. However, in FY 24, due to the budgeting of excess fund balance and the increase in the revenue budgeted in the operating budget, this is decreasing to almost expending the entirety of that fund balance. So the final issue in the analysis is related to the infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act. As passed, both pieces of federal legislation include a wide-ranging amount of funds for various energy policy initiatives, both in the state government and competitive grants for utilities and other entities. In December of 2022, the Department of Budget and Management issued a report on IIJA funding for state agencies, and it specifically identified 4 programs totaling about $34.6 million, specifically within the MEA budget. The FY 24 allowance does not include any federal stimulus funding from either of these sources due to the fact that for many of these programs, federal guidance is still being developed and program applications and implementation are still ongoing. However, these 4 programs listed on page 28 and 29 out of the federal infrastructure law were specifically identified. There is some overlap between MEA and the Public Service Commission related to grid modernization and the electric grid. And we have some additional discussion that will be covered in the PSC analysis related to those electric grid efforts. The analysis briefly also discusses electric vehicle funding in the IIJA through the National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Formula Program. This funding will be overseen by MDOT and the State Highway Administration and is covered in additional detail there. But we mention it in this analysis because MEA has also been involved in the planning for that. And MEA, this complements some of MEA's other initiatives related to electric vehicle supply equipment and incentivizing the adoption of electric vehicles, which exhibit number 13 is illustrating some of this data. The blue line showing the significant growth in the number of electric vehicles in the state registered over the previous 5 years, as well as the increase in charging stations, and the green line showing the number of charging stations specifically incentivized by MEA. Then lastly, on page 31 and 32 for the Inflation Reduction Act, we mention the 2 home energy rebate programs. In November of 22, the Department of Energy announced Maryland's allocation for these 2 programs, which will flow through MEA, which is anticipated to be approximately $136.8 million, which, if you consider the overall size of the total agency budget, that will be a significant infusion of federal funds for those 2 purposes. However, along with other programs, DOE is still in the process of developing federal guidance, and it's not anticipated that MEA will be able to provide an application for the state to access this funding until later in the calendar year. And on page 32, we've also asked MEA more broadly to comment on the status of IIJA and Inflation Reduction Act funding for both state and non-state entities due to the large size of that. Then to conclude with the DLS recommended actions on pages 33 and 34, we're making 4 recommendations. The first, as I mentioned previously, is to increase the turnover expectancy for the 10 new positions. This would result in a special fund decrease of approximately $208,000 to reduce that turnover expectancy to about 25%, reflecting the hiring and onboarding time for that. The second recommendation is annual narrative that's included, asking the Department of Budget and Management to include C-fund accounting in the governor's budget books. Then scrolling down to the next page, the third recommendation is asking MEA to provide a report on the status of the Maryland Gas Expansion Fund and activities used in the Maryland Energy Infrastructure Program in FY24 to date. And then the fourth and final recommendation is asking MEA to provide narrative on the status of the 2 home rebate programs through the Inflation Reduction Act. That is all I have. That'll conclude the presentation, and I can take any questions. Thanks.
Thank you, Samuel. Questions for our analyst? Okay, seeing none, we have a very good friend here with us, Senator Pinsky. Samuel was talking, everything sounded familiar to me because of all the work that you've done in your career to date to put MEA in the position it is in, to be more aggressive, on the ground in our communities, but also setting ourselves up, I think, to be a real leader nationally when it comes to hopefully getting more of these federal funding opportunities. So just want to say before you begin, it's good to see you and thank you for all your work before and now.
Thank you, Subcommittee Chairman and committee members, former colleagues. I'm joined today by Jessica Wakeman, who's our Deputy Director for Finance and Administration. And let me start by thanking Mr. Quist from DLS for the comprehensive review. And let me also go on the record that we concur with the recommendations made by DLS. So let's be clear on that. I do want to set some context for some of the issues that come before you today, if possible. 3 items in particular. One, as we know, last year, this General Assembly passed the Climate Solutions Now Act, which calls for a 60% reduction by 2031, which much of that pressure will fall on the Department of Environment and MEA. And it's, to be honest, going to be a heavy lift. We've done some of the low-hanging fruit, the LED lights and things like that. And now we get into some very tough choices. So that sort of is part of the context hanging over us. The second, as Mr. Quist talked about, the federal acts, the Infrastructure Bill, IIJA, as well as the Inflation Reduction Act. It potentially could bring a significant amount of money to our state. We know that. how we spend it and then doing it efficiently and effectively is important. The third item I would talk in setting this context is about 3 weeks ago, a scientific study was released that showed that Antarctic ice was measured at its lowest point in the history of them measuring sea ice in the Antarctic region, which has pretty significant implications for climate change. So I point these out to frame the effect on the budget and what's in the budget regarding MEA and the urgency. Now, last year, we distributed about $64 million in grants, loans, rebates, and credits. Each one of those actions has to be reviewed, it has to be approved, and more importantly, tracked. You know, it's public money. So, and that takes people power, that takes staff. And as has been mentioned, our funds, we're self-funded, as been shared. We get most of the money from Reggie, the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative, and the alternative compliance payments. Unfortunately, statutorily, we are limited in how much money we can spend on administration. It says 5 million or 10%, whichever is lower. So the amount of money that is increasing, but the number of staff to oversee that money is frozen, essentially. So that has made a challenge, and we expect more money coming in, as well as the federal money coming in. Now, Reggie has grown because of power plant pollution auction prices, which happens once a quarter, and the ACP, the alternative compliance, because we're not meeting our solar RPS goals. And until we have more solar sprouting up, those prices are not going to change. So we're sort of in a catch-22 with that. So we're relying on the same number of staff to perform the duty necessary when the amount of money is going up. Now, in the budget, DBM was developed, and before you, there's 16 new positions, 10 PINs and 6 contractual, which we are very appreciative of and will help alleviate some of our problem. And additionally, in another committee, the governor's bill, the Clean Transportation and Energy Act, besides having incentives for heavy duty trucks to go electric, also changes that cap for us. So we can actually spend money and utilize those 16 positions. So it raises it to $7 million, which is what we need to, what we think is do our job appropriately. At the same time, all of this is happening, and I won't go on too long. I know you've got a lot of other agencies to deal with today. Is that we're developing 2 tools. One, so we can better prioritize our investment in the shift to clean energy, and also to address the disproportionately affected communities, mostly Black and brown communities. Specifically, we are working on 2 tools. One, to ensure we get the best bang for the buck. We want to have apples to apples when these applications for grants come in. So we're developing a tool which will show the reduction in greenhouse gas per dollar. I mean, there's some that are well-meaning, but they don't get the return on investment as well as others. So we want to really try to be very intentional in what we do, because it will be a heavy lift to get to 60% reduction. And secondly, and as importantly, we want to ensure that the benefits of that investment accrue appropriately to those communities that have been ignored, either consciously or unconsciously, for many, many years. And there are poor communities, again, usually communities of color. And this is sometimes called Justice 40. So that's the second lens we're going to be using. Now, both don't apply in every situation when there's an application, but we want to be more intentional to achieve this. Now, as Mr. Quist mentioned, a significant amount of money goes to DHS for energy assistance, to lower bills for poor people, their electric bills. Also, DHCD gets a lot of money for weatherization. And within our own money, we consciously spend a significant portion on low and moderate income communities. One being community solar, which you've heard about, and there's a bill floating somewhere to make that a permanent program. Look, we think we can do better. As many of you know, I've been in this position for 7 weeks, and we have a lot to review and in some case change. We believe there are numbers of people who aren't even taking advantage of these programs. So we think we have to beat the bushes. So we don't want to just wait for people who know about these grants. We've got to go out to get the people who don't know about them and who might have projects that actually will get a great return on the investment to lower our greenhouse gases. Additionally, as we've mentioned, the IRA and IIJA money is coming in. We don't know. I mean, they're formulaic grants. There's one for 132 that equal $136 million for a whole house, but they're competitive grants. And they may come in late 23, they might come in 24, which basically will necessitate us coming in for budget amendments because our revenue, even with the Reggie money, they're done quarterly. They can go up, they can go down. So, and we're self-funded. It's not like we get X dollars on July 1st and we can spend them and budget them accordingly. So if we get increased revenue from Reggie or ACP or from the federal government, it does necessitate us coming in at different times for budget amendments. Money's coming up, but we think MEA is best suited to expend those funds with a targeted investments in a conscious, intentional way. We think we can improve energy efficiency with a proper size workforce, which if and when the budget's adopted, we will have. We also think the agency has the expertise and track record to best accomplish these tasks. So look, we have ambitious plans. We're in a transition, obviously. But we think that with a thoughtful and intentional work, in our opinion, we can fulfill the goals of the state. So, Madam Chair, thank you very much.
Thank you. It's hard not to call you Senator Pinsky, but
I've been called lots of things.
Thank you for that. And we would expect nothing less from you than an ambitious agenda moving forward. And we appreciate that you're 7 weeks on the job, inheriting a lot of challenges, but a lot of opportunities here. I have a couple of questions I'm going to start and then go to the subcommittee members. If we can continue on the federal funding piece, MDOT does a wonderful job at putting online all of the competitive grants that federal grants that they are applying for, they've received, spent down, and just ask for you to consider that same degree of transparency, considering how exciting some of these opportunities are. And I think accountability and transparency in that space would be healthy all around.
Well, you're absolutely right. And we've started those discussions of going through the tranches of money, which are appropriate for energy agencies. And there's some that are gray areas. Do they go to the Department of Environment or do they go to us? Right. And historically, we've had capacity problems to pursue competitive grants. They take money. Now we've added someone, we're trying to be collaborative with MDE. So we actually have spreadsheets now, and some are highlighted in green, some are highlighted in red. So we're actually going through that process right now. I think at the end of the day, there'll probably be anywhere from 2 to 4, 2 to 5 that we actually pursue. Okay. And you also have to judge how big they are, because these are national grants. If they're like $7 million spread around 50 states, or so they say 25 states pursue it, and then there are others that are in the billions. Right. So we are going through the process right now. When we get to the point, I think, and Eric is here, who's head of our programs, when we get a little clearer, I think the idea of making it public and transparent, we have no objection to. Wonderful.
Something you said made me think about another MDOT. The governor set aside, as you probably know, $500 million in to be identified budget funding, and part of the reason, from my understanding, is setting that aside to potentially use as matching funds for potential federal grant opportunities. Do you have the capacity currently in your budget if something requires a match, or is that something that the subcommittee should consider, especially as we want you to be as aggressive as possible in pursuing federal grants?
Hi, if you're asking if we could take some of that $500 million.
Not take.
No. Do we have the capacity ourselves to put aside money for matching?
Yes.
You have the capacity currently?
Yes, we currently have capacity.
Okay.
We pretty much expect that if we're going to get federal grants, there's going to be a match on our side.
Okay, so but you're good, especially because I think you gave the MDOT secretary a heart attack back here. Right? So just, but you have the capacity, anticipating that that's in need.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. All right, Senator Rosepep, I feel like it's on the same line.
Actually, I'm curious as to how much interaction, and it was 7 weeks on the job in your case, Senator Pinsky. But the agency, how much interaction do you have with the relevant federal agencies informally to be able to really understand, not from when they put out guidance and rules and checklists and 40-page documents, but to really kind of understand what they're looking for in terms of thinking about competitive grants we go after?
4 weeks ago, we met with the DOE, Department of Energy, on the loan program. Jigger Shah, who is a Marylander, who has authority over billions of dollars in loans. We met with him, and we actually have another meeting scheduled. They would like to be helpful in brokering. They think they know developers and people who want to invest.
Great.
And what loans can happen. And they say they want to help us do that.
That's great.
You know, look, do they say in the past have been times where money's been left on the table? Yes, they have said that.
Sure.
So we haven't gotten around to EPA and everything else. And part of that is figuring out which is appropriate for MDE and which is appropriate for us. And look, it melds over all of us, you know, and there's a lot of gray areas. So we're doing some of it, probably not enough.
Well, that's great. I'm glad they're helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Great to see you, other than at a Maryland basketball game. So, couple quick questions. One, you talked about outreach. Do you have built in your budget enough to complete that outreach program that you're talking about? You know, going out versus waiting for those who already are in the know.
We don't have a position for that, but I can tell you in the last week, we had a virtual call with Jacoby Wilson, who's at University of Maryland, about particularly in some of the Black and brown communities of doing outreach to people who don't know about these programs and work with them. And he said, look, we will help set up listening meetings, public programs. And then we had a meeting with BG&E, and we think there are a number of programs that we could do with more corporate private sector folks, shopping centers, the Walmarts of the world, things like having parking canopies. You know, there's a lot of, you know, parking lots that we could put, you know, not small ones, but acres of parking lot. We could put up solar. They have to be willing to do it.
Absolutely.
We think we would help in the transition to make it a lot more, some incentive. But if they do it, we think it's going to be a win-win because they're going to save money at the back end in terms of saving energy. So BG&E, we talked about maybe partnering in terms of reaching out to some in the private sector. So we don't have staff. I don't want to say we're working on glue and bubble gum. But until July 1, when these new people come on board, things are a little tight, you know, so we don't have people to do certain things. And that's why we have a temporary on even the federal contracts and the IRA bill. So we're sort of shifting and dancing, and even legislatively, we have one person essentially, and we must have 50 bills that affect MEA, and he's working like 20 hours a week. So we think come July 1, if everything's approved with the budget, those 16 will really give us more agility and flexibility to do those kind of things.
I appreciate that. Also, if I might, you mentioned BG&E. I would, I suspect you mean the entire utility community. SMECO in the southern region of the state could be a partner as well, because there are some of those areas in the state that have been disadvantaged and put upon. So. Secondly, your contractual positions that are in the budget, do you have any concept of do they work for you as contractuals, or would it be better if they were merit employees, or do you have any concept of transitioning those?
Let me start to answer that. I'm going to pass it on to Ms. Wakeman. We partner with MES. They do a lot of our seeking and finding the people who can do the work. So we go through them. They are contract. Look, would we like it if there were more pins instead of 10 pins? They had 16 pins. Of course we would, but that's what was proposed by
That's pretty much who
DBM.
they are.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just to add anything.
No,
And now I know who and what they are, so got you.
Yeah.
Appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Good to see you, Director. And
Senator.
we have a few programs that I see here with the Offshore Wind Fund, the Maryland Offshore Wind Business Development Plan or Fund, that's on page 12 or 13, that is, and also the other right here. Talking about the other programs that we have for the offshore wind program that you have. And I know there is a place in my district where US Wind had the 25-year contract to develop and build I know other areas offshore and things that we want to do and how we want to develop. Are we working with these types of groups at Trade Point and making sure that they would be good Maryland jobs and we can develop more? Because I know that's one thing we would love to have, but just.
Let me start and then I can pass it on. I think you're talking about Monopile. I think they're at Trade Point Atlantic.
Yes.
They are going to do the wraparound steel to the pillars. They're on board. The facility's being worked on, and it is some hundreds of jobs and union jobs at that, at Trade Point Atlantic, which I think is your district. And
Yes, sir.
a number of years ago, we took a tour of Trade Point Atlantic. I remember that. We are spending a lot of energy and time on this. There's another bill in a committee that proposes expanding our commitment to offshore wind. Now we're at 2.1 is in the pipeline. There's another 0.6 gigawatts sitting on the sideline. I expect you're going to hear something in the next month or two of a bigger commitment, whether it's through legislation or through executive order or through the governor. So I think there's a strong belief we've got to grow this. And a lot of people are looking to our region, the central states, and looking to Maryland specifically. Delaware's sort of been not doing a lot. North Carolina's a little further away. So we are actively seeking companies that would be part of the chain that could create other parts, whether it's wraparound steel, whether it's blades, whether it's whatever. So that's a large part. In the last week, we've been spending a lot of time on that. Actually, at the end of March 28th, the International Offshore Wind Conference is being held in Baltimore. I think between 5,000 and 6,000 people are coming from all over the globe. And the governor's going to have a primary part in speaking, I think once or twice. And we're setting up meetings with supply chain people, with developers. We think there's a lot of potential for jobs and we could be a major hub. So that's taking a lot of our energy. So yes, it is a big focus.
And I know it's just one more thing, Madam Chair. The National Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Plan we're looking at, and I know it's the plan that's in place. And are we trying to, because I see the program that's in place for the individual 700, businesses 4,000, another type of retail services, they can get these bonuses or these, I guess, financial help. Is this being known throughout the state, or are we letting people know these? I know it's important to you. It's been important to you for years, but is this just something that we want to continue to? I know we're going to expand, but we're going to make sure that other groups that know this.
Well, there are two parts of it. There's the national effort, the NEVI, which you've talked about, which is the plan to ensure there are level 3 chargers, which are the fast chargers, within a mile or a mile and a half of all your major highways, 95, 50, 270, all along across the nation. So people who have electric cars can know they can get from Richmond to New York, and maybe instead of stopping for gas, they stop for 15 or 18 minutes. And a lot of the things can charge your car from 10 to 80% in 20 minutes. So that's the federal program. MDOT is lead on that, and I know they're here today. We're here to help on that. We've done more local grants, adding more chargers, and I'm not sure, Eric, you want to? Eric Kaufman does our programs.
Greetings. Thank you, Director. Yes, we have historically funded a number of electric vehicle chargers, level 3s, and through our electric vehicle supply and equipment program, we provide, and this year we provide over 1.8 million to help consumers install electric vehicle charging homes, as well as businesses that also serve their employees.
And I know we've talked about that briefly a couple of days ago. We want to make sure the infrastructure and by placement where we know we need them. I briefly talked about how our county puts them in our park and rides in areas where it worked well for some of our state vehicles, but I think there's really good ideas and some things that they've done. So it's great to partner with the locals and our federals and see what more we can do, but no, I appreciate the information.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Director, two more questions. Just, I want to confirm that you are okay with the cut recommended by DLS.
Well, one was, I hate to call it a paper cut, was the turnover.
The turnover, yes.
Yeah, no, we understand.
Okay,
We don't know when they come on board and you lose weeks. And I think that's where that number comes from.
Okay.
And I think that's a standard number used across agencies. So we're good with
Absolutely.
that.
okay, thank you. And then my last question, really encouraged by your willingness to reach out more. I think MEA has traditionally always done incredible work, but it's kind of the best kept secret in state government in terms of support. And we just encourage you to also speak with our locals. My mayor would be mad at me if I didn't mention he has a 100% electric plan and would greatly appreciate support from all over the place. So I hope that MML and MACO are also in your tour plans soon.
Absolutely. You wanna add anything?
We're big proponents of MML and MACO, and we have several attendees from our MEA program staff that attend every year.
Wonderful. Thank you. Seeing no further questions, thank you very much, Director.
Thank you. It's always great seeing my old friends.
Okay, we have one individual signed up to testify from the public, and that's Jessica Wakefield, but nope, never mind. That's what I thought. Okay. Thank you very much. Seeing no further questions, we'll move on to State Lottery and Gaming Control Agency. We have Ryan Green as our analyst. Ryan, when you were ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Starting on page 1, we can see that the fiscal 2024 budget increases by $1.6 million or 1.3% to $120.7 million for the Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Agency. Moving on to the top of page 2 for proposed deficiencies, the fiscal 2024 budget includes one proposed deficiency for the MLGCA to replace $264,000 in special funds with the same amount of general funds for personnel expenses to align video lottery terminal operations to current estimates. Looking at Exhibit 1, also on page 2, for an overview of agency spending by program, we can see that the vast majority, nearly 80%, is for administration and operations, with video lottery terminals, VLTs, being another 17%, and then sports wagering comprising the remaining 4%. Moving on to Exhibit 2 on page 3, we can see an overview of agency spending by use. And we can see that the majority of agency spending is on contractual services, about 2/3, with personnel expenses contributing 31% and all remaining other expenses comprising the last 3%. Additionally, the MLGCA has $1.2 million in contracts for televised drawings of lottery games. In December 2022, the MLGCA announced that it was no longer televising drawings. The Department of Legislative Services recommends deleting the funds dedicated to this purpose. Moving on to Exhibit 3 on page 4, which also continues on page 5 for a more in-depth analysis of the changes in the year-to-year budget. We can again see it increases by $1.6 million. And this is largely due to a $2.1 million increase for the lottery central monitoring and control system, which is driven by debit card equipment costs and transaction fees, as well as fees for lottery vendors. Looking at personnel on page 5, We can see that the MLGCA has 42 vacancies as of December 31st, 2022, more than double the number needed to meet the budgeted turnover expectancy. Of the 42 vacancies, 10 have been vacant for less than 3 months and 3 have been vacant more than a year. Additionally, the sports wagering and fantasy gaming program has 23 vacancies that have been open for between 7 and 9 months. The MLGCA expected some delays in the program startup and purposely waited to fill positions until there was a better understanding of how many licenses would be awarded. Additionally, there were delays in the recruiting process due to the classifications of the positions, and the agency is currently in the process of filling 18 of them. Moving on to the key observations, starting on page 6, looking at Exhibit 4 for lottery earnings, we can see that lottery sales in fiscal 2022 increased by 2% compared to fiscal 2021. Moving on to Exhibit 5 on page 7 for casino earnings. Compared to fiscal 2021, fiscal 2022 increased by $256 million or 15%. This is largely due to a decrease in pandemic-related effects on casino use. Looking at Exhibit 6 on page 8, we can see that overall VLT revenues for fiscal 2022 exceeded $1.3 billion, 15% more than fiscal 2021, and 32% more than the preceding 5-year average. Overall revenue in fiscal 23 is projected to be largely level compared to fiscal 2022. Looking at Exhibit 7 on page 9, we can see the table game revenue disbursements. And again, there's a large increase compared to fiscal 2021, largely again due to the decrease in pandemic-related effects. Fiscal 2023 is projected to increase by 9% compared to 2022. Additionally, moving on to then Exhibit 8. For page 10, looking at the 5 retail sportsbook operations within the state, we can see that there's a large amount of tax revenue being generated and as well a lot of licensing fees being generated. This is distributed in total to the Blueprint for Maryland's Future, agency operations, as well as the small minority-owned, women-owned business sports wagering assistance fund. Finally, looking at Exhibit 9 on page 11 for mobile sports wagering, which is sports wagering through the internet on a computer or mobile device, began in Maryland in late November 2022. There are currently 8 mobile sports wagering operators licensed within the state. An additional 6 have been applied and been approved by SWORC and are expected to begin operations in fiscal 23. 7 other vendors have applied for licenses and have not yet been approved and would begin, if approved, sometime in fiscal 2024. Exhibit 9 shows the total handle, prizes paid, promotional play, other deductions, and taxable wins for November and December 2022. The low taxable win figure and final tax contributions relative to the handle are because free promotional play wagering money is deducted from taxable wins. Going forward, tax contributions should see significant increases, as regulations require that after the first full fiscal year for each sportsbook, the sportsbook's promotional play amount may not exceed 20% of its taxable win from the prior year. Additionally, the amount of promotional play currently being provided is not considered sustainable by the MLGCA and should decline later in fiscal 2023. The Board of Revenue estimated in December 2022 that mobile sports wagering would provide $27.9 million in contributions to the state in fiscal 23, largely driven by decreases in promotional play spending compared to current levels. The next page has the exact language for the budget reduction that DLS has recommended, and the pages after contain additional appendices. With that, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ryan. Can we just drill down on your last point here? Because I want to better understand expectations of sports wagering that this committee had compared to how it's being realized. Now, appreciating we only have a few months of data, but can you speak a little bit to that?
Yes, and of course the lottery as well will be able to provide more information, but the December estimates were just, they were preliminary, and there are estimates actually coming out later, I believe maybe this week or next, from the Board of Revenue estimates, which should be revised and contain new information on how much is projected, considering the amount of promotional play we've seen recently.
Okay, and can you once again explain the promotional play and how that is not the tax structure of promotional play?
Sure. So promotional play is free money handed out by a sports book. So for instance, if you see an ad that says begin an account with us and we will put $100 in your account, that is considered promotional play, and that is then deducted from their taxable wins because the structure of the lottery, I would probably explain slightly better. Forgive me tripping over my tongue.
No, it's okay. So
Yeah.
the 100 itself would be deducted. from
Yes,
tax.
that would be, the
Okay.
yes, promotional play.
Okay, understood. Senator Rosepep for Ryan.
Yeah. On page 5, where you're talking about personnel and turnover, at the end of the second paragraph, it says additionally, there were delays in the recruiting process due to the classifications of the positions. Is that because the classification just paid too little and therefore they couldn't recruit, or was there some other glitch in classifications?
The agency could provide more details on
Okay,
this.
all right, that's
Yeah.
fine, thank you.
Okay, see no further questions. Thank you. And with us, we have John Martin, Director of State Lottery. Welcome, John.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Madam Chair Elfreth, and the members of the Public Safety, Transportation, and Environment Subcommittee of the Senate Budget and Taxation Committee. For the record, I'm John Martin, Director, Maryland Lottery and Gaming Control Agency. At this time, I'd like to thank the Department of Legislative Services and particularly Ryan Green for his excellent work and analysis of our budget. I would also like to thank Shane Benz and the Department of Budget and Management for their assistance in developing the agency's budget. With me today to my right is Paula Yocum, our Chief Financial Officer. Also with us, Angela Jones, our Budget Specialist, James Butler, Assistant Deputy Director and Chief of Staff, and Sean Ford, Director of Legislation and Policy Development. I'd like to begin by giving you a brief update of our current businesses. Maryland Lottery and Gaming established many record-setting totals in fiscal 2022. The lottery, the state's 6 casinos, and sports wagering combined to contribute a little more than $1.5 billion to the state in FY22. These contributions support vital state programs and services such as education, public health, public safety, human resources, and the environment. While that's great news, the better news is that we're ahead of that pace as we entered the second half of fiscal 23. Our traditional lottery business is strong for both our scratch-off instant tickets as well as our draw game products. In calendar 2023, we are celebrating our 50th year of lottery sales with a number of new games and player promotions that should contribute significantly to our bottom line by responsibly growing sales and increasing our revenue contribution. Since our inception in 1973, we have awarded more than $31.5 billion in prizes to lottery players and generated more than $18.6 billion in lottery revenue to the state of Maryland. Lottery retailers, many of them small business owners and first-generation immigrants, have earned $2.9 billion in retailer commissions. As you know, we also regulate the VLT and casino gaming markets, as well as the emerging sports wagering and fantasy gaming competition activities. We continue to see all 6 casino partners strive to exceed their fiscal 2022 revenue contribution and attendance counts amid strong regional competition. The overall sports wagering landscape continues to grow as we now have 10 retail and 8 mobile sports books in operation. By the end of this calendar year, we may have as many as 15 to 20 retail locations and 21 mobile licenses for participating in sports wagering in Maryland. When fully operational in 2024, we anticipate generating $25 to $30 million annually in contributions to the blueprint for Maryland's future fund. As it relates to the FY24 budget, we concur with the DLS recommended action. With that, we're happy to answer any questions at this time.
Thank you, Director Martin. And just back on this sports wagering contributions to the state. So just so I understand it, the numbers from November and December are artificially and unsustainably high because of that promotional play.
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're going from potentially 49 million in revenue in just 2 months to 28 million in revenue across the whole year of I'm sorry, I guess that would be inclusive of 23. So in
Well,
total.
I think to address, and Ryan began to go down that path.
Oh, sorry, that's in thousands. I'm just used to charts in millions. I apologize. 1,000. Okay. That makes more sense now. Okay. That's why I was confused. Okay. Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a quick question. Look on page 5, it talks about the vacancy above turnover. Speaks to 10 vacancies, roughly 3 months open, and then 3 vacancies for more than a year. Can you specify what those 3 positions are and why?
Sure.
Your remaining-
We'll turn that over to Paula Yocum to address that.
So the 3 positions, one has already been filled. It was something that we wanted to look at it across the entire agency. So we needed to understand also what the sports wagering program, how it was evolving and whatnot. And so that one actually has been by Sean Ford behind us. One of them also is a new senior director of finance. So again, we needed to understand how sports wagering would fit into our agency overall. And so that one's actually in advertisement currently. And the third one was also one that we wanted to understand how sports wagering would affect our agency. And that is currently being developed as a director of IT for security information, I believe it's called.
So they're relatively new positions.
They
Yes.
were-
Due to the sports wagering.
Yes and no. So they were existing pins from the lottery program, but we looked at them administratively across all 3 programs. So not just sports wagering, but also gaming and lottery programs. And the cost will be shared between the 3 programs eventually.
Okay, so the existence of them being open for over a year was in anticipation of moving them to the sports wagering?
Yes, it was.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Yeah, I want to ask a question that I asked the analyst about delays in recruiting process due to the classification of the positions.
So again, when sports wagering started, we tried to do our best guess estimate on what the roles would be that we needed. And we also tried to make it as efficient as we thought we could. So for example, on the accounting side, our accountants are not the typical state accountants. We don't deal with grants. We don't deal with federal money. It's very a niche market. And so we had hoped that we would have our classifications in the administrative series. Subsequently, DBM has said no. And so we have to keep them in the accounting series. So we're in the process of reclassing those. And then we also have to change our existing structure in some of those. There's also a role that we call a casino compliance rep. Those are ones that, again, are specific to our agency. It's the bulk of the pins that we were granted of the 40. And those also have to undergo some slight changes. We are in the process of hiring, or we have hired the supervisor level, but those smaller or lower roles, we have to classify slightly different because, again, they were geared towards the casino, and subsequently we need to incorporate the sports wagering in it. So that's in process.
Okay, I appreciate that. It's because I don't know that much about the classification problem. I'm trying to understand. So you describe the job you need done. You figure that out. DBM doesn't do that. You got to figure out what you need. And then you go to DBM and say, this is what we need. And you propose a classification and they accept it or reject it. Is that the way it works?
Basically, yes.
And what is the significance for you in terms of hiring somebody and putting someone on the job of what classification it's in?
As an agency?
Yeah.
As an agency, I mean, I wouldn't get the job done.
Right.
And so again, sometimes it's very difficult, especially, and I'm sure other agencies have had this problem, especially in like the accounting field, for example. It's very difficult to hire accountants.
Sure.
And when we post for an accounting job, some of the supplemental questions are, please explain your experience or grants or federal money. We don't do either of those at the lottery. And so it's a question that's irrelevant. And sometimes that will scare off an accountant or a potential accountant to look to even.
So it's essentially like the job description is
It
not
is.
accurate.
Yes. And so, and perhaps that's something that we need to consider as an agency to create different classifications for our accountants. nowhere in the state will you find a gaming accountant other than at the
No,
lottery.
I get the
Right.
reality. It's the system that I don't understand.
Right.
So you basically have to plug in your real job that is specialized into a
Yes.
pre-existing category.
Yes.
Is that just because that's the way the rules are, or that's because that's the way it's always been done? Or you can't go in and say, look, we got to get a specialized accountant who knows about this stuff. Let's post it that way. You can't do that?
No, you can't. We can create sort of required things that we need to be required. And what we would like to do is further try to get those classifications so that they are better suited towards the lottery.
This is very helpful. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Senator, because this is a theme. We're in our penultimate hearing, and the theme we hear across the board is one challenge with recruitment is, a rather boring job title. And it's hard to get people excited about what could be a really unique and exciting job opportunity with lottery when it's just classified as accountant 1 or 2 or something like that. So we've actually had this conversation with Secretary of DBM, and they giggled as well because they had a similar issue in DBM personnel. So it's something we've encouraged the DBM secretary to think about, and are going to encourage every head of an agency to think creatively about how do we make a job description as fun as it sounds. Not realizing they're not all fun,
Right.
but this one in particular could be pretty cool.
And we also try as an agency to suggest other things as well to make it sort of appealing. So for example, we have free parking in a secure location. That's a big deal if you have us in Baltimore City who have free parking versus someone else who possibly has to pay for their parking in the city. And so that's, money in their pockets. And so we try to also advertise those types of things wherever we possibly can. But it's very difficult. I mean, our budget specialist will tell you, we've been trying to hire help for that. And you think you've got somebody and then they say, no, we're not interested. You can't pay enough. And, sometimes we're competing against other agencies and sometimes we're competing against the federal government. And it is what it is. We can't, we have to stick to those classifications and those grades.
But we don't believe that you will have to, hopefully much longer, again, because we've encouraged the DBM secretary.
Thank you.
To work
We
on
would
this.
appreciate
Okay.
that.
Well, that's good news. Thank you. And I
Yes.
just found out we have free parking,
Oh.
which is nice too.
Seems like a very small and inexpensive tweak that we can, provide to state agencies to help with this vacancy crisis. Speaking of the vacancy crisis, as your first time in front of this subcommittee this year, I'm asking everybody to give us their goal by which we should hold you to the next time we meet this time next year. So you're at an 11.5 right now. Is that correct? Yep, 11.5. Where would you like to be a year from now? And how do you plan on getting there, and how can we be helpful?
If you'd like an answer now, or we're coming back to you.
You can give me a ballpark now and we'll be easy next year.
Okay.
Choose your own adventure. What would you like to be at?
So can I preface something first, right? So we still have not finished evolving the sports wagering program. And so we do not want to use pins if we don't need them. And so I think that's part of why we are sitting here saying,
Yeah.
we don't really want to tell you at this point,
Okay.
because the majority of these pins are from the sports wagering program. And if we don't need them, it's one of the reasons why we haven't hired for people yet. We could hire people and they could be sitting around. That's not our intention. We're waiting until all these licensees come on board, if they come on board, because the ones that are kind of left are at their own pace. So if I have somebody that we don't come on board until next year, I don't need somebody to monitor them until later. And so that will affect our vacancy.
Okay. I will give you an asterisk and a pass this year, considering,
But not next. we
but not
understand.
next year, considering that you are an evolving agency and we appreciate your being conservative and using the state's resources.
Okay,
Well,
thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Senator Rosebud, did you have anything else?
No.
Okay. Well, with that, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Have a lovely weekend. Next, we have MDOT debt service requirements, and our friend Steve McCulloch is here. Steve, when you're ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair, members of the committee. Steve McCulloch here to present debt service requirements for MDOT. This will be much shorter than the last two hearings you had. This has no personnel, none of those issues. So looking at debt service requirements, the Maryland Department of Transportation sells 15-year consolidated transportation bonds, or CTB. It's the debt service on those bonds that is this budget. But this analysis also discusses non-traditional debt that the agency department uses. Non-traditional debt is considered any type of debt instrument that is not a CTB or a grant anticipation revenue vehicle, or GARVI bond. The budget fiscal 2024 for debt service decreases by $54 million, or 11.2%. As you heard the overview, the department is not planning on issuing any CTB debt this current fiscal year, and so that results in that reduction. Now, the CTB debt issuances or debt outstanding is governed by both statutory limit and some bond covenant debt service coverage tests. In terms of the statutory limit, there's a $4.5 billion overall limit that's set in statute that was last increased in 2013. But the statute also requires every year this committee and on the House side as well to come to agreement on what the debt outstanding at the end of each fiscal year should be, that has to be within that $4.5 billion limit. The two debt service coverage tests, there's one called the net income coverage test. The other is the pledged taxes test. They both work similarly, where they're comparing both net income and pledged taxes against maximum future debt service. Under the bond covenants, those ratios cannot dip below 2.0, or the department will have to stop selling debt until they raise above that. The department does have an administrative practice to maintain a 2.5 coverage. That gives them a little kind of warning strip that if they hit that or drip below that, they still have ways to manage that before they're actually prohibited from selling debt. Exhibit 1 shows the history since 2014 of debt sales, the resulting debt service, and the debt outstanding, which is the red line. The sales are the green bars, and you can see that beginning in 2014, debt issuances really ramped up. Well, that in 2013 session, General Assembly passed the last major increase in revenues, where the motor fuel tax was indexed to inflation and a sales use tax equivalent was added. That allowed the department to increase its bond sales, which I should have said at the very beginning, they issue bonds in order to support their capital program. They cannot be used for operating. So after the revenue increase, they increased the debt in order to move through a bunch of projects that had been languishing because they had no funding. Consequently, you see the blue bars that ramp up, and that's the debt service, and the debt outstanding line also increased. Once they reached kind of that limit of minimum acceptable debt service coverage, and with the pandemic hitting, the availability of some federal funds, again, the 2023 no sale, you see the impact of that, where debt outstanding is shrinking and debt service goes down, but is projected to then start creeping upwards at the end of this forecast period. Exhibit 2 talks about the non-traditional debt. As I said at the beginning, that's anything besides the CTB or GARVI bonds. Exhibit 2 shows that they have 11 current outstanding series. I'm not going to go through those, but you can see that there are various issuancers. They issue some of their own non-traditional debt. They also have other third parties that issue debt, most prominently the Maryland Transportation Authority, to do that. They also have two kind of indirect, which is the debt for the purple line. So that debt is actually the non-recourse to the state. It is the debt of the purple line transit partners. But because the debt is being paid off will be paid off from availability payments that MTA will be making to the purple line partners, it's considered non-traditional debt of the department for this purpose. There are three annual recommendations. The first, again, you're required under statute to establish a limit for fiscal 2024. That's recommendation number one. Recommendation number two is for annual reports 2 times a year that we rely on to do the non-traditional debt portion of this analysis. And the third recommended action is to set debt limits for the non-traditional debt, as you've done for many years. That concludes my presentation, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Steve. Questions for the analyst? Senator Jackson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Steve, quick question for you. When you go back to chart number 2, and you look at the year issued and maturity for items that weren't listed previously, we talk about 25 40-foot and 15 60-foot clean diesel buses. And the date range there, maturity date on that goes through 34. And with the energy, plans that we have in the state, is there any plan for any EV buses going forward, or do you know?
Yes, I mean, that's kind of separate from this. But the non-traditional debt is often used at the airport because they have, the various revenue streams that can support that debt directly. And some of the Volkswagen settlement money came in that was used at the airport. We just needed the state needed to use those funds, and that was a good place to do it. But that is kind of coincidental, meaning they were already working towards that, but they have a bigger plan to go zero emission for not only their buses, but also for their own work vehicles.
Got you. Thank you.
Mr. Secretary, thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, Chair Alford and members of the committee. For the record, I'm Paul Wiedfeld, Secretary of Transportation. I'd like to thank Steve again for the work he did on an analysis and for his knowledge of MDOT's operations. The analysis, the DLS analysis included 3 pieces of annual budget bill language, and MDOT concurs with all 3. That concludes my remarks. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
I think that's a record, Mr. Secretary. Any questions? That might also be a record as well. All right. Thank you very much. You're welcome to stay seated if you would like, because next we have Maryland Transportation Authority. Carrie Cook is here. Carrie, when you are ready.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm just gonna share my screen here. Okay, again, Carrie Cook with DLS presenting the budget analysis for the Maryland Transportation Authority. As the committee members recall, MDTA is a non-budgeted agency that has the exclusive authority regarding the operation, maintenance, and all capital construction projects for tolling facilities throughout the state. On page 1, the operating budget summary here, the budget increases 12.1 million or 2.3% to 537.1 million. And on the PAYGO capital side, the budget increases 93.5 million or 17.5% to 627.9 million. Moving now to the managing for results section. This first graph is regarding Easy Pass usage. So what this is showing here is the percent of all tolls that were collected using the Easy Pass transponder program. So you can see that there was a pretty substantial increase in fiscal 2021 up to 92.7%. Those are that is an artificially inflated figure due to how MDTA processed the backlogs and what they processed first and last. And the agency projects that the Easy Pass usage will remain steady from fiscal 2022 and 2023 at about 86%. You can also see by the red line here that they did increase their goal to that 86% level, just to be more closely matching to their current performance. So we just asked that the agency discuss the AET challenges that they faced during fiscal 2022 and how they prioritized the different types of tolls that as they worked through the toll backlog. The next section is on the change for the FY 2024 budget. So their overall budget increased by about 12 million. In terms of where that money went, there was a net 14 million increase in personnel expenses. This was mostly for salary increments. Their operational expenses actually decreased. So you can see some increases there for engineering and road repairs. This was really just bringing these costs back up to pre-pandemic levels. But the large decrease here is in the Easy Pass Service Center. So this was decreased operational costs as a result of them getting through that tolling backlog, not having to pay as much overtime and things like that in the Easy Pass Service Center. There is also an increase in bond payments in their debt service coverage and in interest, and that just fluctuates from year to year based on where they are in the bond repayment schedule. And then finally, there is a decrease here in equipment purchases. This was due to a large amount of vehicles being purchased in fiscal 2023 for their police force. I'm now going to turn to the revenue sources. And this is on page 8, Exhibit 3. So you can see here that about 3/4 of their revenue does come from the tolls. There is 20% from their bond proceeds. That intergovernmental revenue slice there, the yellow, this is from the Aviation Administration and the Port Administration. So MDTA Police does provide services at BWI Airport and the Port of Baltimore. MDTA also issued loans to the Secretary's Office and the Aviation Administration. So that includes some repayments for those loans as well. While it's not reflected in this chart, I did also want to point out here that last year's analysis discussed the $200 million loan to support the Nice Middleton Bridge replacement project from the TIFIA program. And that loan was drawn in fiscal 2023. It was initially last year, I think, mentioned that it was going to be drawn in fiscal 2024. That's not reflected in this chart because it needs to be repaid. In terms of the expenses on Exhibit 4 on page 9, so you can see here that just over half of their expenses is going towards their capital program. There's also money going towards their operating program, their debt service, and law enforcement personnel. And moving now to the bond sales revenue that they're getting from that. So you can see in this chart here, this just shows the bond sales that they've had in the last 10 fiscal years. And that yellow line is the total debt outstanding. So you can see that has been trending upwards. And I would also draw your attention to the axis on the right. Their statutory limit for total debt outstanding is $3 billion. The next page discusses the debt affordability and the various financial standards that MDTA has. Their books are completely separate from the rest of MDOT, and they are not subject to the state debt affordability measures. So they do have their own separate debt affordability measures. And I'm going to be covering that in more detail in the issues section. Just briefly here on page 12, this is the non-recourse debt. So this is debt that the authority issues on behalf of other agencies. As Steve mentioned just a moment ago, there's a good amount here for the Aviation Administration, but these debts do not affect MDTA's debt outstanding or their budget. I'm going to turn now to the personnel information. This starts on page 13. So you can see here that in the fiscal 24 allowance, they have a reduction of 10 positions. This is eliminating vacant positions that were toll collectors that they no longer need due to the all electronic tolling. And I did also want to draw the committee's attention to their vacancy rate. They are not under DBM in terms of personnel and vacancy, but they do have an internal budgeted turnover rate of 10%. However, as of February 1st, their vacancy rate was 18.4%. So that is over 150 positions above turnover. I did want to note here that they do have several positions that have been vacant for quite a long time. 8% have been vacant for 1 year or more, and 4% have been vacant for 2 years or more. The agency notes that several of these vacant positions are their sworn law enforcement officers, and it does make it a little bit challenging in terms of hiring those just because there's only a short window of time that you have each year to get folks on board and get them through their training programs. The agency also noted that they had a higher than normal amount of retirements in the past year. About 20% of their separations were retirements. But another thing that contributed to their vacancy rate is an internal extension of the DBM hiring freeze that was put in place during the pandemic. So once the statewide hiring freeze was over, MDTA extended that hiring freeze internally in order to restrain spending. They did have some exceptions that were reviewed on a case-by-case basis, and there's more details on that on the bottom of page 13. And the agency notes that prior to the hiring freeze, their vacancy rate was at that 10% goal level or below. Page 14 describes some actions that the agency has taken to try and combat their vacancy rate. Some fairly unique ones were the hiring of a career counselor, conducting stay interviews with current employees just to kind of get their feedback on their thoughts on the position, and a mentorship program and a DEIJ committee. So DLS is requesting that the agency comment on the high vacancy rate, particularly how those vacancies that have been vacant for a long time period may have impacted critical operations, including customer support or public safety, particularly during these operational challenges that they faced during the pandemic. They should also discuss their extended hiring freeze and the rationale, and if it offset projected reduced revenues as intended. They should also discuss strategies to reduce the vacancy rate or consolidate unneeded positions, as they did this year with the elimination of the 10 vacant toll collector positions. I'm going to now turn to their capital program. So Exhibit 7 on page 15 shows the 6-year PAYGO allowance. Their total program in this year's CTP is $2.7 billion. Exhibit 8 on page 16 shows the capital funding by facility. So you can see here that I-95 and the Bay Bridge are large portions. Those two facilities plus the Nice Middleton Bridge combined comprise 84% of all of their capital funding. And I would also just note here that the expenses on the Nice Middleton Bridge are decreasing as the new bridge did open to traffic in October 2022. They do have some remaining costs just to complete demolition of the old bridge. And the authority-wide spending here, which is that small sliver in the red, is funding that supports the entire program statewide. So this is mostly just to continue to support their conversion to the electronic toll system and that advanced third generation system. Exhibit 9 on page 17 shows all of the projects that are funded by the capital program in fiscal 2024, organized by facility. And I am not going to go through those all. Exhibit 10 on page 19 shows the major changes from the previous CTP. So these are just programs that were added, appearing for the first time in this year's plan. I'm now going to turn to the issues section of the analysis. So the first issue regards MDTA's financial outlook. So as I mentioned in the beginning, MDTA is non-budgeted. They don't receive general funds, but they also do not put in or take out from the Transportation Trust Fund as all the other MDOT agencies do. And so for that reason, they have individual financial standards that dictate their finances and their debt practices. So you can see this here on Exhibit 11 on page 20. So these are different standards that are used to constrain their spending, their revenues, and their debt issuances. These standards are either put in, the ones that say policy were voted on by the MDTA board, and some of them are in statute as well. So Exhibit 12 on page 21 is a sort of summary of their financial forecast. So this forecast is something that the authority is required to submit twice a year just to keep the legislature informed of what's going on. So you can see their revenues and expenses here, annual cash surplus and deficit, and then the total balance. So you can see throughout the forecast here that total balance is decreasing. And then I've also included in this exhibit the financial standards that I've just mentioned on the previous page and how those are being projected in the forecast period. So the most important one of concern here is the debt service coverage. We want that to be 2.0 or above. And what that is showing is the net revenues for each year. They want that to be 2 times the amount of the debt service for the same year. So in other words, they can cover their debt service obligations for that year with half or less of their revenues from that same year. So you can see here that in fiscal 2022, the debt service coverage was at 4.6, and it is steadily declining to that minimum level of 2.0 in fiscal 2028. So the agency noted that the reason for this decline is largely increased personnel expenses, some of which were collectively bargained, and that is sort of compounding throughout the forecast. And while our revenues are inching up a little bit throughout the forecast, continuing to recover from the pandemic, they do have an aggressive capital program in addition to those increased personnel expenses, which is what is causing that debt service coverage to decline. And the method for them to address this declining debt service coverage is to increase the toll rates. That's how they increase their annual revenues to get that ratio back to a more comfortable place. So DLS recommends the agency comment on its strategies to mitigate the projected fiscal challenges in the years to come, including a potential toll increase. I did also want to briefly mention here the customer assistance plan. So this waived $182 million in civil penalties for folks, and that is the long-term fiscal impact of that is still being evaluated. Another goal of the plan was to register folks with the authority that were not previously registered so that they can get their payments and their tolls situated more easily. So they did register 76,000 video toll customers were converted to EasyPass accounts. And about 98% of those accounts are still remaining open. So that's something that's going to promote efficiency, reduce costs for both the customer because they're getting that lower EasyPass toll rate, and reduce costs for the agency as well. So now moving on to the sort of pandemic follow-up here, the second issue, which starts on page 22. So as the committee recalls, the agency had a lot of challenges last year in regards to the backup of all the tolls. They did pause video toll collection for several months during the pandemic. There was also a suspension of toll collections on the ICC as they transitioned to their new tolling system. So what this caused is a lot of folks were getting bills for many tolls all at once. Perhaps they didn't even remember they went through the tolls. The bills were in the thousands. There was a lot of confusion. So what MDTA did to try and address this is the board approved a customer assistance plan on February 24th. And what this did is essentially gave customers more time to catch up and get their tolls situated. So it waived the late fees, the civil penalties for all customers who paid their total toll balance during the duration of the plan. It was about 9.5 months, so it gave folks plenty of time to pay their total balance, and then their late fees were just completely waived as long as they paid the full balance during the plan. Exhibit 13 here on page 23 is showing the call center volume. So as I'm sure all the committee members are aware, there was a lot of confusion with the constituents on what was going on. You can see in February, they had over 400,000 calls. And once the plan was implemented in late February, you can see the amount of those calls significantly declined. They also hired a lot more call agents, which I'll get to in a moment. So you can see that their call center volume lowered to a much more manageable level. There is another spike here in November, and that was due to the impending end of the plan, which was originally slated to end on December 1st. So these were just the folks who had waited until the last minute. Given that that was a challenge and many of the folks trying to reach back out again, a lot of folks had not had all their issues resolved. The board did vote to extend the plan until December 15th. And then similarly, exhibit 14 here shows the average wait times by month. So again, in February, people were on the phone waiting quite a long time, but then from March to August, the average wait time was less than 1 minute. You can see in November here, it jumped again, right before the plan was going to end. I did also want to note here that the agency made great improvements in the number of call agents that they had during the confusion during the pandemic. They had a low of 60 agents at the call center, but in the period shown in this graph here, they averaged over 200 agents. So a lot more folks able to help the customers work through their issues. The customer assistance plan, as I mentioned before, did not waive the actual amount owed on the toll, but rather just the late fees. And in total, 182 million in civil penalties were waived for over 830,000 drivers that paid their tolls in full during the plan. I also wanted to mention here the civil penalties paid in error, which was a bill last year, Chapter 448. And this required the authority to identify folks who mistakenly paid those late fees during the plan and get those reimbursed. So the agency identified almost 57,000 accounts that had paid a late fee in error and issued over 3 million in reimbursements. The way that they did this is they looked up the customer to see if they had any outstanding toll debt. And if they did, they applied a portion or all of the reimbursement to any of their outstanding toll debt. And if they didn't have any outstanding debt, then they just got the full reimbursement for the late fee that they were owed. The final issue that I wanted to touch on here is the Op Lanes Maryland project. So as you heard in the MDOT overview from Steve, this project recently received a record of decision from the Federal Highway Administration. It seeks to add high occupancy toll lanes to congested areas while keeping general purpose lanes free, as well as replacing and expanding the American Legion Bridge. So the construction contractor was recently onboarded in September, and the next step is the upcoming March deadline for the submission of the design and construction proposal. And then the next steps would be to submit the P3 agreement to the board, and then the other state government officials that need to approve that. So the current administration will decide when or if a P3 will be submitted for review. So DLS asked the agency to comment on the future of the project and when a decision will be made given the significant planned investments. There are no recommended actions for this agency because it is non-budgeted, and there is an update section which follows up on the JCR that they are required to submit, or excuse me, asked to submit regarding the accuracy of their tolling equipment. And that concludes my formal presentation. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Carrie. Before we get to the secretary, we've talked about this offline, but do we have an estimate on how much money, based on the last time the state cut tolls, how much money, I don't want to say lost, but we do not currently have because of that toll reduction?
I do not have that in front of me, but I'm happy to follow up.
Okay, thank you very much. I think it's going to be important for us to figure out where we go forward from here. So any other questions for Carrie? Okay, thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair and members of the committee. For the record, Paul Wiedefeld, Secretary of Transportation. I want to thank obviously Carrie Cook for her thorough work on reviewing the MDTA. I'm joined today by Deb Sharpless, the Chief Financial Officer of the Maryland Transportation Authority. Will Pines, the Executive Director, actually was tested positive with, so he's out for the day or a few days. So before turning it over to Deb to address the DLS analyst, I'd like to highlight several important accomplishments that occurred over the last year. Despite the continued challenges associated with COVID-19 pandemic, the MDTA maintained its financial standards while funding multiple system preservation and improvement projects, such as the I-95 Express Toll Lanes northbound extension, the Belvedere Road interchange in Cecil County, and the eastbound Bay Bridge rehabilitation project. And the MDTA maintained a AA2 credit rating and continues to be among the 5 highest rated tolling entities within Moody's toll sector. Let me close by saying MDTA is poised to build on the recent successes to deliver on the governor's vision for transportation equity, environmental protection, and engagement for all Marylanders. I will now turn it over to Deb Sharpless for some opening comments and to address the analysis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the subcommittee. As Secretary Weedfeld mentioned, I'm Deb Sharpless, Chief Financial Officer for the Maryland Transportation Authority. I've proudly served the department for the past 14 years in the state of Maryland for 28 years. While the last few years have been challenging for the transportation sector, I'm pleased to report that the MDTA weathered through the financial challenges that stem from COVID-19 pandemic while continuing to focus on core operations and delivering on the governor's vision for better, cleaner, and more equitable transportation infrastructure. The transportation issues touch each of us, and I'm proud to be part of an agency that seeks to provide the best facilities and customer experience for the traveling public now and into the future. I'd like to thank Ms. Cook for her work and will now address the areas the DLS analysis where we were requested to do so. So starting on page 5 of the analysis, DLS asked that we discuss the AET challenges during fiscal year 2022 and efforts to prioritize the processing of Easy Pass and video tolls while working through the backlog. In response to the COVID-19 pandemic, the MDTA paused the collection of video tolls from March 2020 to October 2020. The MDTA subsequently began mailing NOTDs to the impacted customers. In fiscal year 21, as part of the MDTA strategy to address the pandemic backlog of unprocessed transaction, the MDTA emphasized processing home and away agency Easy Pass transactions. This led to a temporary artificial increase in the FY 2021 Easy Pass collection rate. In FY 22, the MDTA focused on processing and collecting delayed notice of toll due mailings, which led to a reduction in the Easy Pass penetration rate. In September 2022, the MDTA completed posting online at driveeasymd.com all Maryland customer tolls that were deferred during the COVID-19 pandemic. Going forward, the MDTA anticipates a relatively flat Easy Pass collection rate of approximately 86% of total transactions. Now moving on to page 14 of the analysis, DLS asks us to comment on our high vacancy rate and to discuss how long-term vacancies have impacted critical operations during and after the COVID-19 pandemic. We were also asked to discuss the rationale for extending the hiring freeze, its financial impact, and the strategies to reduce the vacancy rate. Like many other state agencies and businesses, the MDTA was not immune from staffing shortages and retention challenges that stem from COVID-19 pandemic. The high vacancy rate has resulted in additional employee overtime and compensatory leave. And while the benefits associated with overtime and compensatory leave are often appreciated by staff, it can also lead to employee fatigue and retention issues. Because the MDTA is self-funded agency, we were faced with challenges not encountered by many other state agencies that have access to alternative funding sources. As shown in the graph on page 3 of MDTA's budget responses, to help mitigate the impact of nearly $375 million in reduced revenue from the temporary decline in toll traffic during the pandemic, the MDTA implemented a hiring freeze. This action was no different than every other state agency. However, because of MDTA's independent and unique financial structure, the MDTA found it necessary to further extend the hiring freeze beyond the state mandated time period. This enabled MDTA to further constrain costs in order to maintain its operations, comply with its legal standards and operating policies, as well as preserving toll revenue bond rating credit. While extending the hiring freeze was a challenging decision, this action, in conjunction with other mitigating actions, such as reducing the capital budget, delaying capital projects, pursuing innovative financing options, were viewed as a much better alternative than long-term permanent actions. Throughout the duration of the hiring freeze, sworn personnel was excluded from the hiring freeze, and exceptions were granted for critical civilian positions on a case-by-case basis. As noted on page 14 of the DLS analysis, MDTA has employed multiple practical and creative solutions to help reduce the vacancy rate and retain employees, such as prioritizing human resource vacancies, hiring a career counselor to manage an apprenticeship program for hard-to-fill trade positions. The MDTA continuously seeks out ways to enhance its hiring practices to fill vacant positions as quickly as possible. Now, moving on to page 21 of the analysis, DLS requests that we comment on our strategies to mitigate projected fiscal challenges, including a potential toll increase. The timing of a toll increase is dependent upon many factors that impact MDTA's financial standards, such as inflationary pressures, deferred maintenance policies, toll revenue attainment, mandated operating budget increases, and debt issuance costs and timing. While in the past, the MDTA has been able to strategically constrain expenses to manage its financial standards and the timing of a toll increase, construction market volatility and rising inflationary pressures may make it difficult for the MDTA to defer maintenance in order to constrain the budget while also maintaining its facilities in a state of good repair as required by its trust agreement with bondholders. The agency will continue to monitor its financial position and in consultation with its financial advisors and the MDTA board, take necessary actions to meet its financial obligations. Now, moving on to page 26 of the analysis, DLS asks that we comment on the future of the Op Lanes Maryland project and when a decision will be made regarding the future of the project. This project will be viewed under the same lens of social equality, environmental protection, and local participation as all transportation projects. The MDTA and MDOT will continue to work with all of our partners, including local stakeholders, towards a solution for congestion in the Washington suburbs along portions of the I-495 and I-270 corridor, as well as addressing maintenance and safety on the American Legion Bridge in a way that meets the needs of Marylanders. With regard to recommended actions, the DLS analysis did not include any recommended actions, to which we certainly concur. With that, we are happy to take any questions from the subcommittee and thank you for your time.
Not getting off so easy this time, Mr. Secretary. All right, I saw Senator Stallings late first, Jackson, then Rosepep.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I do see a serious problem with the vacancy rate that you're having here. And we see that in all the departments, as the chair has stated many times. And I also like what my across the way senator always says, we're here for you. We want to work in every way that we can because we see the different departments and the problems that we have to keep the vacancy rate low and the turnover. I mean, it's a major problem. We see a lot of our people having better opportunities in different departments and federally. So we want to try to help that out in every way that we possibly can. Going to our community colleges, or we say our veterans and other departments, so we can try to help this out. I would be very concerned if we were to raise tolls. I know this is something that is going to be talked about and it's a possibility, but I think it wouldn't, in the place where we are right now, I think it wouldn't be a benefit. I don't know how you sit on this, or because you're sitting on a stand, you say stand, but you're sitting on this right now. How you feel in any way, or what do you see if necessary, if tolls will be raised in any way?
If I may, it's something that obviously we'll have to work through with the Toll Authority Board to meet, sort of our requirements under our financial structure, which is pretty tight. I mean, it's the reality of how we are financed at the Toll Authority. I don't see it immediately, but I think long-term, we have to think through that as particularly these major facilities age. It's a reality, in the toll business with major tunnels and bridges. So nothing immediate, but I think we obviously keep an eye on the financial strength of the agency to perform.
I'd see some of the HOV lanes that we do have. I don't know how well we're doing there, and I know they adjust all the time because of traffic, but I don't know how well we're doing there. Yeah. I don't know if that's the part also that you talked about with our tolls. are they, well are they doing? Because we have made some adjustments there.
Are you referring to the express toll lanes?
Yes.
Okay, I'm sorry. The express toll lanes are doing well. They have exceeded forecasts for many years. As you know, that we have the extension project that's extending the current lanes that end in Baltimore County. They're extending up into Harford County, just north of Maryland 24. That project is going very well.
And that's good. I'm glad to see that's doing well because we give better opportunity for our vehicles to not get into constant traffic. I want to just talk one thing about what we talked about before about in the area that we have with the port and Trade Point. We have an area where we have, tollus area. And we have an area where we said we would put the stanchions and everything on the opposite side of the bridge. And they put it under ramp at the Key Bridge. And that area put a stanchion there also. At one time, we were told that there was no waivers, but there is waivers with our state vehicles and other vehicles, emergency vehicles. But we're making truck drivers that are making a living and are independent drivers that are not going over the bridge. And this has been talked about a lot. Okay, and we get back to our constituents because the majority of them at the port and the trade port are my constituents. And it's concerning to me that we constantly say it's a toll road. When we're only saying that at 695, we're not saying that at 95, we're not saying that at 895, we're not saying it anywhere else. We're just saying right in that area of 695 is a toll road, but we're charging our truck drivers not going over the bridge a toll. We made a slight adjustment by Axel stating that we're going to make sure that it's charged, but I have other people are constantly saying that we don't understand that our truck drivers are not going over the bridge and they're being charged. And they are causing very serious safety hazards because they're going through our community. They're going by schools where our children, they're going by businesses. They're going through community and county roads, which the infrastructure cannot handle. And it's a serious problem.
Senator,
Yes, ma'am.
I couldn't agree with you more. And since budget decisions are about to be underway, I would encourage, if you've not yet had this conversation privately, I would love a resolution of this within the next week so we can make determinations that are necessary, because you're correct. The infrastructure on the side roads are not gonna be able to handle the situation at all. And it seems like on the surface, a relatively easy fix, but I would encourage we try to resolve this within the next week.
And we've talked, I was just gonna say, we've talked about this.
I was going to just
Yeah.
comment that we
had
have,
opportunity.
we have been speaking about it. I've asked for a little bit more in the background, a little bit on some alternatives that we may be able to look at. So
Okay.
we're moving. on that.
And we have, just to say, we have talked about that.
Okay.
But I just want to bring us to a head that, it's, again, I've met with the people at the port and I met with people at the Trade Point. And I appreciate your time, which you gave me, and he did. And I think more than anything, I think we need to come to a place where we can say, for now, we have satisfied that in some way. And I appreciate your time.
Thank you. And just a reminder to the subcommittee, we still have one more budget after this and then 2 briefings. So a lot more work on a Friday afternoon. Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you for being here. Quick question, and you can get back to me later. So the impact of the hiring freeze, I know you have an overtime budget, all right? And the lack of employees with your vacancies causes overtime as it does in any other agency. The hiring freeze you mentioned, and I came in late, I apologize, I was at a bill hearing. You talked about uniform and critical positions were not subject to the hiring freeze. So what type of impact did those that were under the hiring freeze cause you regarding overtime? And then secondly, and you can, if you have it with you, that's fine. If not, you can get it to us.
Sure. I mean, our overtime has increased, not to the extent of what a full-time, fully loaded employee has. And we face challenges, but the decision to extend the hiring freeze, and again, that was not the only action that we took. We used our cash reserves that we had to cash fund debt service to allow us to make our debt service coverage. We pushed out the extension of the ETL project. We extended that a year. We slowed down capital projects. Multiple years, we made $40 and $60 million cuts to our operating budget. The hiring freeze was just one action, and extending it that we did in order to make our 2 times coverage, which we have to do, because in the long run, if we would allow our rating to drop, that jeopardizes so many future projects. So we tried to align a short-term problem with the pandemic to short-term actions. And so it has been difficult with having a vacancy rate this high. 28%, like we have a vacancy rate of 28% with sworn personnel. As Ms. Cook mentioned, we have been overlapping some of the academy classes, to be able to get 2 of them in a year, but that's a 9-month process, in order to train an officer, and then they have a companion officer that's with them for an even longer period of time. So it's challenging, but we were upfront with management before the revenue impacts really hit us. You could see it coming. Many meetings with directors talking about our strategy, creating buy-in for our strategies, and working together to get through this time period.
Okay, if you could, and again, I came in late, please have us walk with you along this path of recovery, because you do need to recover.
Right.
As you don't have. Lastly, Madam Chair, if I might, and so there's always, the Transportation Trust Fund, is for lack of a better word, fueled by a gas tax. And, as we're moving toward more EV, we'd love to understand your plans going forward with that, Mr. Secretary and Administrator, and we can wait for that. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, I've got probably a stupid question. Did not the Transportation Authority and other toll authorities get federal aid during COVID for financial purposes as everything else did?
No, not directly. Through one, with collective bargaining, we received a grant, but that had been the only funding we got. It was specific to collective bargaining, but not COVID proceeds. We did not. We felt like we had a plan to be able to manage the funding, and our situation. And, as we talked about, we were not alone. I mean, MDOT had many of its own financial challenges as well.
No, but MDOT got significant amount of federal aid. I mean, MTA got a lot of, the Secretary knows more about this than I do.
Sure, no, a lot of it was obviously to maintain the transit systems because it's so labor intensive.
Yeah.
And in effect, that was protecting those jobs because they were providing, direct service to people.
And that did not apply to
most.
toll authorities?
I wasn't here. I'm not sure how it played out then. If
Okay.
there was any barrier to that. I just know that the need at transit agencies,
Right.
both at Washington and Baltimore, sucked up a lot of those dollars very quickly.
The communication between MDTA and MDOT is very close. And, we were, looking, we all had to have strategies and all. And
Oh, no, I understand the crisis nature of it.
I
I'm just
don't know
surprised
what
the federal
decision-
government didn't do more to help toll authorities. It was like new information to me. That's the only reason I was just surprised at that. So that's very helpful to know. How many police do you have?
it's just roughly 550 sworn officers,
And so your vacancy rate there is
28%.
28%. Wow.
The same challenges, not unique by any means. A significant amount of outreach, very respected department, lots of career opportunities in different areas for officers, an accredited agency. So
Right.
they are not immune to the same challenges.
I understand. Last year in the budget, we worked with the Transportation Department to set up a work group to study apprenticeship strategies to deal with vacancies. Has the authority been participating in that work group?
Yes, our HR departments
Great.
and all work very, very closely together. And we've taken a lot of, what we think creative strategies to help with vacancy rates. One of the items that Ms. Cook talked about was the stay interviews. Rather than waiting and having an exit interview when you're the employee leaving, but, engaging them throughout the time. With existing employees, we had like a video competition. Why do you like working for the authority? We posted those, online, and we had a lot of response, a lot of views of that. And it shows the diverse career paths that individuals can have. So, we're taking a lot of actions to be able to reduce our vacancy rate, not the standard actions that,
Good. That's great.
everyone knows.
I think it was yesterday, we had the state police with us. Was that yesterday? And one of the questions I asked the head of the state police was, do they do recruiting cooperatively with other police agencies? And his answer was no. And we suggested to him that we ought to think about this in a group context, because we need to expand the pool, not just fight with each other. And I think that apprenticeship work group in the Department of Transportation, there's also one in the Department of Public Safety, that you all might look at how you can do that jointly. That's something that Senator Jackson and I have been very involved on the law enforcement side. We need to grow the pool as well as just getting our own folks.
I mean, if I could just
Please.
brief comment. I mean, part of the issue obviously is getting people through the academy and the limitations of that. But the reality is policing, and as Senator Jackson knows, I mean, it's a very tough time for policing. For recruitment in general, and very difficult in our community. I know at Metro, for instance, to recruit there, and there you have to be sworn officer in effect in 3 jurisdictions. So that, puts the pressure there. We're unique at the total authority. The MTA in Baltimore has, the same challenges. So it's a very difficult time in general. So we are sort of competing against each other, and there's maybe opportunities not to do that as much, but we've got to change sort of the value proposition of being a police officer.
I agree.
I think that's really core to getting at this longer term. And then we'll figure out academies and things like that. But it's that initial, recruitment that we've got to get. And I think that takes all of us, to value that position, those positions, which is a much larger issue for us all to deal with.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, on the vacancy rate, do you have a goal for the agency as we meet this time next year?
Yes, we've heard the governor's goal to improve hiring by 50% and are going to work really hard towards that goal. We are targeting 10%, but attrition is a big factor that we need to be mindful of. We can tell you, like in this past year, in 2022, 19% of the positions that have left was due to retirement. So we have to be mindful of the attrition piece as well.
We appreciate that. 10% sounds like a healthy goal. Mr. Secretary, can you give us a timeline? Ms. Cook pointed out that at some point we're going to have to revisit tolling to look long-term at what you're going to be in the red relatively soon. Do you have a timeline when you're going to be thinking about that?
I'm thinking about it right now,
Okay.
but in terms of where you get there, again, I think there are a lot of variables, in terms of inflation, everything that's got to come together before you would make a decision on that, trying to the senator as well. So I can't say it on this date right now because you got to continue to monitor it. But at the other end of it, we know that we have certain financial commitments in how we support the debt, and we'll have to address it, as that comes to fruition, and the aging of the infrastructure.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, thank you both.
Thank you.
And I think this is the last time you're in front of us, so great job.
Last of 20.
Okay. Wonderful job. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Last and certainly not least, we have Department of Natural Resources. Andrew Gray is here. Andrew, take it away.
Madam Chair, Department of Natural Resources fiscal 2024 budget analysis. On page 1 there, you see the overall funding has increased $49.2 million in the fiscal 2024 allowance, or 13.7% to $408.2 million. Getting right into the managing for results exhibits. This first one reflects information about the state park visitors and capacity closures. What we're seeing is that big spike during the COVID-19 pandemic, usually around calendar 2020. And now we're seeing a decline in terms of the number of visitors using state parks, which makes sense. There are other opportunities perhaps to engage in indoor activities or just get back to other things that people were doing now that hopefully the pandemic is sort of waning a little bit. Therefore, we're seeing a decline in the visitors, and we're also seeing a decline in the park capacity closures, which is excellent work. Looking forward to seeing kind of how does that play out in the next couple of years. In terms of the crab population, Exhibit 2 on page 10 reflects a decline in the overall crab population. This is a concern. We've been doing a lot of management actions on the female crab side, but it appears that the male crabs are really the problem right now. We're having lowest level of male crabs is the black kind of bluish line that goes down, dips below 100 million male crabs there. So that's a concern. There's a recreational advisory kind of change for the recreational hard crab catch recently issued by the Secretary of the Department of Natural Resources to kind of address that issue. Exhibit number 3 reflects information about the Natural Resources Police. So chapter 203, I think it was, of 2022, has requirements for the Natural Resources Police to improve their minority hiring to get to 100% of the demographics of the state, the 2020 census demographics for the 20 to 41 age category by fiscal 2027. So it's going to be a steep climb for the Natural Resources Police. As you see here, there's going to need to be, as long as they stay within the complement of 264 authorized positions, you're going to see quite a shift in terms of quite a few additional white females, Black or African-American males, or Black or African-American females as well, reflecting that minority population to kind of reflect better the state's overall census population. In terms of legislative priorities for fiscal 23, there was a funding of the revenue stabilization account, Chesapeake Bay Trust funding for the Chesapeake Conservation Corps. That money has been released. It's kind of a down payment on the $1.5 million for that purpose, mandated by Chapter 38 of 2022, the Climate Solutions Now Act. That's funding that's budgeted in the Board of Public Works budget. In terms of the deficiency for fiscal 23, it's about $2 million for the Chesapeake and Coastal Service for federally funded environmental restoration projects, and also funding for the Natural Resources Police for port security and boating safety federal grant programs. Federal stimulus funds, a little brief note here, DNR is looking at both coastal zone funding as well as geographic program funding from the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency for the Chesapeake Bay, and also forest-related work funding as well. DLS recommends that DNR comment on potential funding opportunities through the Inflation Reduction Act and DNR's planned efforts to pursue competitive funding. Exhibit 4 reflects the overview of agency spending. Chesapeake and Coastal Service around 22% of the overall budget, largely the $56 million for the Chesapeake Atlantic Coastal Bay 2010 Trust Fund. There's also funding there for salaries. Largely, other administrations here are salary funding. Exhibit 5 reflects the proposed budget. The new positions under the personnel expenses around $4.4 million increase. 75 of the new positions are in the Maryland Park Service to account for Chapter 39 of 2022, the Great Maryland Outdoors Act. There's around $3.5 million increase for employee and retired health insurance. There's that annualization of the 4.5% cost of living adjustment. Under the category of natural resources policy, you see the around $14 million increase for the Chesapeake Atlantic Coastal Bay 2010 Trust Fund that reflects largely general funds provided as deficiency in prior years due to concerns about the short-term rental vehicle tax not coming in as expected and hoped. That funding is now still revolving through that 2010 Trust Fund's available appropriation. There's also $2.5 million in general funds to reflect the Tree Solutions Now Act funding for tree planting on state lands. Now, in terms of some of the federal funding, I'm not going to go into detail here. There's quite a bit of fluctuation here in terms of what DNR expected to receive and is now going to receive. There's some situations, my understanding is the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation funding is not necessarily going to pan out as originally planned, but the most effective basins funding, federal funding, is going to come in a little bit higher than expected. There's also a $2 million contract for a new outdoor recreation apprenticeship program. Just like to note here, there's $1 million in general funds going into a special fund, and then $1 million coming out. So it's only $1 million in new spending here, but it's sort of double count on the budget the way the process works. In terms of the other components here, there is for contracts, there's about $2 million increase for Chesapeake and Coastal Service, primarily America the Beautiful Challenge funding. And then finally, for the routine operations, just like to highlight here is around $12.5 million for vessels and vehicle and watercraft increases, including the vessel Curhan replacement funding. And now we will turn to the information on personnel data. You see the 82 positions increase fiscal 23 to 24 change, largely due once again to the Chesapeake to the Great Maryland Outdoors Act funding. There's 75 regular positions, the Maryland Park Service, and 2 assistant attorneys general in the office of the secretary. There's 15 positions in the fiscal 23 budgets. That gets to the 90 position requirement by chapter 39 of 2022. So they're not all reflected here. Some of them are already in the budget. And there are certainly, as discussed for many other agencies, DNR has a fairly high vacancy rate, 11%, 78 or almost 79 positions over turnover. First issue concerns Tree Solutions Now Act planning and funding it, but information about tree policy in general. So keep it really short here. The trees are doing better. We're not losing as many as we once were. It's still not great. There's sort of still some decline. Concern is that we're fragmenting though. The tree population is not necessarily in those big contiguous tracts anymore. Our state is becoming much more urbanized, much more dense. We're seeing much more fragmentation of the tree population. So that's reflected in the Harry R. Hughes Center for Agroecology published Forest Technical Study. And also, of course, we have the Tree Solutions Now Act with the 5 million sustainable trees by calendar 2031 as kind of a counterweight, hopefully, to our concerns about tree population in Maryland. And that's 500,000 underserved urban communities for that purpose. And then there's also the Commission for the Innovation and Advancement of Carbon Markets and Sustainable Tree Plantings, which has done some work to look at what would make sense in terms of meeting that goal. DLS recommends that DNR comment on its role and realize the recommendations outlined by the Commission and the implications of the Forest Technical Study for the work of the Forest Service, particularly as it relates to this need for a landscape approach to forest conservation. Issue number 2 concerns the Great Maryland Outdoors Act. Talk briefly about the funding and the budget. A number of areas in DNR's operations are affected by this legislation. Watershed moment for the Park Service in Maryland. There's no way you can get around it. It's just a big deal. There are a couple of provisions I would just like to highlight here, one of which is the Department of Legislative Services required to hire an independent consultant, which is done, and we'll have a kickoff meeting for that work on March 2023. And basically just can kick it back to DNR to talk about where things stand. How are we doing with the Great Maryland Outdoors Act in terms of its implementation? The third and final issue concerns the Natural Resources Police hiring and promotion plan. So fiscal 23 budget bill language restricted $750,000 in general funds until for a status report, and then a final report addressing those concerns about minority hiring and kind of reflecting what does the state look like and have that look like. Obviously the Natural Resources Police trying to reflect that better. The idea being a 20% increase each year in that minority representation to get to the full representation of Maryland's 2020 census for the 2041 age population by fiscal 2027. So the report notes a lot of interesting things in terms of the challenges, in terms of 3 things in particular. There's the minority population is not necessarily represented as much in the outdoor recreation activities that largely feed into interest in conservation law work. Therefore, you're not going to necessarily see as large a kind of a pool of people interested in that work. There's also the challenge that minority applicants are applying for, but then not showing up for actual testing. And finally, there's some concerns about minority applicants not testing well in the math area and physical test scores areas. So kind of a winnowing process in terms of people being, are they interested? Are they coming? Are they actually kind of passing all the requirements? And this is something that's being a challenge for nationwide in terms of police forces, and particularly, I think, probably for conservation law forces. DLS recommends that DNR comment on the status of reaching that goal by fiscal 2027, and its recent and particularly about its recent upcoming recruitments and existing staff development too. Recommendations to add language restricting $100,000 to an annual report on the Chesapeake and Atlantic Coast Bay 2010 Trust Fund. And the second recommendation, number 2 there, is for a narrative that's been provided for a number of years on Chesapeake Bay restoration spending. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Andrew, for that analysis. Questions for our analyst? Okay, seeing none, Mr. Secretary, welcome back. Thanks for being here.
Thank you for having me. Madam Chair, members of the subcommittee, for the record, my name is Josh Kurtz. I'm the Secretary of the Department of Natural Resources. I'm joined today by my Deputy Secretary, Alan Fisher. I want to thank Mr. Gray for his thoughtful analysis of our budget today. Look forward to discussing it in detail with you all. I'm going to start with personnel. Obviously, that's something that we're laser focused in coming into this role and looking at across every department of our agency. And really when we do that, what we see is that our vacancy rates are much higher in certain places. And so we're going to start there. First, our HR department is close to 30% vacancy, makes it very hard to fill positions when we don't have a well-rounded out and full HR team. Obviously something we need to tackle quickly. Moving on to some of the other areas, engineering and construction, and I think you've been hearing that from a lot of agencies. We do have a struggle with keeping folks employed in those places. We're close to around 30% vacancy there. That directly, goes to making it a little bit more challenging to implement some of these great new programs that we have, like the Great Maryland Outdoors Act. But we're really focusing in on how we can attract and retain, I think, especially some of the kind of newer and up and coming engineers. We're looking at what our requirements are, whether we need full education or it can be really experiential based. So them are some of the immediate things that we're looking at in the personnel space, but something that is very important to us. I wanted to touch on crabs very briefly. As you see, the numbers that we're seeing here, the declines are concerning. We've made some adjustments, as Mr. Gray pointed out, in the recreational space, but two pieces that I think are really important. One is the crab survey that's going to be funded, the Chesapeake Bay Commission worked on, give us a much better sense of what's going on across the crab population holistically, which is going to be important for us to make smart management decisions to make sure that we're maintaining this incredibly iconic and important economic species. Another piece of that is tackling invasives. One thing that's really been a challenge for us to capture is the impacts that blue catfish and flathead catfish have had on the species. We know that there are an explosion in both of those populations. They eat crabs rather efficiently, as well as striped bass, oysters, many of our economically important and just iconic species of the bay. So those are things we're focusing on. In terms of park visitorship, it's been a boon for the parks, right? I mean, that's why we had the Great Maryland Outdoors Act. Very exciting. We're happy to see that these park closures are coming down, but we're really thinking about that when it comes to the context of how we're looking at the Great Maryland Outdoors Act, how we're making sure that our parks are going to stay open and make sure that we're able to handle the capacity, thinking about that rather regionally as well. So those are some high level, but I'd like to jump into the issues. It's okay. Thank you. So starting on page 12, when it comes to federal stimulus, this is just the beginning, is what I would like to kind of frame this as. We've had our first application for a competitive subaward for the IRA. We put in about $30 million for the trees program, primarily going to more of the urban suburban space. But we also have forest legacy funds, which would help us do easements across different lands. We know that about 70% of our forested lands are held in private ownership. It makes it very difficult for us as the state to manage. So easements are a really important tool for us moving forward. Also, a few other things like wood innovation grants and some forest stewardship projects as well. So really helping us with those private landowners. Moving on to issue on page 23 related to Tree Solutions Now Act. As Mr. Gray pointed out, we have some great new data and some really good high definition data as well, which helps us make better decisions. And it also really did highlight the fragmentation that we've seen across the state. While we have the, technically we're 33% of canopy and we have the 40% goal. We have some things that can help us on the large scale, whether that's acquisition, easements as well, providing a financial return for keeping forests as forests. But when we think about this issue with fragmentation, that being a real significant issue for forest health, for allowing for more invasive species to come in, which impact our farmers. So we're looking at really our lawn to woodlands program, a couple of our more suburban focused tree planting programs, as well as opportunities that are going to be provided through the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Act and the carbon sequestration value that these trees provide. Moving to page 23, the Great Maryland Outdoors Act. A lot to discuss here. When you look at it, we're having a pretty substantial increase in our operating budget, drastically increasing the number of park rangers and other park staff that we have. We recently just completed our park ranger school. We have 20 new folks that have come through there. Really looking at some of the ways that we've been successful in hiring to figure out how we can kind of ramp that up to bring these people in. Really exciting thing for us, the Veterans Conservation Corps. This was the first year where we had one of our park rangers come through the Veterans Conservation Corps program and earn their way up to be a park ranger. So very exciting to see there. And I think that's really a pathway we can look to really turbocharge moving forward. But a lot of other options and avenues for recruitment, I think that we really need to focus in on. When it comes to park system improvement and $30 million for acquisition, This really, I think, is a place where we can help with our capacity closures. We know that our parks in our central and our southern areas tend to be the ones that have issues with capacity. So we're looking to make sure that we can relieve some of that by expanding on those parks or identifying parcels to create parks within those areas where we have really high population densities. Also, the importance of our parks for cultural resources. So making sure that we're protecting places that are important for the history of our African-American, Asian, Indigenous, and Latino populations. Another thing about our state, which is fantastic, is we've got a ton of waterfront, but not much of it is available for the general public. So how can we think about providing more of that access and more of that opportunity for folks through this, through the improvement, the capital improvement ability and acquisition funding? In order to help us do this, we did get 3 pins. 2 of them are full for our land acquisition and planning team, and 1 is currently in the recruitment process, and we're hoping to close on that soon. Also then turning to some of the other, the Mel Nolan Woodland Incentive Fund, we got an additional $1 million there. I touched on the importance of the private forest owner. This is an opportunity for us to improve our cost share program, to be able to do more forest management and implement more forest practices, not just things like tree plantings, but things like invasive species removal, buffer planting, and really enrolling people in forest stewardship plans. That's an important opportunity for us because it allows us to kind of bring foresters and people with the scientific understanding out to landowners, and then work with them to put a plan in place that protects the health of the forest while also maximizing the benefit for them as well, whether that be hunting, wildlife habitat, whatever that might be. And then turning to park staff and volunteers, I touched on the importance of the Conservation Corps and some of our kind of more creative areas to tap into folks. I think a place that's something that's really important to think about for the staffing is we've got a lot of kind of complex parks where there's multiple pieces that are kind of loosely tied together. So being able to increase our staff for those places is going to provide a better experience and a more successfully managed park. Also want to touch here on the importance of volunteers within our park service. And within this bill, we're going to have a new volunteer coordinator position of one of the new 75 positions. And this is really important when you look at the ecosystem of folks that use our parks, right? We have an incredible Friends of Parks groups throughout the state. And so this volunteer coordinator is going to help us be able to work even more effectively with these folks who can help us in managing these facilities. We're also partnering with DLS on the independent study of the state parks, as was mentioned before, as well as implementing procurement to identify a contractor to help us develop a long-range strategic plan for our state parks, taking the long view here, I would say. Wanted to touch on 3 things. We have established and convened an advisory committee that's really guiding our development of Freedman State Historical Park. We've submitted a report with recommendations concerning the creation of Port Deposit on the former Bainbridge site. And then we've also submitted a report on the possibility of reopening Fort Tonalo State Park. Wanted to just kind of retouch on the fact that our engineering and construction unit is one that we do have higher rates of vacancies. And again, that poses a bit of a challenge as we're working through some of the improvement pieces, but is a laser focus of ours. I also wanted to touch on the Office of Outdoor Recreation. This has been another place I think we've seen just growth, incredible growth and opportunities for people to engage with our natural lands. I don't know if you all have heard of a one wheel, but they have these like electric gyroscopic skateboards that people like to ride around in parks. I don't know. But these are the kind of things that we're starting to see really innovative uses of our parks. So we've been kind of focusing in there. Our executive director has been working closely with Department of Commerce to try to identify more ways for us to boost our outdoor economy. And then also figuring out ways that we can engage with citizens that really haven't historically used our parks. One program we're really excited about is the B360 program. Partnering with B360, which is an organization in Baltimore City that really works with the dirt bike culture there, gets people into STEM education, community engagement, and kind of career preparation. And so we've been working with them to develop a partnership program, and excited about that. It's kind of in the early stages, but we'll touch more on that and can provide detail as that builds out. We're also working closely with our colleges, our vocational schools, and figuring out where we can help provide skill training, certifications, opportunities for certifications for these schools to, again, continue to build that pipeline. As Mr. Gray touched on, we do have, a rather, a lack of diversity in the users of our natural resources, which then I think plays into folks not as engaged in the potentials for careers. I want to talk now about the Natural Resources Police hiring and promotion plan. So when you look at the plan that we have now, we believe that we can do better. When we look at the recommendations that were made in that plan, some of them were brought into it. We had these working groups, subcommittees that put together a really deep bench of recommendations for everything from recruiting to promotions, looking at some of the challenges that we have in the academy itself in terms of getting through the academy. One thing that I was having a discussion with our acting colonel today was we kind of use very standardized physical tests. You have to do 25 push-ups over a set amount of time, but that's not a functional test of the strength you need to be a natural resources police officer. So we're looking at ways that we could change some of those to make sure that they're able to meet the physical needs of the job and as well, and have it be kind of better understood by the candidates. We currently have a class in basic training or basic recruitment class, and that has a 40% diversity rate. So 6 of the 15 meet the diversity criteria as laid out in the plan. Now, I will say, if you look at what we're trying to achieve there in terms of looking like Maryland, that's not necessarily what the class looks like now. It's primarily white males, white females, and 2 black males. So we don't have Asians, we don't have black females, we don't have Hispanic folks. So we do need to increase our ability to recruit in many different populations, although we are technically meeting the letter of the law right now. So we're working on again, getting back to building that pool. We've delayed our current recruitment so that we can better align with with the end of school years, with more opportunities to engage the public so that we can have a much larger and broader pool to hopefully help us with next year continuing to meet our 20% goal every year, while also starting to build in some more of the opportunities from some of the other recommendations that we saw in that work group. Moving on to page 25, the operating budget, the language restricting funding pending the submission of the 2010 plan. We respectfully disagree with the recommendation, as the department has consistently submitted the report on time since the start of the program in 2009. And then also looking at the language around adopting a narrative requesting a report on bay restoration spending, we concur with the recommendation of DLS. And with that, I will happy to take any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Obviously, this is a budget that's near and dear to my heart, and I think it's making a lot of great progress this year. I will say I'm deeply disturbed about kind of history here of a couple key priorities for the state. Shocked to hear that we did not have anybody at fisheries tracking or working on invasive blue catfish after many years of knowing this is a huge burden, particularly on our potentially juvenile crab population, juvenile oyster population. To know that the department didn't have one person in charge of this is deeply disturbing. So I would love to work with you on fixing that moving forward. It's something that Chair Gazzoni and I are oddly passionate about, but has a huge impact on fisheries overall. So we'd like to work with you on that.
That'd be fantastic. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Secretary, I will echo our chair because the 3 counties that I represent, border our 2 rivers as well as the bay. So definitely would like to for this committee to be able to follow your progress on that. Secondly, if you could speak to your work with communities along the rivers and the bay. You mentioned in your statement that while we have a lot of land along the waters, we don't have a lot of involvement or areas along the water that you all are engaged in. I have a small once resort town called Eagle Harbor on the Prince George's County side that has been going through some challenging times for a couple of decades here at least. I would love to touch base with you in your office. And we're already engaged with MDE as well, dealing with that particular municipality there. There's no reason along that beautiful Patuxent River that community looks the way it looks. So we want to work with you on that going forward. Regarding the, you spoke of your Veterans Conservation Corps, where you have found a recruiting line, and Senator Rosepepper's not here right now, but he and I work very closely He is our apprenticeship a guru in the General Assembly, but we work very closely, particularly with our law enforcement agencies and different methodologies in getting folks onboarded and bringing along some objective perspectives. Sometimes an objective perspective can kind of help us get where we need to go, be it internships or apprenticeship programs or your engagement. I would love to know your engagement with the Future Farmers of America and other programs that through each public school system, there are environmental studies programs that obviously not enough. In some of our counties, you probably have, for Prince George's, for one county, it's 27 high schools. In Prince George's County, only 3 schools are engaged in that program. That's something that we're sorely missing. Future environmentalists and folks who could be working in your industry. Would love to work with you regarding that. I'm on an alumni program on the Prince George's County side, but Calvert and Charles also engaged in those programs. So we're your partners. We want to help you all get what you need to get. And anything we need to do that. We're a budget committee. That's what we're here to do, to make sure that you can get where you need to go. Staffing wise, and so that you can provide the service that's necessary. And lastly, to talk about the natural resources, police department hiring and promotional plan. Senator Bailey and I are very much involved in that. And I will say, to our analysts, Andrew, you mentioned the challenge with the conservation officers across the country. It's just it's about exposure. And as with any human being, if you're unexposed to that environment, then you're unlikely to want to engage in that environment. So let's work very closely together there. But I would tell you one thing that you all have that many don't know is that you all have the distinction of having had the chief or superintendent or whatever that title is, the first Black in the United States in a conservation police agency. That was Douglas DeLever. And he is still around. He's still one of my mentors. And so reach out to us. There's a lot of folks who are from the law enforcement arena, but more importantly, folks who care about our state and the safety that need to be, your parks need to be safe. Folks aren't going to go in your parks if they're not safe. So let's continue to stay close on that. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator Salling.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm going to go right along with the good senator. I think it would be a great program or something that we could have instilled in our schools, that our young people could volunteer. They have to do hours. So why couldn't those hours be part of the parks and doing some hours and learning about our trees, learning about just the landscape of it, learning what a park is. Why do we have parks? I think it'd be a good part of our schooling, be educational, and maybe they'll volunteer to be a part of that. I think it's a great opportunity if our state, we could do that. We have a lot of waterfront in my area, as you know. It comes from the city going down through our county area. We have a lot of homes. We have a lot of businesses. We have major businesses there, but we do have parks, and they're great. And a lot of our parks are waterfronts. And so I think our young people have a great opportunity to be a part of this. I talked to the chair also about looking into see how much more we can do for our parks. I know she's been championing this, and I think it's a good thing to see much more we can do to attract the people to come out to the parks and our young people to get outside and go out to the parks. I think it's something that we need to do. I don't know what more we can do, but I guarantee you there's so much more we can do for our young people. So if there's more we can do to work with you, to find ways where we can put really great things out to make it more exciting. I love going to the parks, and my family, we do. We go up to our area, Fort Howard, North Point, Oregon Ridge, and we enjoy those places. And we continue to find more parks out further out. So I think it's an opportunity. I can't emphasize more to see our young people, and we invest more, and the investment will be our young people for that. So I think it'd be a great thing. I appreciate that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senator, and really glad you're about the department's focus on Great Maryland Outdoors Act and outdoor recreation generally. So we've talked about blue crabs. I appreciate you covering forests as well, since that's a topic of importance, particularly this session. talked about apprenticeships. We'll let Senator Rosepep know that you're also equally focused on that. Let's talk about federal grants, because the MDOT secretary was here earlier and I gave him a shout out. I think MDOT's doing accountability and transparency of the federal grants they're pursuing, that they've received, that they're spending down, those projects, all publicly and online. I think that's just a really great resource to our constituents. So I just urge you to consider that. I also want to thank you. We've had a lot of conversations about DBM personnel and brought the suggestion to the Secretary of DBM just last Monday, and actually cited that we shouldn't list certain job classifications on a website as administrator 2, when it could be something really, really cool, particularly within MD or DNR. And that I think is a very no cost way of helping you fill your vacancy rate. But let's speak about vacancy rate. I appreciate you getting into the nuance of some of the challenges you're experiencing, particularly around the engineering and construction areas, which are hot commodities across the country right now. Where would you like to be a year from now when we meet again?
Yeah, so we're currently sitting at 11%. Our goal is to meet the 50% that the governor has laid out. With the new hire, with the new pins, that obviously makes it a little bit more challenging. But if we were back here with 6% next year, I would feel like we were successful.
6%. Okay, thank you. Talk about job classification. And do you have any thoughts? We talked offline, but about freshwater mussels. That's a particular interest to the members of the Chesapeake Bay Commission as well. We're trying to make it a regional priority.
Yeah, absolutely. I think something we're very supportive of at the department. Obviously, the Conowingo WIP funding going to the hatchery would be important there. Some challenges with freshwater mussels is that we don't have the anadromous fish, so the fish that normally swim up the rivers and drop the mussels out of their gills. So it will take a little bit more creative a restoration plan, but I think we've got a team in the fisheries department that's excited to tackle that, and one that frankly is important. We've got oysters in the tidal areas. Mussels further upstream are going to help clean some of that water before it gets down into our tidal areas, take some of the pressure off our oyster populations and frankly off the rest of the water quality issues. So I think something we're excited about, and I do know that it's also very popular in the public too. There's a lot of groups that are interested in that, and it seems to get a lot of traction. It's interesting, right? So something we're committed to as well.
Wonderful. And I want to just amplify Senator Sulling's point about this moment for parks in particular, and just engagement with the General Assembly. No one knows our districts better than we do. And we'll have probably too many good ideas for you to fund, but we always appreciate you listening to us.
Absolutely. Always happy to listen. I do. And I think that's the great thing about parks, right? It's our ability to protect some of the places that are most important to our local communities. So always happy to have those suggestions and to work on those with you all.
Okay. Seeing no further questions, greatly appreciate you being here, and have a lovely weekend.
Thank you. I'm staying for the next one.
Oh, good. Okay. So with that, Senator, that concludes our budget hearings for today. Just for folks tuning in at home, we have one more budget hearing left to go in the season. That's this upcoming Monday. We will hear the Office of Administrative Hearings, Uninsured Employers Fund, Public Service Commission, and Office of People's Counsel. That's 1 p.m. Monday the 6th in this room. And that is our last budget hearing of the year. We're going to stick around. We have a special briefing on resilience as it touches the budget, because it touches 4 to 5 different departments, and we are all about finding themes this year. And this is a particularly important theme, particularly for every district that touches the waterfront. So thank you very much. Thank you. Okay, so we are back again for, as I mentioned, a special briefing on resilience funding as it relates to the budget. We have first Department of Legislative Services to give us an overview. Then we have a panel of Department of Natural Resources, Department of Environment, Maryland Energy Administration, Maryland Department of Emergency Management, Department of Transportation. Then we're going to have hear from two advocates on who work in this space, the Resilience Authority of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, and Underwood and Associates. And to the audience, if you see committee members eating, it's only because we came directly from the floor and haven't yet had time to have lunch. So we apologize for that. But let's start with our analysts. We have Carrie Cook, Andrew Gray, Emily Haskell, Patrick Franks, Steve McCulloch, Sam Quist, Samantha Tapia, and Tanya Zimmerman. And however you'd like to begin.
Morning, Madam Chair, or good afternoon, I guess. I'm just going to lead us off here. As you can see, there's a number of different analysts involved because there are a number of different agencies involved in the state's resiliency effort. And so we're just going to touch on the kind of structure as well as some of the policy and funding in a variety of different areas. On page 2 of the briefing document kind of summarizes some of the funding that we've identified as being resiliency related, along with the kind of categories which they fall. The largest of these are kind of weather and coastal concern related for climate change. And now I'll turn it over to Andrew, who will begin our presentation.
Thank you. So in terms of the big picture here, sort of 3 complementary approaches for resilience, kind of looking at resiliency and kind of climate change. So kind of mitigation, reducing your greenhouse gases, your adaptation, you're preparing for change, and resilience withstanding change. Now, obviously, those kind of, you want to work together on those 3 different kind of complementary approaches in order to address resilience in many different areas, not just climate change. It can be applied to any kind of situation. In terms of resilience here, it can be looked at from 3 different perspectives that I've identified, at least. From the economic perspective, you kind of the building values preserved. So this is sort of the Maryland Hazard Mitigation Plan method of kind of what is our critical infrastructure, how much does it cost, how much is it being impacted by, say, climate change, flooding, stormwater issues, so forth. Then you have the kind of social aspect, the environmental justice aspect. That's sort of where are the populations who are overburdened by environmental concerns, where just basically do not have a voice or are challenged by the conditions that are out there. So obviously that's another really critical focus. These are not exclusive. Obviously you can kind of do multiple angles for this. The final one would be kind of the ecological perspective, kind of like your natural assets, which are really important for buffering us from a lot of the change that we're going to be experiencing with climate change. These are the trees on land, and then when you get to the water, it's your wetlands, your submerged aquatic vegetation, which is sort of like the trees or the water in a sense, and your oysters, which really can help out kind of buffer some of our concerns. In terms of the climate change risks, I'm focusing on 2 here: stormwater and flooding, sort of coming down from on high and then coming up from the water side, sort of meeting in the middle. But there are other areas that are obviously of concern too: drought, in terms of our water supply, forest fires, heat-related stress in urban areas, obviously impacting those people who are burdened, waterborne diseases, and other public health challenges. So on the next page, we've got the coordinating structure for Maryland Department of Environment Emergency Management. Turn over to
Yes,
Samantha.
MDEM. So MDEM is serving an important coordinating role with the new Office of Resilience, and then later the new Office for Cybersecurity that we'll talk about soon. The Office of Resilience was established last year, Chapter 482, to coordinate state and local efforts to build resilience to risks identified in the Maryland Hazard Mitigation Plan, and to develop a state resilience strategy. There's an annual report that's going to be due at the beginning of next year to report on the efficacy of the resilience efforts. There are new positions that are in the fiscal 2024 budget for the Office of Resilience. And then there is a large budget amendment that was discussed in the MDEM analysis that includes the Regional Catastrophic Preparedness Grant Program, Hazard Mitigation Grant, Flood Mitigation Assistance, and Pre-Disaster Mitigation. And then we have the Resilient Maryland Revolving Loan Fund, funded at $25 million for fiscal 2023. No loans have been made out yet, but I understand that that applications for those are in
that the window, I think, just closed in the middle of February. And so those are being processed right now. And then they have more funds expected for that in the next few years.
In terms of coordinating structures, in terms of the other entities out there, sort of the climate change side of things, you have the Maryland Commission on Climate Change. It's includes adaptation and resiliency working group that really put out kind of the big report looking at kind of resiliency and adaptation, the Maryland Climate Adaptation Resilience Framework and Recommendations 2021 to 2030, the guide adaptation implementation. In terms of how I've structured this presentation, at least this part of it, it's kind of a green and blue infrastructure. The green is sort of your land-based, blue being your water-based infrastructure, natural infrastructure. That's really based on chapter 237, 238 of 2022, which established the Green and Blue Infrastructure Policy Advisory Commission. In terms of big steps taken by the administration, my understanding is that there's a new climate subcabinet that's being planned by the administration. Hopefully that will coordinate a lot of these activities climate-wise across all the different agencies that are impacted and have an effect in this area. And there's just final note here in terms of what's happening at the local level. You have local resilience authorities have been authorized by chapters 235 and 246. I think it might have been 235 and 236. I'm going to screw that up. Of 2022. And I believe we have a representative here from one of those local authorities that can really describe kind of where they're, how they're doing on that. In terms of the green infrastructure, this is really kind of structured as part of the stormwater. So just imagine this is the stuff that's happening, rain falling on land and coming, affecting people. What are the policy efforts here? Really, there's the kind of retrofitting kind of the old infrastructure. So you're fixing the old problems. That's the municipal separate storm sewer system permit requirements of impervious surface kind of mitigation. Then you have environmental site design, which is looking forward. So all new construction has to have stormwater management. So that way, you're kind of looking backwards with the permits and then looking forwards with the environmental site design. You also have the floodplain mapping, creating the flood insurance rate maps to kind of give people an understanding of potential risks for developing in particular areas. Then chapters 640 and 641 of 2021 led to the what's called the, I guess, the A storm strategy. This is two components to my understanding to address the frequency of heavy rain due to the fact that we're, as a part of climate change, we're seeing more rain events, fairly heavy rain events. And so it's becoming the kind of the frequency and then the volume of rain is becoming much greater. And my understanding is that we're waiting for federal data to kind of inform our efforts in that area, which is really, really important to be able to kind of move forward with that. Because obviously we can't use old data on rainfall when we're experiencing much patchy or much stronger storms. There's also, they're looking at the impact of land development downstream. So this is kind of your holistic landscape level look at stormwater affects not just your kind of local site, but it's everybody downstream. So whatever you do on your site, you obviously need to be addressing those concerns that are going to be affecting people downstream from you. So they're attempting to look at that, kind of get this big picture look at how the landscape is affected by stormwater management. And there's finally Tree Solutions Now Act, which, as we talked about in the previous hearing, includes that 500,000 trees in urban, underserved urban communities, and then really provides some infrastructure there for addressing some of the stormwater concerns that we have. In terms of the funding, the Water Quality Revolving Loan Fund, the Maryland Department of the Environment, around $200 million annually. A lot of Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act funding also coming through for water quality projects in general, but including stormwater. You have the Chesapeake Atlantic Coastal Basin 2010 Trust Fund, the Department of Natural Resources, approximately $550 million, annually for non-point source pollution projects. So that's not necessarily for all kind of stormwater work, but there is support for green infrastructure there in terms of tree plantings and riparian zone kind of work as well. Tree Solutions Now acts multiple funding sources there, $10 million annually in grants now going forward to the Chesapeake Bay Trust, and $5 million in total, $2.5 million for DNR, for trees on public lands, and $2.5 million for agricultural lands for the Maryland Department of Agriculture. Bay Restoration Fund around $70 million a year. It's mostly being used for minor wastewater treatment plant upgrades now, but there is the opportunity to use some of that funding for stormwater work. And finally, you have land conservation for the program Open Space State Share, primarily around $70 million a year that obviously will provide for land conservation that would help provide reservoir for stormwater concerns potentially as well. All right, now moving on to the flooding aspects, we're kind of coming from the land down, now we're coming from the water up on land, kind of sandwiching kind of where we are. This is the blue infrastructure component here. And there's the policy efforts, the living resources goals. So you have your submerged aquatic vegetation, your floating marshes, and your oyster reefs. These are buffering our shorelines and making sure that hopefully that flooding is not as great as it could be. It's not going to stop it, but hopefully it'll mitigate it. And then potentially, if we were moving people away from shorelines, making sure that the wetlands are in place, then will then help out and make sure that there's something there, not just losing the land completely for water sea level rise, but then making sure that there's some kind of buffering going on. In terms of the wetland licenses required for before dredging, filling, or altering state title wetlands, so hopefully helping out there policy-wise. The critical area commission certainly looking at development within 1,000 feet of tidal waters and wetlands around the bay. And then the Coast Smart Council construction programs really addressing kind of siting and design criteria for state and local capital projects to address sea level rise and coastal flooding. Then in terms of the funding, there is the oyster restoration programs, around $5 million annually to restore the oyster sanctuaries, and additional work being done in that area. Freshwater mussels is talked about briefly in the last hearing. Around $2 million I've seen so far in the budget, at least in Department of Natural Resources budget, for the hatchery to restore freshwater mussels in the Susquehanna River. It's part of the Exelon Conway Dam relicensing agreement. Shoreline erosion controls, around $800,000 revolving fund for that purpose, living shoreline restoration. Resiliency through Restoration Initiative, average around $3 million in recent years, and the funding will kick back in with a capital improvement program in fiscal 2026 for that purpose. And finally, the comprehensive flood management program, around $10 million annually for flood mitigation projects.
Switching now to transportation, just there, talked a lot about this during the budget hearings, the various modes. The IIJA did establish 2 new programs that impact transportation: the Promoting Resilient Operations for Transformative, Efficient, and Cost-Saving Transportation, or PROTECT, they like their acronyms, provides funds to help surface transportation be more resilient to natural hazards. The 5-year IIJA authorization for this is $107 million nationally, or excuse me, for Maryland. The current Consolidated Transportation Plan, or CTP, actually has $118 million program, because they are anticipating that program will continue, beyond the 5-year authorization for IIJA. The second program through IIJA is the Carbon Reduction Program, which is established to reduce transportation sector emissions. There's about $18 million per year anticipated, $104 million total programmed in the current CTP. There is a requirement that each state prepare a carbon reduction strategy in coordination with the Metropolitan Planning Organization. So that will be ongoing work, and these plans must be submitted by November of this year, and then updated every 4 years thereafter. Next page. So the Coastal Resiliency and Adaptation Plan, the Maryland Port Administration, as you heard in their hearing, did receive a $200,000 grant through the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities, or BRIC, program for a coastal resiliency adaptation plan. So they'll be moving forward with that in the next year. And then the CTP also includes a specific project related to resiliency at the Dundalk Marine Terminal to address resiliency and flood mitigation. So they've got obviously close to the water there, need to make sure their facilities are protected. And then finally, the greenhouse gas emission reduction. We just note that in many of the plans and publications that the departments put out, they have a lot of sound bites, and this was one that really jumped out. Last year, they estimated about 68% of their total capital program, could potentially reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So regardless of whether it's a specific plan, I think it kind of just puts out there that the agencies are looking at, all of their programs in this lens, that they're very aware of the need to address this in all facets, even if there's not a specific program?
So shifting now to electric vehicles, obviously something that can help us achieve our greenhouse gas reduction efforts as well as improving our air quality. So on the MDOT side, the department leads the Zero Emission Electric Vehicle Infrastructure Council, ZEVIC, which includes the agency as well as some other partner agencies, such as the Public Service Commission. They also meet with some of our major utility providers throughout the state, and those meetings are open to the public, really just to provide a public forum for these types of discussions as we continue to pursue electric vehicle programs throughout the state. So there is about 57.5 million expected to support these types of initiatives through the IIJA. And this includes installing public charging facilities along those designated alternative fuel corridors. So these are corridors along the major highways and beltways in the state, as Steve mentioned in the earlier hearing, where folks can rely on those charging facilities at intervals that will be sufficient to meet their travel needs. And I also just wanted to mention here, Chapter 693 of 2021, which accelerated the Transit Administration's efforts to convert their bus fleet to electric buses. So they have over 700 buses. So they are sort of taking a phased pilot approach in converting a small amount first. There is over 400 million programmed in the current CTP for this effort. Over 22 million of that is in FY24. So they're going to need to procure the buses themselves in addition to transitioning their charging facilities, their stations, to complete the rollout of that effort.
All right, now we're going to turn to some discussion of electric vehicles in the Maryland Energy Administration and the Public Service Commission. So we spoke a little bit about a couple of these programs in the budget hearing earlier this afternoon, but within MEA, the first program, the Electric Vehicle Supply Equipment Rebate Program, although the authorization for this program did end in fiscal 2023, it is funded through HB 550 to extend the program to 2026 and increase the cap on rebates. So this program basically provides rebates for both the cost of acquisition and installation of electric vehicle charging equipment. Then MEA also administers the Clean Fuels Incentive Program, which provides financial assistance for new and alternative fueled vehicles. And with that is the medium duty and heavy duty zero emission vehicle grant program. This was created as part of the Clean Cars Act. HB 550 also makes some alterations to this program to increase the rebate levels for those rebates. Then under the category of the Public Service Commission, the Public Service Commission has a couple of initiatives. The first is it has a work group specifically related to electric vehicles as part of its public conference 44 relating to grid modernization efforts. PSC also oversees an electric vehicle charging pilot program among the investor-owned utilities, allowing them to install publicly accessible charging stations. And also a new pilot program for electric school buses was created through the Climate Solutions Now Act, also overseen by investor-owned utilities and overseen by the PSC. The next section of the presentation relates to some efforts for greenhouse gas reduction. We also spoke a little bit about the Regional Greenhouse Gas Initiative program during the MEA budget hearing. So basically, in a general sense, this program is a cap and invest program. So the member states, the 12 Northeastern member states, set a goal for greenhouse gas emissions targets. Under the design of the program, this cap generally lowers as greenhouse gas emissions from the power generating sector are reduced. And there are two main agencies in Maryland, the MEA and MDE, that are involved. As we discussed earlier, MEA administers the C Fund, which was originally established to receive Maryland's proceeds from the Reggie carbon dioxide emissions allowance auctions. And then MDE is the lead agency administering Maryland's CO2 budget trading program. MDE receives an allocation for the cost of the state's participation in the Reggie program, as well as receiving a separate allocation under the Clean Air Fund for projects mitigating or reducing the effects of climate change. The slide also notes that the Office of People's Counsel has a small role under HB 30 or Chapter 607 of 2021. This expanded the statutory requirements of the Office of People's Counsel to include considering environmental interests of the state and the state's progress towards meeting its greenhouse gas reduction totals as part of its efforts for examining impacts on Maryland ratepayers. The next section of the presentation relates to some renewable energy initiatives across state agencies. The first item, the Renewable Portfolio Standard Program. We also discussed this a little bit previously. This is mainly administered by the Public Service Commission. The Public Service Commission oversees compliance by electric suppliers to the program sets out statutory percentages for the sourcing of renewable energy for in-state electricity sales in Maryland. And under the requirements of the program, utilities and electric suppliers are required to demonstrate compliance to the PSC through both the retirement of renewable energy credits, demonstrating electricity is sourced from those renewable sources, or as we talked about in the case of the MEA budget, alternative compliance payments if those standards are not met. As noted previously, the Clean Energy Jobs Act of 2019 amended the state's RPS percentages most recently to their current levels. The next slide briefly summarizes some of MEA's renewable energy programs, also identifying the role of MEA related to the broader topic of resiliency. MEA is broadly responsible for overall general energy policy development, including advising both the governor's office and the General Assembly on energy policy matters. And this slide, this is not by any means an exhaustive list of all the programs that MEA administers, but we've kind of highlighted some of the major grant and rebate programs incentivizing renewable energy. The first, the Clean Energy Rebate Program. This provides rebates to residential and commercial individuals for incentivizing installations of several different sources of renewable energy, such as solar photovoltaic, geothermal, wood pellet stove, solar shingles, among others. The Resilient Maryland program and its counterpart, the Capital Development Pilot Program. This is a program incentivizing the adoption of both microgrids and distributed energy resource systems. There are two new decarbonizing communities pilot programs incentivizing decarbonization efforts by both communities and businesses. Some of this also relates to public school decarbonization. There is the $30.1 million in solar programming that we spoke about previously in the MEA budget. This includes a range of programs, including community solar, solar resiliency hubs, low-income solar generation, and solar canopies. Then also highlighting the offshore wind programming. This includes mainly there's a program for business participation in the global wind industry and incentivizing capital expenditures related to that. And then the other component, the workforce training, providing workforce training to a variety of workforce positions supporting the offshore wind industry. And then lastly, on this slide, the combined heat and power programming and incentivizing the adoption of those systems. On the subject of energy efficiency, again, this is a highlighted list of MEA energy efficiency programs. The first one for low and moderate income, specifically focusing in that sector, MEA offers programming targeted to nonprofits and local governments that specifically benefit low to moderate income residents. Then there are a few other programs, the Maryland Smart Energy Communities Program, providing grants to local governments adopting energy efficiency and renewable energy initiatives. The the Commercial, Industrial, and Agricultural Grant Program, specifically focusing on energy efficiency in those industries and sectors. Street lighting and outdoor lighting efficiency grant programs, and the Jane E. Lawton Conservation Loan Program, which provides low or zero interest loans to nonprofits, state and local governments and agencies and businesses. And then lastly, on this slide, this was also mentioned previously in the MEA budget hearing, the future potential Inflation Reduction Act funding for home rebate programs. Then moving on to the discussion of the Empower Maryland program. The Empower Maryland program has been around for a while. It was established in 2008 and is one of the main state programs incentivizing reductions in electricity and energy demand. And the statute regarding the Empower Maryland program requires that each of the utilities in Maryland establish programs promoting efficient usage and conservation of electricity. And they're broken down by different categories. Empower programs in the energy efficiency and conservation area include such efforts like installing LED lights, energy efficiency appliances, HVAC systems, home energy audits, weatherization initiatives. And then there's also the demand response programs, incentivizing such as shifting electricity to off-peak usage or other time, and other efforts reducing the electric load to meet demand when there's peak demand. These programs are offered in a couple of different sectors. Residential is the main one. If you receive a utility bill in Maryland, there's a small surcharge on the bottom of your residential utility bill that is regulated by the Public Service Commission to fund the implementation of these programs. There are also programs at the commercial and industrial level, and then there are specifically the low income programs overseen by the Department of Housing and Community Development. So as I mentioned, the PSC is mainly in charge of overseeing the Empower programs as well as regulating the activities of the utilities in regards to their operations. The utilities are required to submit annual reporting to the PSC, which the PSC reviews, and they also have independent evaluation, measurement, and verification to ensure that the state is receiving energy efficiency benefits as an outcome of these programs. And then lastly on this slide is relating to the future of the Empower program. This was a component of the Climate Solutions Now Act, was to extend the Empower programs beyond their current cycle, as well as looking at transitioning them from a purely energy efficiency focus to a greenhouse gas reduction focus. And the PSC has submitted some reports. They submitted a report most recently last June, which included a couple of different recommendations for the future of the Empower program. I'm now going to turn it over to Emily, who is going to speak more on DHCD programs in particular.
So the Department of Housing and Community Development has several energy programs that provide energy efficiency upgrades and weatherization assistance for low and moderate income households. The largest source of funding for DHCD's energy programs is Empower. As Sam mentioned, DHCD operates the portion of the Empower program for low income households. DHCD also receives federal funds from the Weatherization Assistance Program. There's $10 million in the fiscal 2024 allowance, which includes $6 million from the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. Finally, DHCD's fiscal 2024 allowance also includes $5 million in general funds. That's a new mandate from the Climate Solutions Act. This is for a new grant program to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and affordable housing projects. DHCD is in the process of developing the program and anticipates that the program will be ready to open for applications by this July. I'll turn it back over to Sam.
Thank you, Emily. The next section of the presentation relates to the power grid and some of the role of the Public Service Commission in regulating both electric and natural gas utilities in the state. And one of the main goals relating to resiliency that the Public Service Commission has is ensuring electric and gas service that is safe, affordable, and reliable to customers, while also meeting the state's environmental and climate change policy goals enacted by the General Assembly. One of the main responsibilities of the PSC relating to this aspect is the Certificate of Public Convenience and Necessity process, also known as CPCN, which is basically PSC reviews and authorizes the construction and siting of both high voltage transmission lines within the state, as well as power generating facilities. If any of the utilities want to construct a new power plant or generating facility, they have to go before the PSC, and the PSC reviews that. Public Conference 44, I wanted to highlight specifically, this is a docket that the Public Service Commission has had established recently relating to grid modernization and studying a variety of aspects surrounding grid modernization efforts and transmission of the electric distribution systems in Maryland. This includes a couple of different factors, including looking at the capacity of interstate transmission lines to ensure electric reliability, recognizing the fact that the state of Maryland is a net energy importing state, ensuring that we have the adequate transmission infrastructure and able to meet the demand without any interruptions. Another aspect of this is interconnection of renewable energy sources as we look to the future to the development of various renewable energy sources such as solar, offshore wind, items like that are more distributed in local areas. How is that adequately incorporated into the existing grid? Another factor of this is energy storage, which PSC is focused on, including the siting of lithium-ion batteries for energy storage purposes, and also the net metering, particularly related to solar. There's some aspects of this process that are inherently located at the federal level for planning for aspects of the electric grid that extend across state lines. So the Public Service Commission also engages in the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, or FERC, for efforts that are impacting the national scale, as well as PJM, the Regional Transmission Organization, of which Maryland is a part of that electric grid. Then the next slide, this is also referencing some funding included in the federal infrastructure bill and the Inflation Reduction Act, specifically relating to the Public Service Commission. PSC initiated Public Conference 56 earlier this year to establish a docket to provide oversight of federal funding, focusing on grid modernization efforts. A part of this proceeding is the PSC has required that the large utilities provide monthly reporting, providing updates on activities and applications for competitive grant funding. There's a large number of funding in the IIJA and the IRA that is competitive grant funding going directly to the utilities themselves for various initiatives. So in the interest of transparency, the Public Service Commission is requiring them to report on that. This Public Conference 56 also includes some educational components, including there was an information session that was held in December with both the PSC, Office of People's Counsel, MEA, and other stakeholders, providing more expanding awareness on some of these grants and providing more technical assistance on stakeholders who wish to apply and become involved in this. So we've outlined on this slide just a general summary of some of the areas that the IIJA in particular has included funding for. This includes the hardening of the electric grid to protect against disruptive events, both in the context of extreme weather events, as well as the impacts of climate change, innovation approaches to transmission, storage, and distribution to improve resiliency and reliability of the grid. This includes the adoption of microgrids and distributed energy sources, and also cybersecurity, which we'll talk about further later on in the presentation. And then I just wanted to highlight the Grid Resiliency and Innovation Partnership Program, or the GRIP program, administered by the U.S. Department of Energy under the IIJA. This is one of the main programs related to grid resiliency, and some of the reporting by utilities in Public Conference 56 have indicated that some of the utilities have taken preliminary steps to submit concept papers to the DOE in this program. However, like other of these federal programs, they're still in their preliminary stages. So the actual funding flowing into the state of Maryland and utilities and other state entities is still ongoing. So now I'll turn it over to Patrick to cover some of the cybersecurity efforts.
Yeah, this is the last section of the presentation, and I'll finish these 4 pages. There was a major cybersecurity legislation in 2022, chapters 241, 242, and 243. Essentially, what those 3 bills did is they centralized cybersecurity, they modernize cybersecurity, and they provide more local support and more relationships and connectivity between the locals and the state. They're also kind of an oversight commission was also formed, the Modernized Maryland Oversight Commission. It'll have people from different agencies, DOIT's secretary and the chief information security officer will be part of it. Some user groups will be a part of it as well, and some other from the business community people will also be part of that group. The state chief security information officer is now going to be appointed by the governor and confirmed by the Senate. There are 2 new positions, a director of state cybersecurity and of local cybersecurity are also going to be reporting to the chief security officer, and they provide more direct support to keep links between the state agencies and the state and the locals. The Office of Security Management has been centralized. It's supposed to provide technical guidance to the state and to the local agencies. It is supposed to establish standards, establish security requirements. It can also intervene when there is an event and intervene to the point of shutting something down if there is a concern about that. On page 25 is some of the other things that this legislation did. There is now a Maryland Information Sharing and Analysis Center, or MDISAC, it's called. It's a central point of contact. When there is an incident, state and local agencies now report that. They have guidelines as to what is and what is not a reportable incident. They also are collecting data. And they have some dashboards now that show what kind of incidents are happening. There are also some new guidelines for reporting incidents. As I mentioned, OSM, there are also minimum standards now for state and local cybersecurity with biennial assessments from third parties. There are enhanced procurement guidelines. What I mean by that is that there's kind of on a case-by-case basis, this was really done more. I mean, there were some basic guidelines, but now the idea is to centralize this to make sure that our procurement is and we are only getting safe things. The Department of Energy Management now has a cyber preparedness unit with 5 regular and 2 contractual positions. These will be working with local governments, and they will do things like training for it. There is a local cybersecurity fund that has $7 million in this year's budget. Page 26, some other things to be doing. This is an ongoing one, replace the old legacy systems. They also, interestingly, the cybersecurity findings are now redacted from state audits. I remember reading ones in the past, and oftentimes the problems of cybersecurity was just an old system that was hard to keep safe in a modern environment. And so I remember when I started the information technology, there'd be about 8 projects, maybe $15 million. Now it's over 30 getting state or general funds, and it's over $100 million. There's a 24/7 operations center that they have now too. The idea here is there's 2 things I think are important. First is how quickly do you determine that there is an incident? And the second is how quickly do you then react to that incident? And that what the idea with this center is to have 24/7 monitoring so they can find and react quickly to incidents. And there's a massive amount of monitoring, obviously, and this is a lot of technology here, but you do have a person there that ultimately has to make some decisions about that. Let's see. Oh, yes, there's a local cybersecurity collaborative now that they've met twice now. First was a kind of a get to know you meeting where they introduced themselves. The second one was interesting. It had a lot of information about where the dangers are, not surprisingly, phishing and things like that are, and ransomware are some of the top concerns of people. And this is this is obviously done by the local cybersecurity director. There is also for doing a capacity assessment. They had about 7 employees last year. They have 20 new positions. So as they're becoming larger, there is a third party that is going to look and see what are their needs and how can they organize themselves to be effective. And on the final slide, I just have some data for you there. The money that DoIT gets now between their IT budget to make improvements, the Office of Security Management, and the $152 million the dedicated purpose account. MDM receives over $10 million now too. The second to last bullet, I just want to kind of why we do this kind of thing. So far from the dedicated purpose account, $99.9 million has been spent on the health department's incident. I know that early on I had read somewhere that 5,000 laptops had to be replaced. So when something goes wrong, it's not just private information and things that goes out, but it can be very, very expensive. So there's a need to do this on the front end. There's $66 million. That 66 that from prior years does include the $60 million still going to MDH. And with that, I'll conclude my presentations and our department's presentations, and we're all still here ready to answer questions.
Thank you, Patrick and team. And just quick sidebar, we were supposed to have a work group on the VOCA funding issue starting at 3 o'clock. Obviously, we were late from floor, which puts us back. So subcommittee and folks listening in at home, we're going to move that VOCA work group to next week. So we'll reach out to everybody's offices. We apologize, but it's already late in the day and we have a lot of folks who want to weigh in on this issue. Okay, back to resilience. Questions for our many analysts who were kind enough to play musical chairs for us. Okay, seeing none, thank you. All right, let's start with DNR and MDE. And as our representatives come up, I know we have the secretary and we have the deputy secretary. Let me just start by saying I think the purpose of today is Maryland is a leader when it comes to resilience. Many of the legislative and budget actions the analysts covered were work of this General Assembly. So we are very familiar with the program. Some of us even sponsored their creation. So we are really interested in how implementation is going. And the purpose today is, again, we've heard these various programs and the various agency budgets, but again, this is about theme and this is about finding if perhaps anything has fallen between cracks in the silos that are necessary, but sometimes can create undue challenges and unforeseen circumstances. So we're particularly interested in hearing again about implementation and frankly, we're doing a great job. The subcommittee knows we're doing a good job. What can we be doing better is really what I want to challenge everybody speaking about today. Okay, Secretary Kurtz.
Great. Thank you all very much for having me. For the record, my name is Josh Kurtz. I'm the Department of Natural Resources Secretary. I'm here today to discuss resilience. And I think we had some slides. Did we bring slides? Was that 10 around? You guys have them? Okay, as long as you have them. All right, great. So I think I'm starting with the first one says Department of Natural Resources. You got that one? Okay. So you know who I am now. We know what we're doing. I think important thing when we talk about resilience to keep in mind and why it's so important for us to have this hearing and have all the agencies here is that a key metric for being resilient is social cohesion. And social cohesion basically means how we work together. So being able to do that not only across our agencies, but across our local governments, community groups, nonprofit partners, and academics is really important. So I really appreciate the opportunity for us to investigate where we're kind of letting things, potentially fall through the cracks and where we can kind of be better as partners. So at the Department of Natural Resources, we think about resilience kind of in three ways: funding projects, so actually building physical resilience, providing technical assistance to landowners, and building policy. And I want to talk about all three of those and kind of how we can be a little bit better. I'm going to start just really briefly. When we think about these three things, we need to be able to capture that with data. We need to be able to demonstrate it for the citizens of Maryland so they understand what we're doing. One of our first steps through our grant gateway was developing targeted resiliency areas. I think this is a space where we can continue to grow and improve. We're seeing really good data being created and produced. We have the Harry Hughes technical study on trees, but the level of fine scale in which we can get down to the data to make these decisions is really important and improving. Moving to the next page, you can see here really a set of the programs that we use to deliver projects. And the thing that connects all of these is the fact that these are local projects. We're working with landowners, we're working with local governments. And I think one of the ways that we can continue to improve is deploying those and seeking leverage. So if you look at our Resiliency Through Restoration program, we were able to support 24 projects and leverage $13 million off of 17 and a quarter. And that's just kind of the tip of the iceberg. We should and can continue to improve on that, building in federal funds, kind of pairing our state funds and local government funds to really get these projects in the ground, and also maximizing benefit. And we talked about a lot about that in the Chesapeake Bay briefing, so I won't cover that today. We have multiple programs that solve multiple problems, and so making sure we're being as effective as possible, I think, is the takeaway there. Another piece is really moving to the next slide. How we're building and where we're building, right? So we do land acquisition, we protect properties that are oftentimes in very good shape. They're able to do and serve as resilient features for communities. But I think we can be better at protecting properties that could be even more resilient for communities. So being proactive, that kind of brings us back to having really solid data. Our oyster reefs, especially the large scale sanctuaries, have been important there too. Looking at this long-term, larger restoration, big resilience, more resilient communities is a big key there. Same thing with our Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays Trust Fund. The ability for us to maximize co-benefits, I really want to thank the legislature for that. It's allowed us to really think more broadly about this program. We've got a ton of stats on things that it's delivered, but I think the key is where we're able to find these projects where we can put in a practice that gets us stormwater abatement, flood abatement, plants trees, creates habitat. That's really where we're trying to get to with building resilience here. Next, I want to talk a little bit about technical assistance and building partnerships. I also want to thank the sister agencies that are here today. Many of the folks that you're going to hear from sit on the Adaptation and Resiliency Working Group. We're creating the next generation adaptation plan, which is going to be completed this year. We're looking forward to reviewing it with the legislators. I think this is going to be something that really is robust and puts Maryland on that pathway forward. And to your point about being the leader in resilience, we have to be. And I think this plan is going to get us there. And again, targeted resiliency areas has been really important for us to be able to look to the future and build. We also need to think about decision making, and that's where groups like the CoSmart Council comes in. DNR does chair that, looking at our coastal flood impacts, our sea level rise, and how they're going to impact not only our residents but the economies that those communities support. Some great places for us to build that leverage I talked about is in the Conservation Finance Act. So we're putting projects in the ground that could get watershed implementation credit. that also provide and build resilience for communities. So excited for the opportunities that that provides for us. And the ability, again, to leverage. I think we're going to hear from the resilience authorities, but another place where we can have some really innovative and crucial partnerships. Science obviously is at the heart of what we do at DNR. And I think one of the things that's tough to deal with some of these distributed issues, especially localized flooding, is knowing that they happen. Sometimes they happen, it's a sunny day flood, it comes up quickly and it's hard for the department to stay on top of. So really proud of the My Coast app, which is a way for us to really tap into citizen science. People see these things that are happening and they let us know. And then we can go back and overlay that. I had a briefing by our staff recently, and it was really jarring to see what our predicted levels of water were compared to what people were seeing on the ground. It was a rather substantial gap. Big flashy issues, as we heard from the analyst, Mr. Gray, that's what are happening. Bigger, faster, more powerful storms that we're trying to get our arms around. So that's one of many places where we're expanding that. So just to wrap up, at DNR, we're thinking about resilience from the funding, technical assistance, and policy kind of frameworks, but the key to all of that is working together across agencies with local governments and with communities. So thank you very much for the time.
Do you mind if we take questions one at a time? Because I think you covered a lot in a short, great amount of time. It was great. Senator Jackson.
Yeah, just two quick questions before we get lost, right? So the technical assistance program that you have, that you're offering, is that in conjunction with your partners, or is that your agency? And is there any collaboration with our university system?
Yeah, so many of these are committees and commissions that bring multiple groups together. So that's exactly the function we're looking for, is bringing in our community groups, bringing in the academic institutions, our sister agencies to do that. Because we understand that the department can't just be the one providing technical assistance. There are many folks that are able to get out on the ground and do that.
And is there a plan within that program to grow future technical assistant?
Yep, that's going to be a hallmark or a key piece of not only that next generation adaptation plan, but any of the programs we're looking at.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yep.
Thank you, Senator. Mr. Secretary, on the Resilience Through Restoration grant program, I don't want to put you on the spot, but could you tell us maybe one or two projects DNR is particularly proud of, or where do you think it can go? What's the potential there?
Yes, and I'm really wishing I had brought the packet of information that I should have brought with me that I don't have. We recently completed one in the West River, I believe, Dave. Is that the project we just completed? Yeah, we did one in the West River with a church. So that's the great thing about these projects. We're working with different landowners, and we looked at, I think, stormwater management, so some flooding issues and some tree planting as well. But that's really a lot of those projects are finding those nexuses, working with those community groups. And I think the great thing about focusing in on individual landowners is we can solve multiple problems. You see opportunities when we're building stormwater facilities to actually put in speed bumps and help with community groups kind of managing traffic flow. Thank you very much, Dave. That's what I should have had here. But yeah, we have a significant number of projects. Yeah, the West River one is one we just completed that we're really excited about. We did a shoreline project also in Anne Arundel County with Deal Beach Citizens Association. Again, kind of focusing on that resiliency in the shoreline space, but several, 24, and I will share this with the committee so that you can see all the projects that we achieved through that program.
We'd love to see that. And can you speak, if you know, or Dave or someone from the team, what's the demand on that program versus what we are currently capable of funding?
Highly oversubscribed. Yeah. It's I think as we're being more successful, we're seeing higher demand, and we have not seen the funding kind of go along with that. But this is, I think, another opportunity where, as people get excited about this program, we can talk to them about our Chesapeake and Atlantic Coastal Bays Trust program. So opportunities to help people get into these funding programs that we have available for them. But we do see the restoration through resilience as a key piece of that's forward-looking resilience for the department.
Okay, and speaking of another trend this year in particular, the subcommittee is interested not just in what the current budget says, and this is for everybody in the room, but frankly, what everybody needs to meet the mission of your agency. And the worst thing we can say is no, but we're interested in hearing what the demand is for this program in particular. The three remaining members of the subcommittee all represent coastal districts, so particularly interested in this program. So if you could get us perhaps a chart of demand and what's not being met, that would be greatly helpful.
Absolutely.
Okay. Madam Deputy Secretary.
Thank you, Chair Elfreth. For the record, Suzanne Dorsey, Deputy Secretary, Maryland Department of the Environment. And with me today, I have Jeff Fretwell. He's our Director of Water Quality Finance Administration, and the great Jennifer Smith, Program Manager, Stormwater Dam Safety and Flood Management. I am not going to try to give you a comprehensive overview of everything in MDE. I don't think you have enough time. I've been working on coastal resiliency issues since 2006. And so I just want to do as the chair requested and talk about some gaps. And I think Jennifer is really going to highlight something that is important to us at MDE, and we think that everybody should know about. I can't help but put on my college professor hat, talk about resilience. Resilience is the capacity to withstand in a general context, but in a specific climate context, it is anticipate, prepare, respond to hazardous events or disturbances. So that covers a lot, right? A lot. So if we think about it, the way that I've, over my years working in resiliency issues, the way that I think about what is the right government response in resiliency, Secretary Kurtz talked about a lot of these issues, and our sister agency is nation leading in risk assessment and risk communications. So having the tools and MDE, there are some programs and risk assessment tools that are housed at MDE a lot with Secretary Kurtz, but communicating effectively around the risks that people are experiencing at their location, in their community. That's the first role of government. Then the second is, and Secretary Kurtz talked about it, we have this as well, technical assistance. That's to plan and build. Once you realize you have a problem and you experience that problem, plan and build, right? Plan and prepare. And then the third leg is responding to the crisis. Inevitably, pre-crisis planning and investment is more effective, more efficient than post-crisis planning and response. We tend to throw a lot of money after a crisis than we do before a crisis. So that's my general roadmap in terms of resilience. It's that risk assessment, engagement around local governments, local communities, driving the direction that they want to go, the government providing a toolbox of resources that makes sense. So MDE is responsible for regulating Maryland's built and its natural environment, like living shorelines, to ensure that all communities thrive in our changing climate. As Secretary Kurtz mentioned, we have got to build cross-agency efforts that solve not only today's problems, like flooding, like heat islands, which compound air pollution problems, like pollution events, and septic and wells. What are people dealing with on the ground? When you talk to most Marylanders about resiliency, there are really important flooding issues that are happening around our state, but there's really important well and septic issues that are getting less press that are happening around our state. And that affects property values. It affects what we're doing on the ground. So that planning piece is really essential right now. Our goal is to align our funding, our current funding, and then pursue additional funding that aligns with our resiliency needs. We talked about the blue and green infrastructure. We need to not only implement this, but we need to evaluate, assess, and determine what works and what doesn't. Secretary Kurtz's science, it becomes really important here. So after we implement changes, we still need to track it and to assess it and make sure that the state is getting its money's worth. We talked about the blue and green infrastructure. Your legislative folks did a great job at that, so I'm not going to go through that, but wastewater treatment, again, there's a climate aspect to that, right? There's a climate compounding effect, wells and septic. We have Ms. Jennifer Smith here to talk to you about dams. And that's something that maybe you haven't thought too much about in the resiliency space. And with that floodplain management, where in the past FEMA may require us to manage a floodplain, the area adjacent to a river, and I'm just going to make up a number, let's say 1 or 2 acres, depending on the topography. Well, because of changing weather patterns, we need to manage more. And a perfect example of that is the debris that comes down and over the Conowingo Dam, especially every spring, but actually after every major storm event. That's because the floodplain management requirements are expanding. And yet our federal partners and our state partners, we haven't done our work to assess that, to address it, and to respond to it effectively. So that's a miss that we have. That's something that we need to work on. With your approval, I'd like to bring up Jennifer Smith so she can talk about dam safety in Maryland. Thanks, Secretary.
Good afternoon, everybody. Yes, so there's two resiliency challenges that I would like to talk about that are facing Maryland today: dam safety and flooding. For dam safety, we have we're estimating 155,000 people in Maryland that live in an area that would flood if a dam were to fail in Maryland. We have 632 dams on our dam inventory. 107 of those dams, if they failed, would cause loss of life. So that's really a serious issue. 25% of the dams in Maryland are currently in need of repair, either significant repairs or they're not safe because they don't have enough capacity to safely pass what we consider the danger storm. And we estimate this repair cost for these dams is $620 million. From a floodplain management standpoint, as you know, many communities in Maryland are facing more and more flooding from coastal flooding, sea level rise, also from more high intensity storms that we're experiencing. We estimate there's $50 billion worth of property in the state of Maryland at risk for flooding, but only 1/3 of this property is currently covered by federally backed flood insurance under the National Flood Insurance Program. That's an estimated 54,000 buildings that are currently located in the FEMA floodplain. And we predict with climate change that if we remodeled that floodplain, we'd see an increase in the number of properties in the floodplain of 69%. Now, the state government does receive federal funding for dam safety, but it's not enough, obviously. As I said, $620 million that we estimate for dam repairs. 300 million of that estimate is for those high hazard dams that could cause loss of life if they failed. We have two grant programs that we received from FEMA that help us out. The High Hazard Potential Dam Grant, which is a fairly new grant. It's been around since 2019. We have been lucky that we've received $2 million from the grant to help us with 4 dams, repairing 4 dams. We have 40 eligible dams for that grant, but there just is not enough money in the grant program federally, across that. They distribute that money across the country. There's just not enough money in the program currently to meet the need. FEMA also gives us some money from the National Dam Safety Program grant to help us implement our dam safety program. That is doing their inspections, doing public outreach, doing outreach to the dam owners, emergency preparedness. But we only receive about $60,000 to $70,000 a year to manage the 632 dams that we have in the state. So that's a need. And then when it comes to flood management, we need to update our maps. Our FEMA maps, Suzanne, our FEMA maps are actually for very large watersheds, very large rivers with drainage areas of 640 acres or more. So many streams in Maryland are not mapped currently. We do not know the limits of the floodplain for most of the streams in Maryland. And then our maps do not incorporate predictions for climate change. They do not incorporate future land use changes. So they need to be updated. We also need much more funding for flood mitigation projects. Probably other agencies here today are going to talk about that as well. FEMA does provide us some funding to implement the National Flood Insurance Program. We have $300,000 that we get annually to provide oversight, education, and outreach for our 147 communities that are currently in the National Flood Insurance Program. And then we do also have some funding that we get from FEMA to do mapping. We've received over the last 15 years, $20 million to map the FEMA floodplain. But as I said, we're almost completely finished with that, that mapping. And again, it's not based on future land use changes or future climate changes. So that's all I have. And I think.
Yep, you can stay.
Okay.
You'll probably have some questions. Jeff,
Okay.
you want-
Senator Jackson? Yep.
So I don't know what to say really. You know,
Said
when you,
cracks.
oh, real. Yeah, I mean, so when you look at the number of dams we have, the number of dams, which if they had a failure would cost lives, the number of dams that are in queue for repair and there's no funding. So, I mean, I don't even know the question. The question is, so what's the plan? I don't know the question. So it's quite enlightening, scary.
Can I take your question and can we get a map of those,
Yeah.
where those dams are, first of all? That would be helpful.
Yeah, definitely.
Absolutely. In fact, we have an online digital map that we
Okay.
can provide you or provide you the link to, but also to highlight the 40 dams that we're talking about that are eligible for the grant. And then also we can tell you which ones are high hazard, which ones are medium.
Are we
significant hazard.
limited at all by Homeland Security?
No.
Okay, good.
I
Okay.
appreciate that. As well as, and then you talked about a mapping component that's needed and updated on some of these floodplain areas as well, whatever you can give us, but all right, thank you.
On that note, but what has the plan been with the dams? I guess that's what I'm most frustrated, not at you, well, at the world about. Because if we've seen this coming and this, I can't think of a greater delta I've seen in this subcommittee between need and
Right.
what we have. So what has the plan been and what's the plan now?
So Senator, some of these dams are publicly owned, some of them are privately owned, and so the responsibility isn't, all on the public shoulders, correct? So
Privately owned.
yes, sir. Also, the important thing to understand is that the original risk factor may have changed as our state has grown and more people have moved to the area impacted by the flood. So it isn't, as simple as all that, but yes.
And 50% of the dams are privately owned. So the private ownership issue is actually a bigger problem because you can imagine a person owning a dam and not putting aside the funds that they have available to do the repairs.
Include that in your information as well.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Senator, I just want to dig in. So can you give me an example of what a privately owned dam, because if it fails, it's a public issue. Are they on the hook for
Yes.
mitigation at that point?
Cascade Lake. Are you familiar with that story?
Can
That,
you
almost
elaborate?
failed.
Okay.
I want to say 3 years ago, privately owned dam in Carroll County. Actually, Carroll County, the solution was to remove the dam.
Okay.
But it was done in an emergency way. It took a week to go through that process, and Carroll County actually fronted the money to have the work done.
And were they repaid?
I don't know the answer to that question.
Wow.
In this fall, in terms of regulating dams, it falls under the purview of MDE, or is it, okay? Okay. What do we do when we know something privately owned is going to fail? Or are you empowered to legally make them address it? What are your
Yes.
tools?
Yes, we are empowered to do that, but
Okay.
can you imagine taking it to court while it's in the middle of failing? So we also have,
We do respond though.
We
Where-
do
Where
have-
there are failures.
Yeah.
We do respond. We
Okay.
respond with whatever is necessary to protect the public health. We don't wait and go to court.
Okay, Senator, when the secretary was here for her budget, we challenged you to give us a list of fines and fees that you would like us to consider increasing so that we actually have a rational way of mitigating and paying for this mitigation. Could you add this to your list of exploration? Because whatever you need to hold private dam owners responsible before, God forbid, someone is killed, I think is really important here. Senator Jackson, on that note?
Yeah, your last point was it, so,
Okay,
yeah, definitely. Thank you.
okay, Senator Solly.
Thank you. We have a couple problems in our district. One of the areas is Turner Station. And it's right by a the senior home in one area and the other area are homes. And we have private partners and the state working together. And they're going to use dredge material to build an area for a dam. So part of it's going to be a walkway built up, and the other part is will be a dam, because the area has been flooded many a times. But they said this will take care of the problem. They've never done this before. So this is like an example area of something they are going to do.
Right, and dams do provide significant benefit for a number of different reasons, one being flood control.
And that's just one area. We know that if that works, we would love to see other areas use this by example. Did you using dredge material, which used to be a waste material, but now they use it to reinforce. And so we could do something like this in one area. We can do this in many areas. So we have another area in Fort Howard, which we know in Middle River, which it's a beautiful area, but it's very serious problems of flooding. And if this works, we want to do the same exact thing there. And I know we had somebody from the city of Baltimore right there by the harbor where they've had flooding in some of the areas. So we know there, we know in Annapolis, there's serious problems, which I know the good senator and chair has had major problems. So I think there's opportunity and there's areas where we need to fix, but I totally agree with chair. There has to be accountability on people that own private lands. And I think we should need to work on that. So thank you.
I think the secretary said by October, so we look forward to hearing your solutions, but we'll be very interested in whatever you need to compel private dam owners to do their responsibility. We would like to be your partners there. Thank you.
Jeff Fretwell, I do have some slides. I don't know if you want me to do them or not, because I know you have a lot of other witnesses and you have the slides, but I have 3 slides that talk about federal and state funding that we administer. Okay. So the Inflation Reduction Act, which you've heard of, is the newest federal legislation. There's a lot of funding in the Inflation Reduction Act. The majority of this funding is actually competitive funding, whereas the IIJA BIL funding is mostly formula based. So the state's getting money based on a formula. In this case, we have to compete for this funding. Secretary McElwain, and this is one of her top priorities, is competing for as much of this funding as we can compete for. So we will be actively going after as many of these grants that come through the Inflation Reduction Act as we can. There are some specific ones listed here where we are getting some through a formula for our Air and Radiation Administration that oversees climate efforts at the department. And then there's the third bullet on the page talks about the Environmental Justice Government to Government program. This is a grant that we're very excited about. We will be applying for. Applications are due in April, so we're actively working on that right now. And then the Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund. These are just 4. There's a bunch of other grant funds coming that haven't rolled out yet, but we're going to be keeping active tabs on and applying for as they come out. The next slide talks about the bipartisan infrastructure law and the Water Quality Revolving Loan Fund. The Water Quality Revolving Loan Fund is receiving money through the bipartisan infrastructure law. This is an existing state program that offers low interest loans and loan forgiveness for local government projects. The eligibilities for this fund is, it's just numerous. If you can think of it and it's water quality related, it would be eligible for funding under the program. The Conservation Finance Act that Secretary Kurtz talked about earlier, again at MDE, that's increased our focus on blue and green infrastructure and new project eligibilities, including wetlands, riparian forest buffer, and upland forest planting as 3 examples. We are receiving 5 years of additional funding under the bipartisan infrastructure law, $270 million in this specific pot of funding, the Water Quality Revolving Loan Fund. 49% of that's for loan forgiveness in disadvantaged communities. And then the last slide is some state grant programs that we administer. So the Comprehensive Flood Management Grant Program, which you're familiar with, is again funding for local projects for flood mitigation efforts, including stormwater management, seawalls, tide gates, pump stations, dam repairs, et cetera. That's GO bond funds for that program. Bay Restoration Fund wastewater account. Again, this is funding for local projects, minor wastewater upgrades that the DLS analyst talked about earlier, along with connecting failing septics to public sewer, combined sewer overflow, sanitary sewer overflow abatement projects, and stormwater management, including quantity control. That program has historically, the last few years, been funding a lot more minor wastewater plants based on
the statutory priorities of the fund and the applications that we receive, but it can also fund and has funded septic connection, CSO, SSO work, and stormwater work. Bay Restoration Fund septics, this is $15 million a year. It goes to local governments as block grants to upgrade septic systems to best available technology and connect failing septics to public sewer. And then the last program is the Clean Water Commerce Program, which was reauthorized a couple of years ago again. This is $20 million a year coming out of the Bay Restoration Fund as a pay for success program that can fund a full range of best management practices, including green and blue infrastructure, and prioritizes permanent practices over temporary practices. And that is the end of our presentation.
Okay, I have two questions. Jeff, can you speak to the demand versus what on the, let's say, just take comprehensive flood management program demand versus what we're capable of funding right now?
Yeah, I mean, the demand is significantly outpaces the funding. We received 25 applications last year during the solicitation process, and I think we have funding for 4 new projects in the capital budget. Again, it's GO bonds. I think there's $6 or $7 million in there this year, but I mean, and that's true of all of our programs. The revolving loan fund program, we received, between that and the Bay Restoration Fund, over $1 billion in requests a year, and we don't have anywhere near $1 billion in funding.
So I'm not sure we're going to resolve any of this for this budget, but I think this is really good homework for us over the interim. If you could, at some point in the interim, let's pick a date. If you could get us all the demand versus supply on each of these programs in writing, that would greatly help us make future budget decisions. And then lastly, Madam Deputy Secretary, I neglected to ask the Secretary this when she was here the other week, but it's our understanding that part of the $500 million MDOT's kind of holding out on identifying projects for is their intention to use that potentially as matching for competitive federal grants. So I asked, gosh, who was in front of us today? It's been a long day. MEA earlier today, if they had the ability to match federal grant opportunities. Do you have that ability in your current budget to take advantage of everything you would like to pursue?
I think it's a complicated question. I'm going to defer to Jeff a little bit here, but a lot of our state revolving funds can be used for a match. So that's what we really rely on. Other than that, the short answer is it depends.
Yeah, I mean, that's the right answer. We do have a lot of flexibilities, and the state revolving fund can be a match a lot of times, but there are very specific things based on the federal program, and it can vary sometimes.
Okay, if you ever do have a challenge with that, we want you to take advantage of every possible federal funding opportunity. So please let us know if that becomes an issue.
Yes.
Okay. And we are joined by Senator Hester, who is stuck in committee, but is greatly interested in all these issues as well. So we've gone through DNR, MGE, and we're going to keep it moving if that's okay, Senator. Okay, we'll get you an agenda. Thank you very much. Okay, next we have MDEM. We have Mr. Eby?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Well, thank you. So Chaz Eby, I'm the Deputy of the Maryland Department of Emergency Management. I'm joined by my colleague, Sarah Bender, who is our Director of Disaster Risk Reduction. First, thank you very much for having us here. Our resilience efforts are one of the most exciting areas in our department right now. Building resilience and reducing communities' risk to disasters has really long been a tenet of emergency management. But right now we have a unique opportunity to make real change. And that's because of the federal grant programs and federal dollars that we've heard about already, as well as the state policies that have been enacted recently. So there should be some slides from us in your package that I'll read through. First and foremost is the establishment of the Office of Resilience. And frankly, I need to thank Senator Hester and many members of this subcommittee, not only for your partnership, but really for the vision to create the office and enable us to do the operations for this effort. What's key about our Office of Resilience is that it's all hazards. The main responsibilities, I bucket them into 4 buckets. The first is assessing risk of our communities across the state. The next is developing a strategy for addressing that risk. The third is then to identify the resources at both the federal, state, and local levels that can reduce that risk. And then lastly, then to support our local jurisdictions in doing those projects, executing those projects to reduce the risk. The next slide is a map or two maps from FEMA's National Risk Index. I won't talk through it. I think the DLS analysts did a great job of going over all the risks. My reaction to that presentation was, wow, there are many, many risks in this state, and there are a lot of programs across a wide variety of state agencies. And that's precisely why we need the Office of Resilience. Multiple hazards means multiple agencies are involved in addressing it, and that requires a coordinated approach. We're one of the only emergency management departments in the country to have the Office of Resilience located within emergency management. Frankly, I think that's a very good thing. In order to effectively reduce risk, it's going to require collaboration across multiple disciplines. And there's all these interdependencies. So we have great partners, you've heard from some already, that are doing important work in their area. But risk inherently is interdependent upon multiple hazards and multiple work streams. And to reduce it, you need a coordinating entity. And that's just what this Office of Resilience will be. And so we have made some progress in the Office of Resilience. First, and I guess the headline is we're really fortunate that funding was included as part of the fiscal year 24 state allowance for a chief resilience officer, as well as staff for this office. But in the meantime, we've been really closely working with the partners that you've heard from and will hear from today. We are participants on the Adaptation and Response Working Group that the Secretary Kurtz mentioned. We work with them on various climate change commissions and work groups as well. And you can think of why it's important for all of us to be in the room where projects and problems are discussed, because while MDOT, let's say transportation, is working on a highway drainage project in one area, that MDE may have a high hazard dam or be working in a wetland where the Maryland Energy Administration has a resiliency hub for power somewhere. Like all these things together either reduce or increase risk. And a central coordinating body is really important to realize that, and then also identify what grants may be missing to help bring into that very area. Some other progress we've made, we've recently hired, and this is really important to me, a Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer in the office in our department. We're not the first, but we're one of the first emergency management agencies to include that nationwide. It's important that our staff, of course, represent Maryland, but also there's an external function for this unit and this staff. All of our programs, it's important that they are applied equitably. It's also important post-disaster that the most underserved communities, that our programs actually help them. And there have been studies that have shown that FEMA programs oftentimes are disproportionately not going to those underserved communities. And so we've hired a position to help our programs address that. The next slide is on a Resilient Maryland Revolving Loan Fund program. That again, we're the only emergency management department in the nation to have established one. The main problem that is being addressed, will be addressed by this loan fund, is that many of these federal programs that you'll hear about require a local match. So what does that do? That means the localities that can't necessarily afford that match are automatically ruled out from applying it. And it's bad, and it's pervasive in Maryland, frankly. And so this loan fund program will allow those communities to apply for these federal grants while taking on a very low interest loan in order to meet that non-federal match. Those localities also have, you've challenged us to identify some issues that we have. Some of the local emergency management offices are very small, and they do tend to focus highly on response, and they have 911 responsibilities and emergency services responsibilities. And oftentimes they are challenged to do grant writing for mitigation, for long-term prevention, and things like that. So we're trying to identify ways internally to provide technical assistance and capacity, but frankly, a lot of these offices don't have it. And that's a tricky problem that we'd like to address. Let's see here.
Can we pause on that? How would you like to address that? And what do you need to address that?
Again, with the small staffs that they have in their offices, most of them are more focused on disaster response and then recovery after the fact, less so on mitigation. And so we're looking at models where we can use our mitigation staff to provide technical assistance. And frankly, if we can identify a funding stream to provide direct staff at the local level to do mitigation work, I think that would be a boon for the state.
Okay, again, maybe not something we're going to resolve in the next 2 weeks, but could you put your thinking caps on over the interim and we'll continue to work on that and come back next year with a solution?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Senator Jackson.
In the same vein, so I happen to work at one of those emergency management places in Prince George's Homeland Security. And one of the things I recall during COVID is that we had a seamless connection with our health department. And so I probably should have posed this earlier. And so for whomever is in the room. So when does the relationship with the health department come in? Just looked at my sheet and I don't see them here today. As we're talking about this resiliency, it's a huge component to what we need to do in order to stand our communities back up. So if you all could, any and everybody could kind of forward us some information on your relationship with the health department going forward. And you also, before we get too far, a lot of information today, this loan fund, are you working with your relationship with MML and MACO? So if you could forward us that information, and as well as your relationships with public school system and our universities and colleges. I know that in some of the counties, programs are being stood up, emergency management programs are being stood up in the high schools to help some pipelines. So that's it, I think. So
Similarly, can you get us the demand on this 25 million versus your capacity to fund?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, and this is the first year we've just, I believe Samantha, our GLS analyst, mentioned that the application's just closed. But
Okay.
yes.
Can you give us a preview? Is it oversubscribed already in its first year?
No, we don't expect to be oversubscribed the first year. We do have other programs I'll talk about that are vastly oversubscribed.
Okay. When will you be making the grant decisions on this loan fund?
The application is due to FEMA April 28th. So we close the application period and we call it a soft closing because it's the first year, we're allowing local jurisdictions. We're still having conversations with local emergency managers. But we plan to do a review before the end of this month and rank the projects. The plan is to submit them all, just rank them appropriately with an advisory committee and get those in before the end of April.
Okay, thank you. Spark Senator Hester. Senator Hester.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I was just trying to figure it out because I know that there's a link between the Resilient Maryland Revolving Loan Fund and the Storm Act. How does that match? How is it actually happening in practice?
Believe it or not, even though these applications are due in April, the federal government hasn't released the final guidance on how that will link.
So, for example, if we apply for a $5 million project, are you expecting that the $5 million will come out of the Resilient Maryland Fund, or only 10% of that, and then 90% will come out of the federal fund?
The 10% will come out of the fund.
That is exactly what I was hoping you'd say.
That is good.
And thank you for questions, and we'll provide that information. And we did, beyond just adding to the health department, there's almost every state agency will have a role in this. I mean, think about agriculture, food resiliency, for which we're a co-chair for the Maryland Food Resiliency Council. So the list can go on and on, right? So I'm on a slide, a hazard mitigation overview. There's some numbers here because this is the traditional method through which emergency management does mitigate disaster impact. This is a FEMA hazard mitigation assistance, a FEMA funded program. It mainly focuses on infrastructure and construction type projects, so things like modifications in buildings of culverts, stormwater retention ponds, tidal gauges and pumps, things like that. FY21 hazard mitigation, we were successful in getting $5.5 million from the federal government. The previous year in FY20, we were awarded a $32 million award as part of the Building Resilient Infrastructure and Communities program. The first year of that, Maryland was one of only 10 states to get a competitive award, and that's going to address a wide range of green and gray infrastructure improvement projects all up and down the middle branch of the Patapsco River, from Cherry Hill and Baltimore City, if you're familiar, down, and this is an area that this can really help revitalize. But in FY22, we got ambitious. We're trying to step up our game. We've submitted just recently in January, $23 million from funding requests from local jurisdictions. And we've also applied for $90 million in hazard mitigation funding that was through the COVID-19 FEMA disaster. And we're way oversubscribed for that. So to preempt your question on that, Madam Chair, we received about $125 million in local projects. And we had to narrow that down to about 90 million. And frankly, if that application period was longer, it would have kept compiling more and more than that.
Just as a note, could you get us in response, all these programs, the oversubscribed demand versus supply, just in one sheet? That would be lovely. Thank you.
Yes. Before I summarize, I do want to touch on cybersecurity since that was included in the analysis. There is a $7.2 million local cybersecurity fund that MDM will administer. That was just included as part of the FY24 allowance. We also are co-leading an application that we submitted to FEMA, and it was announced that we were awarded $3.2 million for that. And so there is a okay bolus of funding coming through the federal and state government to local jurisdictions to enhance their cybersecurity planning this next fiscal year. And so finally, to kind of summarize some of MDEM's strategy and vision moving forward for resilience, we really want to focus on places and people and not paperwork. And what I mean by that is we need to coordinate with our partners who are, you've already heard, they're doing a lot of work already. There's a lot of work going on. There's new programs coming in, and there's all this federal money that's also coming down. And so we want to be the coordinating entity that leverages that and applies it to specific places that we find are at highest risk through this assessment process. We'll draw in the federal money in order to supplement some of the state's efforts, and I think that will more efficiently reduce risk. And I think I'll leave it there pending your questions.
Thank you. On that mapping and kind of proactively couldn't be more important, not just for my district where I joke all of it is one big critical area, but a lot of roadways in Senator Jackson's district across the Eastern Shore that are very prone to flooding that will easily separate communities from everything, including hospitals, schools, all those things. So once we have this kind of mapping and is MDM then going to coordinate a strategic plan to address kind of the most at-risk communities?
Yes, so that, yes, and that is included as part of the law, and we are required to submit a report to the legislature in January.
Okay. And then once we have the resilience officer in hand, Senator Hester, we should talk about this, but just as we have a Bay cabinet that meets on Bay issues, will we have a resilience cabinet that pulls together all the secretaries and departments we hear from today to have regular conversations as we're having today? Is that part of the I don't think it was part of the bill, but I would say it's been a long day and a long year. But I would recommend that might be a smart thing to do to keep everybody close.
I agree that we will need a systematic process to regularly coordinate. I can't comment on like a sub cabinet or not, but we will find a way to get all the right people in the room and regularly and systematically meet. Yes.
Okay. I think I'm going to recommend that to the governor. Okay. Any other questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I skipped over MEA and I sincerely apologize. Yes, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the subcommittee. I'm very honored to be with you here today. My name is Brandon Bowser, Section Chief of Clean Energy and Resilience for the Maryland Energy Administration. I manage the agency's portfolio of clean energy and energy resilience technology incentive programs that provide grants to Maryland organizations and residents so that they can plan for and install energy systems and improvements that help Maryland meet its energy RPS, reliability, and greenhouse gas reduction goals. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak with the committee this afternoon on the importance of ensuring that our state's investments into energy infrastructure are as reliable and accessible as they are carbon-free and sustainable. So I've got a set of slides for you. So on the next slide called Energy Resilience 101, I know you've heard a lot of education today about the term of resilience, and I'm going to focus on the energy definition of that one. So let's talk a little bit more about what it means to be resilient. Presidential Policy Direction 21, issued back in 2015, defines resilience broadly as the ability to prepare for and adapt to changing conditions and withstand and recover rapidly from disruptions. Resilience includes the ability to withstand and recover from deliberate attacks, accidents, or naturally occurring threats or incidents. Specifically, energy resilience focuses these actions and efforts on ensuring the availability and reliability of our energy supplies and delivery infrastructure. Then if you turn to the next slide. So let's talk about creating a resilient Maryland. Creating a truly resilient Maryland means bolstering the resilience and reliability of our infrastructure, our environment, essential services, energy sources, and other sectors necessary for our state to survive and thrive in the face of societal threats. This is especially true for our communities that are considered to be the most vulnerable to the harmful effects of climate change, environmental degradation, historical disinvestment and neglect, environmental racism, and so many other challenges that disproportionately affect those Marylanders that have been left behind. Securing sustainable, affordable, reliable, and resilient energy sources and transmission and delivery infrastructure are critical components of ensuring that absolutely nobody is left behind in this clean energy transition. So moving on the next slide, let's talk a little bit about the specific threats to energy reliability. This is broadly true for everywhere in the United States and most of the world, but I'm going to obviously focus some specific attention on Maryland. Many people, of course, don't think about what it takes to keep their lights on until the room goes dark. Energy is something many of us take for granted, but just like anything, it faces threats to its integrity and its reliability. There are many different threats to the reliability of energy supply, but it's generally accepted across the industry that they fall into three main categories, those being natural, man-made, and technological. Some examples of natural threats include, but are certainly not limited to, a few examples I have for you here today, all of which have impacted Maryland in the past, the recent past. Severe weather, for example, the various derechos that have impacted our state within the past decade, the tornado in Annapolis a couple of years ago. Tropical cyclones and weather, such as Hurricane Irene a number of years ago, earlier this century, and just recently, Hurricane Isaias. Winter weather systems, for example, I think everybody in this room probably remembers the 36 inches of snow that was dumped on Baltimore in January of 2016. Extreme temperature events, just like the recent December 2022 temperatures over the Christmas holiday, which really strained the PJM grid operator. Seismic events, back in 2011, there was a 5.8 magnitude earthquake that hit the greater Baltimore area. And of course, the worsening impacts of climate change. Moving on, some examples of man-made threats include cyber attacks. For example, back in 2021, we had the Colonial Pipeline incident, of which our agency was in charge of responding to. Physical attacks, you've seen it in the news. There have been various ballistic attacks to substations across the United States at an increasing and alarming rate. Espionage by malicious foreign and domestic agents, for example, China, North Korea, and Russia, all of which I've seen in various energy security briefings have some alarming eyes on our infrastructure and how our energy systems operate. And finally, some examples of technological threats to the integrity of our energy supply includes failing energy infrastructure, control system failures, and malfunctioning equipment. And threats aren't only primary either. Many, if not all of the examples I've given you result in cascading effects that negatively impact our society. For examples, shortfalls in energy supply that can cause brownouts and blackouts on high demand days, calling back again to the recent example in December 2022 when the PJM grid operator was really strained on supply. And energy price shocks like the ones we saw last year during the Russian invasion of Ukraine that we're still feeling to some degree today. So I don't think I need to spell it out any further. These threats are all very real and have all happened within recent Maryland history. The good news is there are solutions, which is the theme of the next slide. So a diversity of infrastructure upgrades, technology solutions, energy management strategies, and control systems are available today to help bolster and secure the resilience and reliability of Maryland's energy supplies. Some of these examples include, but of course are not limited to, technologies you've heard about a little bit already. Distributed energy resources, commonly referred to as DERs in the energy industry. Examples of those include solar PV panels installed on homes and businesses, combined heat and power systems, battery energy storage, just to name a few. Microgrids, which are amalgamations of all of these DERs strategically so they can provide a resilient community or campus scale energy system that can bolster in times of grid outage. Wire undergrounding and pole reconductoring, and grid interactive technologies like smart meters and smart HVAC equipment, building management systems, things that dynamically talk to the grid and respond accordingly. And of course, strategic siting of grid infrastructure upgrades when they come up to be installed that minimize their exposure to the impacts of these disruptive events. On the next slide, you'll see some of our agency's specific efforts to improve energy resilience across the state. We've actively been promoting these solutions and incentivizing Maryland's various sectors and its residents to adopt them for many years. We've learned a lot about what works, what doesn't, and what needs some more support to become accessible and widely deployed. We offer several current resiliency-focused programs, but of special note and wide impact is our award-winning Resilient Maryland program, which specifically received a 2022 Clean Energy States Alliance State Leadership in Clean Energy Award. I'd like to focus a bit more on it and the successes it's achieved. You heard DLS talk a little bit about that program.
Can you also talk about what we can be doing better? I appreciate what we do well, but push us.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Absolutely. So just to give you some background on Resilient Maryland, I first designed it back in 2020 with the help of my MEA colleagues, and the primary objectives of that program are twofold. First and foremost, to help close that financial gap in the due diligence phase of project design, which would be feasibility analysis, pre-construction planning, and critical stakeholder engagement. It's often referred to as the valley of death in energy project creation. You get a concept on paper, but before you can get to the installation phase, you've got to get through that diligence process, which not only includes engineering and creating the plans for these systems, but actually talking to every stakeholder who has a say in this thing going in. And that's been a huge challenge for energy projects for the past few decades. And so what Resilient Maryland does is that it provides funding to these organizations pursuing DERs, microgrids, and resiliency hubs so that they can conduct that analysis, but also identify and engage a project planning committee that includes these stakeholders. Everyone's talking to everybody that needs to.
Can you give us an example of perhaps the project you're most proud of that received funding from this? And again, if it's oversubscribed yet, or what's the demand on this?
Sure, absolutely. I actually have a little bit of information about some poster child projects, we'll call them, coming up. But just to give you a little bit of because I'll get to those in a second here, but Frostburg State University out in Western Maryland, they were one of our very first Resilient Maryland awardees. So they have been working with their developer as well as their student body to design, develop, and now they're at the very beginning of installing their microgrid. And it's going to include about 3 megawatts of solar PV in various forms across the campus. There's a solar field, there's parking lot solar PV canopies with EV charging. There's rooftop solar. It also includes a fuel cell and advanced thermal energy management systems so they can ensure the resilience of hot water for space conditioning, their pool, and potable hot water, of course. So I would say that's definitely, I love all my grantees, don't get me wrong, but that one's definitely a poster child of sorts.
And what was the total cost of that project versus what Resilient Maryland was able to fund?
Sure. So there's it actually received 2 different Resilient Maryland grants under 2 different veins.
Yep, it's in there.
Yeah. So the first one, the planning and design element, that was $100,000. The overall cost of the planning, that diligence phase, I think came between $120,000 and $150,000. I will say that's on the low end of diligence for these types of projects. They can range, up to the $1 to $2 million if you get really complicated in the technology that you're analyzing.
Okay, and then the next piece was the construction. What was the delta there between what you could fund and what the cost was?
Sure. So what they asked for from Resilient Maryland, we put a cap on our capital development vein of Resilient Maryland last year of $1 million per project. They asked for $750,000. The total cost of this microgrid, I believe, is about $18 to $19 million. But they are leveraging a very powerful P3 fund for projects out in Western Maryland that they're working with their project developer, as well as the Appalachian Regional Commission, have been working together to develop this self-sustaining revolving microgrid capital development fund that they and a few other projects in the region are working, it helps them all.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely. So that's actually a really good segue into the two other veins of Resilient Maryland. So the first I talked about was that sort of feasibility analysis and pre-construction planning part of it, but there are two other ones. The second vein of this program is, of course, the capital development arm, which I just talked about a little bit with Frostburg. So that one provides equipment and installation funds for the actual elements of the microgrid. The third one was actually incorporated into Resilient Maryland. It used to be a standalone program. You may be familiar with it, the Resiliency Hubs program. Part of it was codified last year, which we were really excited to see happen. But that one specifically provides funding to create or to put in solar and battery storage systems at community locations that serve as resiliency hubs. What our agency defines as a resiliency hub is an easily accessible nearby location where neighborhood members can go in power outage and emergency situations so that they can receive power for their essential electronic equipment like cell phones, laptop computers, so they can remain connected, portable medical equipment, refrigeration for temperature sensitive items like medications, conditioned space so they're in healthy temperatures, particularly important on those red and blue days, extreme hot, extreme cold temperatures. And of course, ample lighting so they are in a safely lit location during the course of the outage event.
That's a particular interest again, as we represent coastal communities or flooded communities. How much is in that program? What's the reach? What's the delta in terms of demand versus supply?
It is extremely oversubscribed. I know that this past fiscal year for the entire funding for the program was $2.5 million. I would love to dump as much money as I can into this program just because there's such a demand for DER system investment across the state. And we know we're actually, one of our Resilient Maryland grantees is working on, they're wrapping up one project and starting another one. You may have heard of the organization known as Groundswell. They are a community development organization that was one of the key partners behind the Washington, D.C. Solar for All program. They actually received a Resilient Maryland grant to conduct a citywide analysis to create a network of resiliency hubs across Baltimore City. They paired with the city in that effort, and they identified 26 viable locations across the city that could become resiliency hubs. A lot of these are in the most vulnerable communities that are within Baltimore. So several of those are progressing to installation, and they actually just received another Resilient Maryland grant to replicate this effort across Montgomery County. And that project just got underway this past year.
So 2.5 million for that hub section of Resilient Maryland.
No, actually that's 2.5 for Resilient Maryland overall. So yeah, definitely, there's a definite need here.
Okay. Could you give us that with the demand and then specific to the hub piece? Because again, I think that's very important to the subcommittee.
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely.
And Senator Jackson.
Just a quick question. You spoke a little earlier about your stakeholders and getting stakeholders involved. I'm not going to question your effort there. But for those of us who are representatives, we get calls from communities all the time about not being aware of projects in certain communities. You talked about battery storage. There's one in Southern Prince George's that communities down there are very much concerned about. And so could you forward this committee some sort of information on how you all communicate with all the stakeholders?
Absolutely. I'd be happy to do that for you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
But Madam Chair, to answer your question, I would say, total awarded funding across the multiple years we've offered the Resiliency Hub program, we've awarded around $2.5 million in funds over FY19, FY21, and FY22. We unfortunately could not offer the Resiliency Hubs program in FY20 due to the funding constraints as a result of the pandemic and, different agency priorities at the time. It was a strange time for everybody. But now it's actually, because then it was its own program, but now it's actually a part of Resilient Maryland.
Is it carved out within Resilient?
So yeah, we put $2.5 million in the budget. Ideally, we wanted to reserve about 400,000 to 500,000 of that for that area of interest one, the planning and feasibility. And then we were flexible with the remaining budget on how that could be divvied up between AOI2, the microgrid capital development, and AOI3 which is resiliency hubs. So it's where that $2 million in FY23 is sort of wherever the demand is between the two. Absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. Okay. So I mentioned Frostburg State University as one of the spotlight projects. The other one is St. Jude's Regional Catholic School in Rockville, Maryland. So this one is an example of an operating functional resiliency hub. I was just out there last week showing it off to an interested other state that was in the region visiting. They wanted to know about resiliency hubs. But it was awarded a $263,000 resiliency hub grant to install a PV and battery storage system to specifically power its auditorium and connected adjacent kitchen facilities. So at St. Jude's, this resiliency hub will be able to serve the immediate surrounding community. I know a lot of people the area where St. Jude's is in is Rockville. I think it's typically viewed as a higher income community, but actually behind the school, there is an actual statistically identified low income community that can now rely on this hub whenever the energy grid goes down. So it was definitely a big win. It's been sort of it was one of the first resiliency hubs that we funded. So it got a lot of visibility across the nation as more people started paying attention to Maryland and what it was doing with these things called resiliency hubs. Absolutely.
So please also include how you identify these hubs. So you mentioned, Rockville and its demographics, but behind the school, there is a community that could use it, but if you could identify or at least give us that information, that's important.
Senator, I think are you asking, do you use a DEIJ lens at all in scoring your grantees? Is that fair, Senator?
Yeah, that should be the question.
Okay.
Sure.
Since we're talking about, look, I know with the Maryland Department of Environment.
Can you?
That's very explicit. The lens they're using, are you using the same lens or a similar lens?
I can say that ever since Resilient Maryland was first developed, the equity lens has been one of the core evaluation criteria in that program, and that's been across all areas of interest. As the definition of energy equity has developed over the past few years, we have traditionally been a little bit more flexible because that can mean various things. It could mean reducing energy burden for a community. It could mean providing that resiliency hub location for a community where when the power goes out, the emergency shelter is like miles across town and they have nowhere to go. And it's not easily accessible for them, especially if they have residents with mobility issues. So in our project proposals that we solicit from those who are looking to get this funding, we ask them to please, if you're looking for an energy equity focused project, clearly define what that means, demonstrate the need so we understand. But moving forward, we will definitely be incorporating what has been identified through like the Justice 40 initiative. I know that there is an EJ screen tool out there that has a lot of different GIS information on communities that face various vulnerabilities, and we're definitely incorporating that moving forward.
In your communication plan, thank you.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You mentioned about wanting to know exactly, I told you a lot about what we've done, now where we're going. You've heard a lot about sort of the IIJA and IRA funding. Of specific focus right now for us is Section 40101D of the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law, IIJA. And this one is the preventing outages and enhancing the resilience of the electric grid coming out of the federal government. Specifically, it's offered to states and Indian tribes to fund projects that improve resilience of their electric grids. We'll use these funds to develop a competitive grant program that are available to the various awardee types that you see on that slide before you there. So that's about $4.4 million of federal funding year over year. And I know that my colleague, Jessica Wakefield, earlier, she mentioned, yes, we do have that matching capability, and we absolutely do. I would say that the more that we can match and stretch these dollars further, the better. So I know that, when it comes to funding resilience projects through MEA, we can use various existing funding sources in the CEF already. Like we can use Reggie RE, we can use ACP when there's an explicit low income benefit. The more funding that we can attribute to growing these systems that help mitigate Marylanders who are at risk at the impacts of climate change and other resilience focused threats that I discussed earlier, the better. I would love to have more money in the Resilient Maryland program. And it's not a function of us not wanting to put money there. It's just we have such a need across our agency's budget through, we've got a lot of things we're focusing on, a lot of which DLS told you about. But if we, I would love to get more dedicated funding for programs like Resilient Maryland.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I sit on the EEE committee, and we've heard a number of bills this year that would take money out of some of the programs here and use it for other things. And so my question is, is it SAFE or CEF?
CEF.
CEF. So if the CEF fund is currently funding the Resilient Maryland program, which is currently oversubscribed, are you aware of any of the current legislation that's actually going to touch that?
Yeah, I know that there's several bills out there that are moving some, I know that we talked about the governor's transportation bill, HB 550 a lot. Like that's definitely removing some caps and barriers. It's increasing our admin budget, it proposes to increase our admin budget to sort of help with the staffing constraints as well. So yes, I do know there are several bills floating out there. My colleague Landon Fayrig, he's our legislative liaison. He unfortunately couldn't join me today. That's probably more of a question for him, but I can absolutely relay that to him and we can follow up with you.
Because it seems like, I'm hearing two separate things. I'm hearing that this fund is being used for other things, and I'm hearing that the resilient part of it is currently oversubscribed. So it seems like we should try to save some of this money along the way.
Just observation, it seems like CEF is every year one of those things that everybody wants to push and pull and take from. So yes, it's part of the subcommittee's challenge in working with MEA to figure out the most strategic use of that fund.
Absolutely.
Okay, let's keep going.
Okay, so yeah, we're getting close to the end of my presentation here. I guess just in conclusion, our investment into resilient energy solutions is paramount to protect our energy supplies from the harmful effects of climate change, severe weather, malicious actors, aging infrastructure, and an increasing list of threats. We plan to continue offering Resilient Maryland and other programs important to our efforts. Another thing that we're about to embark on is to conduct a statewide resilience analysis to understand, where the greatest needs are across the state. We will employ things like, the identifiers out of Justice 40 and EJ Screen and some of the developing resources for an equity lens that are coming out of the federal government and related partners. We want to emphasize investment in vulnerable and frontline communities, and we want to ensure that we don't lose sight of making sure that these resilient energy solutions maximize the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. That is paramount in this, because reducing greenhouse gas emissions helps mitigate against some of the threats that I went over today. I've worked with a lot of other states and energy, industry, and community advocacy organizations. I know that NASIO and NARUC often reach out to MEA to get input on what's good resilience policy. So Maryland is definitely being seen as a leader in this space. To that, our programs and policies often impacts programs and policies that other states and jurisdictions are pursuing. I've got a lot of states that want to emulate Resilient Maryland and produce it in their own states. I've been to give you some concrete examples, Kentucky has reached out to me, Wisconsin has reached out to me, Maine, Washington. I've got a whole bunch of different ones that have been interested in the program. But the General Assembly, you all have done a fantastic job at supporting our efforts, especially with resiliency so far. I ask you to please continue those efforts. It's a huge part of what we do. Thank you very much for your opportunity for me to present today, and I welcome any questions you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And so we're going to send a follow-up to everybody who came before us today, kind of just simplifying what we're asking. But one of those things is also going to be, we heard it a couple of times, your current outreach strategy to MML, MACO, and if the grant could go to nonprofits, what does that outreach look like as well? Because I think maybe we can do a better job of getting the word out across the board. So
completely agree.
Okay.
Completely agree.
Thank you very much. Okay, last we have MDOT. Thank you very much for being so patient. And then we have two community partners who are going to testify after our last department. Ms. Hertz, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, members of the subcommittee. For the record, my name is Sandy Hertz. I am the Director of MDOT's Office of Climate Change Resilience and Adaptation, and I am going to be presenting on behalf of the agency today. I'm going to start out with how Federal Highway defines a resilience, and it's very similar to the approach that I've seen across all of the modal administrations. And it's the ability to prepare for changing conditions and withstand, respond to, and recover rapidly from disruptions. So the expanse of our system, the diversity of our modal administrations, the changing weather patterns and needs of our communities, and our responsibility to provide safe, reliable transportation options for the traveling public requires us to continually assess and respond to these types of disruptions. So understanding our risks and vulnerabilities allows MDOT to proactively adapt to projected changes and extend the functional life of the transportation assets that are so critical in Maryland. In terms of our sources of resiliency funding, it was highlighted earlier, but I'll go back to it because it is a big number. We use both capital and operating budgets to support our resilience programs within MDOT. In terms of new funds, through the Federal Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, MDOT will be receiving approximately $107 million in Protect formula funding between federal fiscal years 2022 and 2026. I don't have it on this slide, but it was mentioned earlier, so I will also speak to it. The carbon reduction program is also a new formula pot of funding for MDOT, and it brings in $104 million for emissions reduction strategies. And going back to what the gentleman from, I think it was DLS said earlier, with regard to resilience, and climate change in particular, you look at mitigation, you look at adaptation, and then you achieve resilience. So the carbon reduction program really speaks to that mitigation component, but I don't have slides on that today. In addition to that Protect formula funding that we did receive, many of the existing federal aid programs have added language into their specific sections to add resilience as a program purpose, opening up options for us to use funding under different federal aid programs towards resilient improvements. It's expanded eligible activities to explicitly include protective features that enhance resilience, including natural infrastructure. So the blue infrastructure and the green infrastructure that someone spoke to earlier. It's emphasizing a more multimodal focus and a resilience to natural hazards or disasters as added grant consideration factors. And it's prioritized resilience and equity across all of its programs. I think somebody mentioned earlier, Justice 40. We have also used federal discretionary grant funding as well as state capital and state operating budget apportionments to support resiliency efforts within our agency. I'm going to speak to Protect on this next slide, just to give you an overview. It's dedicated funding to help make surface transportation more resilient to natural hazards. And that includes climate change, sea level rise, flooding, extreme weather events, and other natural disasters. And it provides support for planning activities, resilience improvements, meaning actual construction projects, and then community resilience and evacuation routes, and as well as a focus on at-risk coastal transportation infrastructure. The eligible facilities that we have within MDOT include our State Highway Administration. They are actually who the funding comes into from Federal Highway. We also have the ability to use those funds for facilities under our Maryland Transit Administration, our Maryland Port Administration, and our Maryland Aviation Administration. And that is because of the fact that they have ties to surface transportation. So that's the key there.
Eligible activities, I hit it a little bit already, but just to kind of cover some more specificity here. Resilience planning, that can include the development of a resilience improvement plan for transportation. Capacity building, things like training and workforce development. It can also work on evacuation plan. It can go towards evacuation planning and preparation. Resilience improvements are projects that can help with flood mitigation. So improving stormwater drainage, upgrading some of our existing facilities to meet or exceed design standards. We can use the funding towards relocating infrastructure if it's in a vulnerable situation. We can also use it for lengthening and elevating bridges. Community resilience and evacuation routes, it's improvements to add capacity or create redundant evacuation routes. And then at-risk coastal infrastructure, it's protecting those transportation assets that exist in your counties and strengthening or relocating coastal highways and non-rail infrastructure. So there's a broad scope under this Protect formula funding.
Can I pause you there, because I think this came up in the MDEM and something that's particularly important to all of us representing coastal or often flooded communities. Have we, of these buckets, resilience planning all the way down to at-risk coastal, has any of the money that you've received been spent? How are you identifying projects? Because I'm sure the subcommittee has some ideas for you in our own districts.
I'm sure.
But what's the timeline here, and how can we work with you to execute?
Sure. So I can speak to that. I don't have a slide for it, but so the first question that you asked was, have we spent the money? The short answer to that is no, we have not spent the money. We are taking a deliberate and focused approach towards the stewardship of these funds. We have been doing our due diligence and looking through the long-range transportation plans developed by the MPOs. We've been looking at all of the local priority letters. We're also evaluating frequently flooded locations within our roadway systems. Right now, my office is conducting a vulnerability gap assessment, so to speak. Several of our business units, and that's actually on the next slide if you want to look at that one, because we've been doing resiliency planning for a while at MDOT. So we have several of our business units have already undertaken some form of a vulnerability assessment, focusing on their assets. What we're doing within OKRA, which is the way I say my acronym, because it's a really long office title. But within OKRA, what we're doing is working with State Highway Administration and the other business units to identify their critical assets and those that are threatened by the natural hazards that are covered under the Protect program. We're also adding in, through the Justice 40 efforts and our Maryland state specific efforts, information related to underserved and overburdened communities as part of the factor in terms of determining which projects would be prioritized.
Yes. Quickly, you spoke about talk about your partners. So because you are the Department of Transportation,
Yes.
and even though you are Maryland Department of Transportation, you have partners in the region. I mean, from whether you're talking Pennsylvania, Delaware, or whomever, and you talk about evacuation, part of your resiliency
Mhm.
has to include that. You spoke of it. So talk about your relationship with them, or maybe not talk about it, but send it to us.
I'll give you a snippet, and then yes, we can follow up
Thank you.
specifically on the emergency evacuation side, because that is not my forte. We actually have a director of Homeland Security that handles a lot of that.
And funding, to include funding.
Sure.
Partnering on that as well.
Okay. Yeah. So again, looking at the resilience planning timeline slide, in terms of partnerships, I would say that MDOT, as well as most of the agencies that you've heard from today, have been in a partnership at a state level, at least with staff, for a number of years. We have a Maryland Resiliency Partnership. We work together on flood awareness campaigns and flood awareness messaging. April is Flood Awareness Month, or it has been in the past. So we
we continue to collaborate on those types of efforts. We've also worked, MDOT and MDE, as well as Department of Natural Resources, have worked together on submitting BRIC grant applications in the past to try to work towards resilience improvements, particularly around flooding. In terms of state partnerships, we are a member of the State Resilience Planning Group, or it's coordinated through the Pew Charitable Trust, but it's a group of folks from around the nation really coming together to talk about resilience planning. We also represent Maryland on the ASHTO's Committee for Transportation Safety and System Resilience, and have presented our approach out nationally, and are seeking feedback and information from those other states that are also receiving these types of formula funding. So we've been doing kind of a crosswalk and data sharing between our peers in the other states within the transportation sector. And it's becoming more of a, I guess, a support group, if you will, across the states in terms of how do we tackle resilience. To put it into a movie quote, if you build it, they will come, sort of thing. Transportation, particularly surface transportation, touches everything. So whether you're talking about the energy sector or you're talking about the natural environment, the roads that we have, the rail that we have, the ports that we support are creating the means that people are using to get to and from some of these destinations. And we recognize that it's a critical, a very important function that we serve in Maryland. And it's our goal to maintain a sustainable transportation system.
Thank you. We look forward to that information. Thank you.
We're on grants awarded. Yes. All right. So recent resiliency grants, and I'm only going to highlight two in the interest of time. We have recently been awarded $10 million in build grant funding for the resilience and flood mitigation project that's underway at Maryland's Port Administration. It's the Dundalk Marine Terminal. And that project is going to help mitigate the impact of sea level rise and coastal flooding and inundation at one of the most important generators of economic activity in Maryland. Another example is a FEMA BRIC grant funding that was provided to the Maryland State Highway Administration, and that's to assist with planning and design of hybrid living shoreline projects for 3 priority areas along Maryland 249 and St. Mary's County. And those areas are being impacted by both nuisance and storm surge flooding. And as I mentioned previously, we have pursued other discretionary grant funding in the past, sometimes not so successfully, but those are the successes, the recent ones. I want to pivot to additional opportunities that are offered through USDOT discretionary grant programs under the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act. The first one, the slide that covers PROTECT, RAISE, and the National Infrastructure Project Assistance Program grants. You can see the amounts that are shown on this slide. These funding amounts show the federal level, not a Maryland specific level. So don't get too excited. It just means that there's funding out there for us to pursue. The PROTECT grants, those discretionary grants, are very similar in terms of scope as to what I mentioned earlier on the formula funding slide. Eligible recipients beyond just state agencies are metropolitan planning organizations, local governments, and public authorities with a transportation function. Notice of funding opportunity for that has not been released yet. We don't have a firm date, despite us asking almost weekly, but they're saying sometime in spring. RAISE grant funding, that's for large projects, significant local or regional projects. Notice of funding opportunity for 24 program federal fiscal 24 program funds will be this fall. The last one on here, which is sometimes referred to as the mega projects program, supports large complex projects that are difficult to fund by other means and likely to generate national or regional economic mobility or safety benefits. These can be things like a highway or bridge project, a freight, intermodal, or rail project that provides a public benefit, a railway highway grade separation or elimination project. So just to give you some examples, and that notice of funding opportunity is also this spring 2023.
Where does MAA come in?
MAA is considered part of our port
Okay,
portfolio,
gotcha.
So
All right, thank you.
it is eligible under
Thank you.
Protect. Yeah. Next slide is just continuing with some additional US DOT grant funds that are out there. Port Infrastructure Development Program grants are offered through the Maritime Administration, also known as MARAD. They're providing funds to improve our port's resilience to sea level rise, flooding, and extreme weather events, as well as projects that reduce or eliminate port-related criteria pollutant or greenhouse gas emissions. The notice of funding opportunity for this is active right now, and the grant applications are due at the end of April 28th of 2023. Bridge Investment Program is also another 12.2 billion, again, at the national level. And it can be used to replace, rehabilitate, preserve, or protect bridges on the NBI or National Bridge Inventory, or to replace or rehabilitate culverts to improve flood control and improve habitat connectivity for aquatic species. That notice of funding opportunity is likely this summer. And then the last one on this slide is offered through the US DOT's Office of the Secretary, and it provides funding to the National Park Service for transportation infrastructure. And I put this one on here because portions of Maryland 295 between Baltimore and Washington are actually maintained by the National Park Service. And while we don't maintain it, we do often hear about that segment of roadway. So there is an application process that's defined in statute at the federal level, with funding generally being allocated in October. And historically, the National Park Service has received roughly 300 million in funding through this program. But keep in mind, they have a pretty broad reach in terms of their portfolio of assets. And then the last slide that I have is just highlighting again a few more programs. The first one is the Reconnecting Communities Pilot Program. These are larger grants. You can have, and I'm talking above 5 million for capital construction projects, which could be including the removal and replacement of eligible facilities. And then it also has planning grants, which are typically less than 2 million. The notice of funding opportunity for that will be this spring. And the focus of that program in particular is just what it says, reconnecting communities.
Yes, the question is, this has been brought up.
Mm-hmm.
Can you use it also in the city, the highway to nowhere? Do you know about
You
that?
know, it possibly, yeah. I think I know where you're talking.
Because they've been talking about that.
Are you
for a
talking about
period of time
40,
now.
like heading
Yeah.
out of the city? Yes.
And how that's, again, the highway to nowhere. And they've talked about that, and matter of fact, they had a couple of meetings about that with some of our congressmen.
Yeah.
And it's something that I thought, as soon as you said that, I said, I thought about that because that's something that they want to do. They said they want to do something about it. So I'm thinking this is a perfect opportunity.
Yeah, I think we'd have to obviously dig down into the eligible project activities, but it just based on the surface alone, the title would suggest maybe.
I was looking at that one and then the one you were getting to next.
Okay.
So
All
I was
right.
thinking possibly that one too. So
Okay.
we can explain that.
So the next one I wanted to hit on is just Federal Highways Research and Development Program. This isn't a grant program, but it's a research and a resource for us within Maryland for pursuing research and development and initial testing of technological solutions that address emergent needs and support the infrastructure of the future. It looks to improve safety, reduce congestion, support or enhance infrastructure design and construction and provide data and analyses to decision makers throughout the transportation community. So, when we're talking about resilience, as an example, we could be looking to do a research project on how the impact of electrification of medium and heavy duty fleets might impact our bridge structures statewide. Because the carrying capacity of or the weight of those vehicles will be increased with a battery. And so it would be an interesting project to have them do a research analysis of how many bridges that are not on the state highway system or interstate system might need to be upgraded for weight. And then the last one is a program that's offered through the Secretary's office, and that's providing supplemental funding grants to rural, mid-sized, and large communities for demonstration projects involving connected autonomous vehicles, intelligent sensor-based infrastructure, commerce delivery and logistics, leveraging use of innovative aviation technology, smart grids, and smart technology traffic signals. And that notice of funding opportunity is expected this fall.
Okay.
So with that, I thank you for the opportunity to present, and I'm happy to take any questions.
This is incredibly informative. Thank you. I still would love to work together closely on the formula funding for Protect that you have and your timeline and planning for that. But related is the competitive funding for Protect. Is that also available for our counties and municipalities to apply?
They have not, they're very, how do I say this?
Flying the plane or whatever, building the plane as they fly it situation?
I believe that's probably a good way of putting it. I will follow up with the committee with what I'm able to glean from what's available to us. For right now, my quick answer would be, if it's not directly available to the local communities, then it would certainly be an opportunity for MDOT and others to partner on. And I kind of want to go back to that partnership because at the beginning of this, you said you want to hear what we could be doing better. So in terms of MDOT, one of the things that we've identified is just the need to be more to partner with the local communities and the local governments. A lot of what you've heard about today is flood mitigation, and resiliency around flood mitigation involves stormwater infrastructure upgrades, and stormwater infrastructure isn't just within the MDOT right of way. And so you really have to have that ability to work with the local jurisdictions and with the municipalities to make sure that everybody is on board with making the needed improvements. So that's one thing. The other thing that we've been working on is workforce development. So within the office at the Secretary's headquarters, we have been developing training programs. We've established a resiliency task force, which is multimodal. We have representatives from each of our modal administrations that are now meeting to discuss the interdependencies between the systems that we operate, and to work together towards a transportation resilience improvement plan, which I expect will have finished a final transportation resilience improvement plan. The goal is by the end of this year. If we do get to the point where we have that finished resilience improvement plan, it helps us on the Protect formula funding side reduce our non-federal share down from 20% to 10% at CAN, and we can actually move that down even further with some strategic use of federal funding and non-federal funding share.
Greatly encourage you to get that done so we can get more money.
Yes,
Okay.
we are working on it. We are a team of 3 and we're working on it.
Okay. Thank you, Senator Hester.
Thank you so much. And thank you for this really informative presentation. I was just curious, could we follow up offline? I would love some more details on a couple of these programs.
Sure.
And how we could work with you. I mean, I assume that when you're saying that you have to partner with the locals, like, it would be a local jurisdiction that would partner with you on some piece of like national infrastructure that went through our district, correct?
Yes, yes,
okay.
yeah. And I think the other thing I would say is that I didn't spend any slide time on the programs that were covered previously by the other agencies, but we have and will continue to look for opportunities to partner with the local governments around resilience improvement projects that benefit surface transportation. A lot of people don't realize this, but MDOT does not have the lion's share of the roadways in Maryland in terms of lane miles. So when you think about the need to really collaborate around stormwater infrastructure and drainage as it relates to transportation, we really need to have that kind of community approach to stormwater and flood mitigation. So.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I think it goes back to the capacity at the local level to draw these connections. And I think that if we could build the capacity with an MDEM to support it at the local level, I mean, because otherwise counties don't necessarily have the time to find out, to talk to MDE, MDOT, and everybody else.
Yep. You're welcome. Thank you.
Be helpful if I was on. Okay, now we have two members of our community who work us on this as well. We have Matt Fleming, the Executive Director of the Resilience Authority of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, and Senator Jackson, I'm sure you know, but Charles County actually beat Anne Arundel County in forming resilience authorities. So I know Matt can speak a little bit about that as well. And then we have Chris Beecroft from Underwood and Associates and Rory Murray from Providence Strategies, if you want to come up together. And let's start.
Thanks, Son. So good evening. For the record, my name is Matt Fleming. As a month now, I'm the Director of the Resilience Authority of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County, here after the authority. And also for the record, at home, I've been trying to get my wife and kids to call me authority and it's not sticking, so I don't expect it to stick here. So on behalf of the Mayor of Annapolis and the County Executive and the members of the board, I'd like to thank Chairwoman Elfreth and the members of the subcommittee on the opportunity to speak on behalf of the authority. As I looked around the room this evening or today and got to see some of my former state colleagues and those that stayed, and my new local government colleagues, members of the General Assembly, I see great strength as our state. People who rise to the tough challenges instead of running away from them. Together, we've been able to accomplish some really important things, and taking your lead, Senator Elfreth, I'm not going to run through them. I think you have my testimony. I'll just say that there's not many states that have been able to make the progress that we've made, but part of that reason we've been able to make that progress is we've been honest about the challenges we face. We honor the science, track our pace of progress openly, embrace innovation, and seek out new ways of doing business when it is needed. And you heard from the speakers before, whether it's our road infrastructure, waterway, natural resource infrastructure, climate disruption is real. It's not an ideological issue any more than gravity is. It's physics, pure and simple. And again, in my remarks, I have some local examples of impacts, and I guess I'll just finish the challenge part off by saying responding to climate change challenges us to rethink the systems that supply our energy, our transportation, food, water, housing in different ways. It calls on us to rethink about how and where we make investments. It requires us to act purposefully in the face of change. It requires us to use the best available science, bring new voices into the conversation, find new ways to spark imagination and inspiration. It also can yield economic, social, and environmental benefits. A 2019 report from the World Bank found that investments in resilience yielded an average of $4 of benefit for every dollar spent. So, local resilience authorities. As climate impacts are predominantly experienced locally, as you heard, they're also addressed locally. As a local governments that typically design bridges, maintain water resources, and prepare for and respond to extreme weather events. Recognized as fact, and thanks to Senator Elfreth's leadership, the Maryland General Assembly passed Senate Bill 457 in 2020 to enable local jurisdictions to form resilience authorities. Resilience authorities provide a structure for local governments seeking to address climate change in their communities through resilience projects, but it puts the power in the local leaders' hands to decide how to develop and finance these projects. Because resilience authorities are established by local jurisdictions, those jurisdictions have control over how their respective authorities function and can ensure they prioritize the climate impacts most relevant to the communities. For instance, in Charles County, the Resilience Authority said its top priorities is stormwater and agriculture because those are the two most pressing climate issues facing the county. In addition, each local jurisdiction that establishes an authority determines the composition of the authority's board and can prioritize certain perspectives in areas of expertise. For example, a county which experiences flooding can make sure that the flood experts are brought on board to contribute to the planning. So here today, I think fourth slide in my presentation, the Resilience Authority of Annapolis and Anne Arundel County. With 530 miles of coast here in Anne Arundel County, storm surge and sea level rise are a threat to our public infrastructure and private property. That's why we created and funded the nation's first multi-jurisdictional resilience authority in 2021. The authority's purpose is to develop, finance, and implement meaningful projects to prepare the city and the county for the impacts of climate change. In addition to the coastal impacts, the authority's projects will address flooding, increased precipitation, erosion, and heat waves. Funds will support many types of resilience operations and infrastructure projects, including developing flood barriers, green spaces, stormwater infrastructure, and elevating buildings. As an independent body, the authority is uniquely suited to tackle expensive long-term infrastructure projects because we can operate outside the county and the city's budgets and debt ceiling restrictions. We have our own procurement policies and have been able to draw on a range of funding options and have the ability to draw on a range of funding options for resiliency projects. We can charge and collect non-tax related fees, issue or sell state or local tax exempt bonds, and utilize local, state, nonprofit funding to provide for capital for projects. We can also combine any of these funding mechanisms and are not restricted geographically, allowing for infrastructure investments to facilitate climate adaptation on a regional scale. As a complement to the city and program and planning effort, the cities and the county's programs and planning efforts, the authority's goals are to accelerate project implementation, reduce stress on local budgets, maximize ecosystem and community benefits and our project outcomes, and embrace environmental justice through project selection. In my presentation there, you can see that the list of our board of directors. Our work is governed by our board of directors. There are 9 appointed by the county executive and 3 appointed by the mayor of Annapolis. The board of directors serves as the governing body of the authority, which will work with residents to set priorities, and the city and the county are developing our project portfolio. The board's diverse background and experience and knowledge will help the authority secure funding opportunities and implement projects. To date, the focus of our work has been getting the authority up and operating, helping ensure that we can create a model for other jurisdictions interested in following our lead. This includes the governance, administrative, and leadership structures, as well as a strategic or decision-making plan to codify our organizational vision and to direct the authority's approach to project identification, revenue mapping, and implementation. So just kind of summarizing or concluding, I think we're in a historic moment for resilience building efforts. At the same time, we're in an era in which the pace, scale, and impact of change is greater than anything we have previously confronted. To ensure that pace of intensifying change does not outstrip our efforts, now is the time to double down on areas of progress and coordination. I think we heard of some of that today. Efforts like Maryland's Grants Gateway and the Resiliency Partnership and all the work, I don't know if she's still there, but all the work that my colleague from MDOT is doing to make it easier for local communities to understand and access climate funding and resources across agencies. The integration of forest and agricultural soil carbon sequestration and co-benefits like flood risk reduction or climate resilience across state grant programs that put green and blue infrastructure on par with gray infrastructure. I think Jeff's still here, but you heard from Jeff Fretwell from MDE, Department of Natural Resources and MDEM earlier, who are not only on the front of this for the state, but are out leading the nation on this issue. And dedicated climate programs like the Resiliency Through Restoration Program and the University of Maryland's Innovative Technology Fund that supports innovation, allows for exploration and learning of new restoration techniques and approaches. It's an exciting time that we're in. And I'm proud to live in a state and work with the city mayor and a county executive made respond to climate change a top priority. Thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity to appear for you today, and happy to answer any questions.
Thanks, Matt. It's really exciting. You heard us a couple times ask the various departments, what is their strategy for partnership? We heard the word partnership a lot, but we're really interested representing locals. So can you speak from, you're in a unique position. You're not exactly local, but you're pretty local. What is that outreach? How have you experienced that outreach from the folks that we heard from today, and what kind of coordination is there on the ground? We created the resilience authorities before this federal injection of money. So it wasn't really in my vision as the sponsor that you would also be a coordinator of it. But I think to your point, this is an exciting opportunity and moment in time. Can you speak a little bit about what's gone well and what can be done better?
Yeah, I mean, certainly, I'd say, again, 30 days. So it's been, it's been a bit of a fire hose, but I've been having one-on-one meetings with key state staff, folks, they're here, Sandy and Jeff and folks at the Department of Natural Resources. I've had a chance to sit down and better understand the programs available through MDEM, and credit goes to them for making the time available. I think that's having now been on this side and been on the state side, I've always heard local government saying, we need more access. We don't understand the resource out there. It's confusing. So the more that we can together, now I'm realizing, hey, they're right. It is overwhelming, especially with some of the federal dollars coming out there. So taking advantage of, streamlining grant applications, or what DNR and MDE is doing, where they're, they have their separate processes, but when they get their applications coming in and they realize they can't fund it all, hey, this can fit in your program, this, that better collaboration, coordination in between. So I would continue to encourage as much as that as possible.
Those are all great kind of soft suggestions. Can you continue to think about if there are, things that we can do to encourage, carrot stick, make sure that departments are actually reaching down to our locals? We'd appreciate that feedback.
Happy to.
Thank you. Senator Jackson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the presentation. I did find in the community groups, I did find the Riverkeeper program. So that was going to be one of my programs, and you all is partnering with them. And secondly, if you could send us some information on your relationships with our public schools and university system.
Happy to.
Thanks.
Right, Chris.
I have an hour, right? But with jokes aside, the first point I do want to make is I'm going to speak here for a few minutes and give, I have some slides which I realize are in black and white, which kind of misses the point, but hopefully you can have them digitally and see the color within them. We really should, if you guys have the time, tour some of these sites. They don't have to be ours. They could be any resilient sites. I would love if they were ours, because making these tough I've been here for as long as you have, listening to these conversations, and it is an unbearable decision to make, I assume. But seeing how real these projects are and how they physically directly impact these communities, is no question that you want to put money into resiliency. So our door is open. We would love, any day of the week, I assume, once you guys are done session, let's go tour some sites. So my name is Chris Beecraft. I'm with Underwood & Associates. We're a design build ecosystem restoration company out of Annapolis. Keith Underwood, the founder of my company, was doing TMDL projects before there was a TMDL. And since I've been around with him, I've been doing resiliency projects before we were talking about resiliency. And I say that because we need to learn what we've learned from the TMDL with regards to resiliency. And it's simple. Over 30 years, our projects haven't changed. Our projects are just ecosystems. They're nature-based. People still call us a one-trick pony, and I used to get irritated with it, but I'm okay with it now because we simply build ecosystems. We have hard principles. And you'll see that as the phrases and the buzzwords change, nature-based ecosystem restoration is where we can be mutually beneficial. And I'll try and explain that both environmentally, but also economically. And the last thing I'll say about our company is that we partner. I've heard the word partner a million times, which I just greatly appreciate. My job was to present on a project, but I heard you early of how can we be better? So I'm going to try and insert that. Partnerships are key. They're the biggest part to all this. And we partner with nonprofits, river keepers, and local jurisdictions. That's the only work that we do. But when this work gets funneled down through certain procurement and bid processes, we start to look at quantity of work instead of quality. And when you disregard quality, we can't reach resiliency goals while meeting water quality goals. And I would urge everybody to look at quality over quantity, because then we will meet our quantity goals as well. So the first slide in your packet is talking about the Resiliency Through Restoration Fund. It's obviously not our fund. We just work with local groups to design and build projects within it. It's an unbelievable fund. I'm going to share with you a project from Havre de Grace, Maryland that meets every goal that was talked about today. But in short, it creates resilient communities. It maximizes public resources and it restores healthy ecosystem as public amenities. And what that does is, you know, when I was sitting here listening, we have parks issues. We don't have enough funding for parks. We don't have enough funding for high hazard 378 dams. This slide is a high hazard 378 dam retrofit done 15 years ago. And it's an ecosystem that is meeting water quality goals, TMDL goals for Anne Arundel County, and carbon sequestration goals whenever that becomes a market. And it was a high hazard 378 dam. And it's thinking outside that box. That's going to be kind of the moral to my story is we need to use $1 and stretch it a million ways. Then we meet our goals. And it's doable, especially through these resiliency monies. So the project I'm going to highlight, it was funded by a bunch of different groups, but the force that drove it was DNR getting on board through their Resiliency Through Restoration Fund. They put about $2.5 million into the project, and we've leveraged almost $9 million from other funding agencies to get all of the project in the ground. Local, different parts of the state, well, two forms of local, city and county, several parts of the state, federal and private, all put money into this project to restore this waterfront that the community of Havre de Grace uses. If anybody's familiar with Havre de Grace, this is the Amtrak that takes you up to New York City. So the next time you're going up to Philadelphia up that way, oh, you saw it. I'd love to know what you thought about it, but this is a before picture. And again, I apologize for the black and white, but actually the black and white looks pretty much the same as mine in color. It's a dreary parking lot. It's weeds. The biggest point I wanted to make out was the shoreline, which is similar to every shoreline in our state, really in our country, honestly, developed areas. It's isolated from the water. We've been so scared of erosion. The easiest option is to put a hardened structure down. And what we've learned now is that a hardened structure, while it can provide a security blanket or a resiliency blanket to erosion, it totally eliminates everything else. So what we've been able to do is provide a natural shoreline that provides the stability over time, but also opens the gates for everything else. So the after picture is what you see. We converted a parking lot into a wetland. We created an unusable waterfront, which is really a public safety hazard, into a kayak launch, a canoe launch, a fishing spot, all within an ecosystem that's sequestering carbon, that met their 4-year TMDL goals, which I love to bring up because I love Havre de Grace. But when we first met them, they were actually being fined by MDE. 3 years later, they're selling their credits to Harford County because of 2 projects like this. I'll take one step back. Harford County spent $250,000 on this project, and they were able to bring in close to $10 million into their city. It doesn't matter if you like the birds and the bees or anything environmental. When you can go down and enjoy your now cleaned up waterfront, it means something to these locals. And that's through that was spearheaded by DNR and their interest in moving forward with the project. The last picture was 100% public space. The next before picture is private space, actually kind of mixed with public space. Everything to the left, where you can see the pier in that flat plateau and that building behind it, that's a restaurant, Tidewater Grill. Everything to the right of that is a public park, is what they have it coined. And again, you couldn't access the water, you couldn't even see the water. So now through partnership with the private folks there, they have a public space where the public can come and enjoy the waterfront. And the private space, also we're talking about true resiliency over time, has a shoreline that is stable and can wiggle and move with the forces of the river. The point I also wanted to make about this project, and one of the reasons why I selected it to share with you, is this is a Susquehanna River. This isn't a back pond somewhere. You know, I don't know how much you know about living shorelines, but we have a Living Shoreline Act since 2008 in Maryland that says you must put a living shoreline in if you live in Maryland. Well, there's about 18 caveats that allow you to not put one in if you don't want to put one in.
I have a bill on that, just so you know,
Yeah.
but keep going.
One of those is depth of water. And again, I'm not saying anything poorly about any other designers, but depth of water. It's too deep to put a living shoreline in. Well, this water is 19 feet deep at its deepest point. and 6 feet deep at its shallowest. Early when I first started this living shoreline kind of world, 4 feet was kind of what we were thinking about as, oh, it's going to be too expensive. It's going to be too risky. And now we're building them in 19-foot deep water. It's important because you can put a natural shoreline back on the landscape. We just have to want it and really make people do it. And ask away if you guys have questions. This is my last slide. Moving forward, it's been said several times, but and I'm going to skip to the middle point, is utilizing partnerships over low bid awards. I understand procurement. I understand above board collaborations, but if we want to meet our goals, we have to utilize partnerships because we need quality over quantity. And then when that quality comes, quantity is there. Like I mentioned, we built 2 projects in Habitat Grace and met their whole MS4 requirement. So we need to focus on that. Secondly, we need to focus on ecosystem recovery. I got a little light and I said equally with TMDL credits, but I honestly think it should be focused on more heavily than TMDL credits. Going back to what we learned from the TMDL, we chased TMDL in Maryland. What do? We put a ton of projects out in the world. You guys have probably heard about the stream restoration issues we've been having. Those are because we were chasing TMDL credits. It didn't matter what it looked like in the bay, we were meeting our credits on paper. Well, if we focus on resiliency, public access, environmental justice, pipe daylighting, streams that are buried that aren't, you can't restore them because they're buried. People don't even know where they are. We're working on a project in Baltimore City, Bliss Meadows. They have a huge pipe underneath of their farm. It's huge. And talk about a flooding risk. All that water is jammed into a pipe, a full-on stream, and it washes out downstream in these communities in Baltimore. So we're working to daylight that pipe. It's a resiliency project. It's not a TMDL project, but the local jurisdiction will get TMDL credits, and then carbon sequestration happens and it all works, right? So it's this ecosystem. And my last point, and I'm so glad it was made a million times today, is leverage federal funds. So the pot right now in resiliency through restoration, the past 2 years has been under 2 million, I believe. I present on this project across the country, where even this project brought us to Japan. Taking $2 million to these federal NIFLA grants is not enough. We're missing out on so much more money. Where we can take, I mean, look, we took 2 million and turned it into 10. If the state puts 10 million, 20 million into it, we can turn it into 100, into 200 from federal match. Not even thinking about private investment. So anything you can put more towards these resiliency restoration projects, they will explode. And then we start talking about building parks out of them, building public access. You know, DNR has a public access grant, you know, or a coastal communities grant for public access. We just build it with the same sand that we build a restoration project out of. It's the same dollar. So yeah, I wanted to thank you. You are very resilient for lasting as long. My brain is mush, but I made it, and I think I hit all the points. The 8 letters, all of our partners, yeah. So this is kind of, all right, we're Underwood and Associates. If you don't know about us, we are who we are. We come to this type of stuff, we ruffle feathers, but the fact that we are a private business, but we operate as a nonprofit. We partner with nonprofits so much so that we are one. And I want to get this resiliency I want to get this resiliency world to a space where people can build quality projects without being a nonprofit. But the fact is, it is what it is. So we have a strong following of environmental advocates for our work because it's real. Yeah. And it just speaks for itself, I think.
Chris, you did a great project in my district, and I think on a nice day, if we ever have an hour and maybe in after budget seasons, we can go down to Eastport and see that restoration project, which is just a beautiful, right on the church grounds that opened up a community that had limited access to the water, community of color. And so, Chris, what state funding was tied up in that project? In
St. Luke's.
St. Luke's, yeah.
Yeah, so St. Luke's was it was a DNR funded project through the Chesapeake Atlantic Coastal Base Trust Fund. I think it was actually funded before the resiliency fund was developed. But it daylighted a pipe stream off of Bay Ridge Avenue, which nobody knew was there. It put it back on the landscape. It met 10% of the city's goals with one project. It created a park for the local community, carbon sequestration opportunities, all that type of stuff. So that's a great example of one project that has 1 million benefits. And when you value those projects and you don't focus on TMDL, the environmental nonprofits are never going to be upset with it because they're real high quality projects. One thing I forgot to mention, you've talked a lot about universities and schools. The project that Maryland DNR earlier today brought up about a project they were happy with was a project we designed and built, United Methodist Church Camp, through the partnership. And through that partnership, we're the designer and the builder. I went to St. Mary's College down in Southern Maryland. So did 7 out of our 20 staff at my company. The property owner, University of Maryland, United Methodist Church Camp, the property owner graduated from St. Mary's College. The nonprofit Alliance for the Chesapeake Bay, Kate Fritz, went to St. Mary's College, Maryland. Nicole Carlozo, who runs the resiliency pot of money at DNR, went to St. Mary's College, Maryland. And we had this gathering there at the state with the old, folks, and everybody loved it. Well, they got so much headway that we went down to the college, and I'm actually teaching a course this semester, which is killing me. Because people are like, how do we learn how to do this stuff? How did you 7 St. Mary's people end up here? And nobody has any idea. So we're working with University of Maryland, St. Mary's College. We're presenting at the Naval Academy, which is huge for the coastal engineering, to start teaching that this is what we should be doing. And you guys even interested in putting more money into it shows how progressive we are.
Well, we appreciate the kind of new school of environmental engineering. I know there's some tension between old school and new school, but if this group of St. Mary's alum have budget recommendations for us to put more money into higher education and specific programs, we're happy to hear that too. So subcommittee, I think I learned a lot today. We're gonna have some follow-ups for everybody who graciously participated in a Friday briefing. But I think we heard partnerships. I kept hearing co-benefits. I can't stress that enough. If we're going to put state money into something, it should have 2 to 10 co-benefits a piece. So we're stretching, to Chris's point, our state funding as much as possible. Okay, with that, I think we all get to have a lovely weekend. Thank you all.
Thank you.